My name is Su Lang. I'm a freshman at Clear Sky University. Ever since I was a child, I've been frail and prone to illnesses, and I often have nightmares. My classmates even nicknamed me Prince Weakling. On the first day back from winter break, I was holed up in my tiny single dorm room, sleeping like a log. The room was small but cozy, with a potted plant and a desk, everything in its place. Since people didn't seem to like me anyway, I figured if I didn't treat myself well, what was the point of living? Half asleep, I jolted awake suddenly. Outside the window, it was pitch black with streaks of blood red coloring the sky, as if someone had splashed a bucket of burning embers across it. I stared blankly for a moment, then smacked my lips out of habit. Another dream? Ugh, I hate these back-to-back dreams. Before I could gather my thoughts, an icy voice colder than a funeral bell exploded in my mind. Welcome to the dorm survival game. In this world shrouded in blood and despair, your dorm is your only refuge. Remember, protect your dorm. Do not let it be destroyed. 3 core rules. 1. The dorm will not collapse unless the main door is breached. 2. Dorm owners have absolute control over their dorm. Tenants cannot attack the owner while inside the dorm. 3. The dorm building will remain standing forever. Show us what you've got. Survive, survive, and survive. Am I going crazy, or has the world gone mad? I rubbed my eyes and saw a blood-red mist beginning to seep into my dorm room. Within seconds, the entire room started to change. The walls eroded, the desk disappeared, and the incandescent light bulb turned into a lone, ominous hanging lamp. Except for the lack of dust, it looked just like an abandoned haunted house left to rot for decades. That voice echoed again. Chatroom opened. Marketplace opened. Status panel opened. Countdown to gameplay. 1 day. Gameplay theme. Zombie onslaught. Lasting 5 days. Enemy strength will increase progressively. I quickly calmed down and opened the flashing prompt in my field of vision, displaying the chatroom. It was already in complete chaos. Some were yelling, "This is just like those survival novels," while others claimed to be the protagonist or prayed to Buddha for the chance to go home and reunite with their families. Curious, I tried posting something and discovered I could type sentences using just my thoughts, and there weren't even typos. Next to my username was a number, my dorm room number. All of a sudden, a frantic scream rang out from outside. The apocalypse is real. The scream landed like a starter pistol, and in no time, the hallway filled up with people. My chest tightened, and I quickly leaned my back against the door, afraid someone might force their way in. Turns out, I overthought it. Room 200, my dorm, wasn't even on anyone's radar. Still pressed against the door, I opened my personal stats. Physical stats, 4. Mental stats, 6. Skills, none. Cash, 0. Title, a pitiful worm destined to die soon. And most importantly, it showed I was the owner of room 200. Then, one particular line of text caught me completely off guard. Congratulations. You fulfilled the preconditions and awakened the Lord of Nightmares sequence. You can earn nightmare coins while sleeping, and these coins can upgrade anything. The more comfortable your sleep, the higher the conversion rate. Lord of Nightmares. I thought to myself, stunned. As I was processing this, a faint clicking noise came from behind me. Startled, I turned to see a pop-up panel. Rundown wooden door, defense 4, durability 12/13. Upgrades require 10 nightmare coins. The description read, sob sob sob. Someone leaned against me too hard and deducted a point of my durability. Just call me poor wooden door. The corners of my mouth twitched. This sad excuse for a door, could it really block zombies? Glancing through the peephole at the chaotic scene in the hallway, I decided to push my bed up against the door. Then I threw myself back onto it and laid down. The countdown timer still said there was a day until the zombies arrived. Might as well take advantage of the time to sleep. This dorm setup is definitely strange. There's no lock on the door, no windows either, completely sealed off. But weirdly, that made me feel even safer. Curious, I checked out my bed stats. Wretched nightmare bed, permanently bound. Comfort level, 10 out of 100. Sleeping for 1 hour generates 5 nightmare coins, up to 8 hours daily. If broken, it can be resummoned. Satisfied, I pulled my blanket over myself and drifted off. I'm not sure how long I slept before bang. Bang. Someone kicked my door hard enough that I shot up in irritation. 2 guys outside were shouting, "Su Lang, are you alive or dead?" The teacher told everyone to gather. "Why aren't you answering? Can't you see the messages in the chat room? What are you, blind?" The other one chimed in. "Forget it, he's not here. Let's just tell the teacher he's MIA. The first guy cursed again. "Of all the nerve. You're making me climb 10 floors to fetch you." Ridiculous. He gave the door one last hard kick, then both of them walked away. My good dream ruined. I frowned deeply. I knew those two. The door kicker was Zhou Tao, and the other was Huang Hao. They were always picking on others and naturally didn't like me either. When I checked the door's stats, its durability had dropped to 11. Damn it. It really took a hit. Suppressing my irritation, I scrolled through the chat logs. There weren't too many updates, but one stood out as particularly bad. Someone had died. A classmate had attempted to enter the blood mist. The moment they got too close to the edge, a creature bit their head off in one swift gulp. The body was dragged into the fog. Someone had even captured a photo of the headless body and shared it with the group chat, leaving everyone horrified. Understandably, the entire group was in a state of panic. For now, everyone was following our teacher's instructions to gather outside the dorm and build defensive barricades. So there have already been fatalities. No wonder Zhou Tao was so agitated. But kicking my door? Really? Other messages summarized key findings. Our dorm building has 10 floors, 20 rooms per floor, with males and females mixed, but in separate dorms. Only individuals with single-person rooms are considered owners. Anyone else is a tenant. Tenants can stay in someone else's dorm for no more than an hour. After that, they suffocate. Also, there are supposedly game items hidden in some areas. I gave it some thought. Looks like the game wants us to venture out and scavenge during these early stages. But that's completely at odds with my Lord of Nightmares abilities. Oh, and the difference between owners and tenants hasn't fully manifested yet. For what it's worth, I only had a single dorm room because my nightmare-prone face freaked the school out, and they deemed me unsuitable for roommates. After scrolling through my dorm's info, a measly 30 square meters with 0 halves tenants and only a door, bed, and lamp as facilities, I pulled my blanket over my head and went back to sleep. Strangely, I was sleeping better than ever since this bizarre game began. Zombie Onslaught Countdown. 45 minutes, 32 seconds. Wow, I've been sleeping this long. Jolted awake, I got up hastily. The noise outside had died down. The silence felt eerie. Opening the chat room, my eyes instantly locked onto some shocking news. Someone else had died, this time at the hands of another player. The killer was a guy named Wang Ao, a star athlete on the school's sports team. Tall and brawny, Wang Ao had found a blueprint for a level 1 reinforced door while scavenging the teaching building. A fight had broken out with his companion over it. Accidentally killed someone. There had been many conflicts that day, but this one was the most serious. By the time others realized it, Wang Ao had already escaped back to his dorm, upgraded the door, and was now shouting and taunting from room 86. Room 86, Wang Ao. The apocalypse is here. Who gives a crap about your lousy orders? Room 86, Wang Ao. It's all 2-person rooms. You've got to kill your roommate to become the room owner and upgrade your dorm. That's the hidden rule. If you don't get it, don't play. Room 86, Wang Ao. My door's got a defense level of 12. Your attack power isn't enough to even scratch it. Stop wasting your time. Room 86, Wang Ao. Come on, I dare you. I'll take anyone down with me, one-on-one. He kept trash-talking in the group chat, and you could feel his crazed energy even through the screen. If we really wanted to, everybody knew we could break the door down. But then there was the problem of dealing with an unhinged Wang Ao on the other side. And he was a proven killer. Nobody wanted to take that risk. No wonder Sun Sherwan got utterly trashed. Sometimes humans really are worse than pigs, I muttered to myself, frowning. This guy already had the upper hand. The countdown hadn't even ended, and players were already fighting each other. Looting resources was the first competition round. But not everyone had Wang Ao's luck of finding an upgrade blueprint. Heck, some people considered themselves decked out if they taped cardboard to their arms. I quietly closed the group chat and checked my haul from sleeping. 8 hours produced 44 nightmare coins. That little extra 10% conversion from my small bed scored me an additional 4 coins. But here's the kicker. Just 10 coins could upgrade a dorm door. Wang Ao killed for 1 upgrade blueprint, while I could sleep and upgrade 4 doors. Thinking about that difference, I couldn't help but grin. Still, I didn't rush to upgrade my door. Instead, I opened my starter pack. Reward: whole wheat bread times 3, broken water cooler times 1. First, the bread. Whole wheat bread fills 30 hunger. Stretch 1 slice out, and it'll last you a day, if you can stomach it. Each piece of bread was roughly the size of 2 fists. Easily enough for a day. An apocalypse essential. And get this, food can be upgraded. Seeing that, my interest was piqued, so I turned to the water cooler. Broken water cooler, level 1 rare item, durability 1/25, cannot be repaired. Description: the odds of pulling a level 1 item from this are about the same as winning the lottery. But even as a piece of junk, you have to admit, your luck seriously, absolutely sucks. Looking at that description, I felt like I was being roasted. But instead of being upset, I was kind of thrilled. Bed? Check. Food? Check. Water? Check. Door? Check. I was set to camp out and grow stronger. All I needed was a phone, and I'd basically be living the shut-in life. My only worry was whether upgrading the water cooler would restock its water. Just as I was figuring out how to spend my nightmare coins, I heard footsteps in the hallway again. Bang bang. Someone knocked on my door, followed by a breezy, sweet voice. Zulang, you home? I peeked through the peephole and saw a tall, stylish girl with blonde hair standing outside. She was wearing a baseball cap pulled low, hiding her face in its shadow. Long legs dressed in sheer black tights peeked out from thick leather shoes, with a hint of white socks showing at her ankles. Perfection. When I checked her info, I nearly froze in shock. Chao Yashuan, tenant number 20, comfort level 96. Holy crap, I hadn't planned on responding, but seeing that number made my jaw drop. My little nightmare cot? Comfort level 10. She had a freaking 96. That's when the truth dawned on me. With the right people around, a narrow, cheap bed can feel priceless. Without them, ain't nothing special about a king-sized mattress. Senior Chow, what's up? I forced myself to sound calm and neutral. Hearing me refer to her like that, her expression immediately soured. Chao Yashuan was insanely popular at Qingtian University, driving a Maybach, rich family behind her, and well-connected socially. She was the type of queen who easily stood out. Among freshmen, she had a killer reputation. Just about every first year who saw her couldn't resist calling her Senior Chow. Professor Liu asked me to check what items you got from your starter pack. We formed a mutual aid alliance to share resources among everyone, she said, keeping her tone even despite her obvious frustration. Mutual aid alliance? I nearly laughed out loud. Did she really think in life or death conditions, where there's just 24 hours left, over 200 people would willingly share resources? Who's going to hand over their food while they're barely surviving, especially to someone else starving to death? Thanks, but I'm not interested in your alliance, I said firmly, shaking my head. Her brows furrowed. Then I'll buy it off you. Name your price. With what money? 1 million. As soon as the game's over, I'll transfer it. Senior, if you keep spouting nonsense, then kindly get lost, I interrupted coldly. Trying to scavenge my stuff now? Even without my cheat abilities, my answer would have been the same. All the stupid drama among students? Like hell I wouldn't notice. In the group chat, a few weaklings were already whining about how they regretted handing over their resources. I might have been asleep, but I'd seen every single message. Chao Yashuan's face darkened, clearly struggling to hold back her anger. Fair enough. In a situation this extreme, how many people could stay level-headed? For her to remain this calm, she already had a decent temperament. Fine. Let me cut to the chase. I want to trade rooms with you. She took a deep breath and got straight to the point. So that was her motive all along. I was in room 1010, a corner unit at the end of the hallway. Absolutely prime real estate. Out of nearly 400 players in this survival game, there were fewer than 10 lucky enough to have private dorms like mine. In your dreams. I scoffed. Don't say I didn't warn you. You're already a target. If you transfer ownership to me now, I'll let you stay as a tenant. Otherwise, when they come for you, you won't even have the right to stay here, she said, growing impatient, her words flying out quickly. The threat was crystal clear. My face instantly hardened, and I yanked the door open. Chao Yashuan's face lit up for a second, thinking she'd succeeded. But before she could even speak, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the room. Thud. The door slammed shut. You, she gasped, both shocked and furious. She wasn't weak. Into climbing and fitness, she was in good shape with a strong endurance. But before she could fight back, I pinned her against the wall by the throat, slamming her hard. Unless you want to die, you'd better behave. I growled, my deadpan black eyes fixing her in place. Voice, low and cold. Stay quiet if you want to live. Her body froze, the color draining from her face as she slowly turned to look at me. Fear filled her eyes, and she knew she didn't have the upper hand here. Let's rewind a bit. The malicious energy in the air had been suffocating since it all started. Chao Yashuan had walked into this alone, sure she could handle it. But now, she hated her past decisions. She'd underestimated me. Like most, she'd heard rumors I was a non-threatening, sickly type who liked to keep to himself. But right now, my demeanor, my presence, it was like I'd walked out of her worst nightmare, something that sent a sharp chill straight down her spine. Oh, if only she knew. Every movement, every eerie expression I had on right now. I learned it from the monsters that haunted my dreams. Between that and the eerie quiet of my dorm, not to mention the iron grip I had on her weak point. Who wouldn't be scared out of their mind? Still, I brushed her off for now, glaring at the wooden door. If I wasted any more time, it would be game over. And doing nothing was essentially choosing death. 10 nightmare coins deducted. A flash of light surrounded the door. It had successfully been upgraded. Iron door. Type. Facility level 1. Defense 12. Durability 30/30ths. Can be dismantled for Iron X18, Lock Core X1. Upgrade requirement 100 nightmare coins. No sooner had the upgrade completed than faint footsteps echoed down the hallway outside. I leaned close to Chao Yashuan's ear, my voice low and threatening. Not a word. Don't even think about messing with the chat room. I trust you're smart enough to know what'll happen otherwise. I tightened my grip just enough to make my point. Her face turned almost blue as understanding dawned. This wasn't a bluff. When I let go, she crumpled into my arms, trembling and clearly exhausted, but too weak to resist or move away. Her eyes widened when she caught sight of the newly reinforced iron door. The confusion and shock in her expression were almost amusing. Outside, knocking and shouting began. Su Lang, open up. We need to talk. Wait, is this iron? Whoa, dude, another voice joined in. Did this guy hit the jackpot with his beginner's pack or something? Su Lang. The louder, brasher voice yelled again. Come on, man. The apocalypse is here. Now's the time to stick together. Yeah, we even brought food. Between your iron door and our supplies, we'll be unstoppable. Still mad I took your seat once? Let it go, dude. Here, I'll apologize. I'm sorry. Happy now. The tone was more smug than regretful. It was clear they believed they'd already won. When their words fell on deaf ears and I refused to respond, their sweet falsehoods turned to sour threats and accusations. They banged on the door, testing its strength, but an upgraded iron door was no flimsy wooden barricade. Those idiots outside would tire themselves out before they could even scratch it. After a while, the commotion died down. Their cursing became muffled before eventually disappearing altogether. Then, I felt a gentle pull on my sleeve. It was Chao Yashuan. She shook her head hurriedly, silently warning me they might still be outside. I couldn't help but laugh to myself. Oh, she was good. Her survival instincts were no joke. Adaptable, quick to side with the stronger ally when necessary. A woman like her wasn't your average naive university girl. She was clever, calculating. Her social media profile was proof enough. Endless posts of her in glamorous settings, from galas to tropical getaways. She lived in a world of wits, and right now, she was doing everything in her power to stay in my good graces. Still, the unease was eating her alive. And when she absent-mindedly asked about the iron door, that was the last straw. I didn't even dignify her question with an answer. I just stared her down, cold and unrelenting, until she nervously laughed, apologized profusely, and begged me not to take offense. She even added me as a friend, trying to smooth things over. Tough luck. I ignored her completely, keeping my gaze steady and unervingly silent. Time passed slowly, the seconds dragging into minutes. More requests for friendship and private messages were flooding my interface. People who'd heard about my iron door were clamoring to be let in, offering food, favors, money. I ignored them all. And then, the countdown hit 0. 3, 2, 1. Game start. A deafening alert blared in my mind, followed by chaos. Dark shapes emerged from thick, blood-red fog, wave after wave of zombies, tearing through feeble defenses and scattering the so-called team players. The elite were some of the first to run, whipping their weapons blindly behind them and pushing down anyone in their way. My dorm was deathly silent aside from those terror-stricken screams outside. Through the peephole, I watched without fear. Honestly, it wasn't even that horrifying compared to what I'd seen in my own nightmares. Once, a butcher haunted my dreams so vividly, hacking apart thousands to build mountains of corpses. Compared to that, this was nothing. Chao Yashuan, however, wasn't so numb. Curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked out the same peephole, only to witness someone being torn apart right in front of her. She backed away, trembling uncontrollably, her face pale as a sheet. And then, she heard my voice again from the darkness behind her. Voice. Senior Chao, do you have a boyfriend? She froze, stared back at me in disbelief. At a time like this, I was making small talk. I locked eyes with her and calmly said, You've seen it. These zombies aren't like the ones from the movies. They're fast. Do you remember the initial warning? The game's difficulty will gradually increase. So, do you think that metal door over there has a good chance of keeping the zombies out? Her face turned ghostly pale, almost fainting right then and there. Based on what I said, weren't we both doomed? What do we do? She blurted instinctively. And just like that, the power dynamic shifted entirely to me, an unknown freshman. Well, no. Truthfully, from the moment she walked in, the control had already been in my hands. A smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well have some fun first. The comment was crude, but given the circumstances, she didn't dare show any sign of anger. Instead, she forced an awkward laugh. That's probably not a good idea. You've seen apocalyptic movies too, right? Preservation of stamina is critical. Still thinking of such things in this situation. Truly the mindset of a relationship-challenged straight-A nerd. I nodded knowingly. Makes sense. Senior, you must be a believer in extreme survivalism. My grin widened. Survival is the top priority in life, after all, she replied, still laughing awkwardly. Outside, the screams were blood-curdling, and the tension in the room grew thick. Noticing my sudden silence, she glanced over cautiously, only to find me perched on the edge of the bed. My eyes, deep and unreadable, studied her intently. "What?" she asked warily, her neck shrinking slightly like prey sensing danger. I spoke slowly and deliberately. "The average body fat percentage for adult women is between 20% and 25%. You, senior, seem to exercise regularly, so you're probably closer to 18%. But fat isn't what matters here." I paused for effect. "It's water that's key." "No, wait, blood content." Her mind blanked for a moment, and the realization dawned. She nearly had a water source situation then and there. "Please, just stop talking. So the reason you pulled me in here was because of my value. Can you not scare me like this? It's seriously terrifying," she protested, trying her best to keep calm. From her perspective, I was an ordinary, low-class college guy who'd throw his arm around his bros and shoot cringy finger guns. How could she take me seriously? But as I stroked my chin and continued, she realized I wasn't joking at all. "You mentioned movies, right? Then isn't my thinking reasonable? The game bunked 2 people in one dorm. There's probably a deeper intention here. Without supplies in the apocalypse, who can survive? Don't you think, Senior Chow?" She believed me. My deadpan delivery, devoid of emotion, was chilling. If this doesn't scream psycho, what will? "Relax. I'm no demon." I pivoted, feigning melancholy with a sigh. "A man never forgets his first love. Would you want to be my one and only?" Her lips twitched uncontrollably. "Even now, you're joking around? You cannot be serious about this apocalyptic nightmare with people getting turned outside. Can we just take a step back here?" she pleaded, her patience wearing thin. "Sure," I nodded. She exhaled a sigh of relief. This guy can be reasoned with. Then I added, "In that case, can I ask you to leave my dorm for a few minutes? Your presence is seriously stressing me out." Her face instantly darkened. "I didn't ask to squat here, but now you're telling me to leave?" Truly the devil incarnate. Seeing no alternative, she begrudgingly offered, "How about I lend you my black tights?" Embarrassment visibly overwhelmed her as soon as the words left her mouth. I glanced at the sheer stockings, with their faint shimmer of pearly white, clearly high quality, possibly even scented. I paused before replying, "Why don't you head outside for 3 minutes, then come back afterward?" Speechless. The room's dim lighting flickered eerily, the 4 walls locking us in. I had gotten up, no longer interested in dragging this out. It was a survival game, not a tea party. Chow Yashuan, this human nightmare currency accelerator, had to be dealt with quickly and effectively. In the end, she grudgingly agreed to a negotiation but insisted on earning a tenant slot. Naturally, I said yes. "Wow, that was fast," she murmured bitterly in the darkness, her last meager attempt at resistance. I didn't care. The only thing that mattered now was collecting more nightmare coins. One thing I noticed, though, she was new to this, totally unprepared. It made sense. She's that perfect type of rich girl, completely out of reach for the average sleazebag in college. After leveraging my home field advantage and stripping down her loot, a newbie starter pack featuring 5 tissue boxes and a baseball cap, I disarmed her further, taking her clothes, leather shoes, and white ankle socks to stuff the pillow. Her tights became hand-binding material. No chances could be taken. I wouldn't gamble with potential stabby midnight antics. I slept soundly, but she did not. She did consider ending me in my sleep. But unfortunately for her, I somehow managed to bind her wrists tightly using 2 layers of tights and even pulled her against me to sleep, rendering her only movement to rest awkwardly near her lap area. Any movement was instantly met with growled leave warnings. Where does it hurt to let this one slide for now? Meh. Though admittedly, it's shocking such stories of weird limp nerds line up perfectly. Can't believe the so-called freshman who bragged fell asleep first. Not like, power, danger screamed here. For now? Conflicted, bitterness obviously brewing. Humans, I'm sorry. Leaning against the wall, I opened the chatroom and noticed that many profile pictures had gone gray. Chatroom 251/400. Whoa, almost half gone in just one night. The casualty rate is insane. 149 Wang Dazhuang. Mom, I want my mom. 32 Yi Fan. This is a dream. It can't be real. 40 Zhao Shuang. Look, it's daytime. The zombies have retreated into the corridors. Some people's dreams of being the main characters shattered in a single night. Watching classmates you've lived with day and night die in front of you isn't something everyone can withstand. I quickly skimmed the messages and caught some key points. The ones who died were mostly gone within the first 5 minutes. Not a single player who stayed in their dorm room died from zombies breaking in. It seems the dorm has some sort of cloaking ability, which makes those hiding inside less detectable. On the other hand, those who thought they were clever and ran off to hide in other buildings were wiped out entirely. Zombies do have infection abilities, and it only takes 3 minutes to turn someone. That's fast. Frowning, I peeked through the door's peephole and saw that the hallway seemed empty. Zhao Shuang was in the last room on the 2nd floor. If he said the zombies retreated to the corridors, he probably wasn't lying. Freshman, zombies are weaker during the day. Shouldn't you go outside to take a look? She suggested. No, I shook my head. If you keep this up, you're just waiting to die, she frowned, pulling that pity-inducing expression that no man could resist. Given what happened last night, she was confident. That's still better than going out and getting myself killed, I said, plopping onto the bed. Once we were done, I was back to being a cold and aloof Sigma male. She was so furious that her chest heaved visibly. What happened to the guy who treats his girlfriend well? Could you really bear to let your girlfriend just wait to die inside this room? She was probably guessing that my starter pack gave me blueprints and upgrade materials. With such an abundant pack, there definitely wasn't any food. And it wasn't like she had any, either. If this continued, the two of us might actually starve to death. I leaned against the door and checked my nightmare coins balance. Base nightmare coins, 40, conversion rate, 106%, 8 hours yield, 82. Total nightmare coins, 116, double the output. This efficiency booster is amazing. I glanced at Qiao Yashuan approvingly. Don't worry, I won't let you die. You've got a conscience, at least. Her heart warmed at my words, thinking that they felt genuinely comforting, not like a lie. With this many coins, I needed to figure out what to strengthen. First, I thought about enhancing myself, but that wasn't an option. Life Force isn't covered under nightmare coin enhancements. So, I'd have to reinforce my tools instead. I logged into the trading network. There wasn't much listed, and the exchange demands were unreasonable. A loaf of bread for a barrel of water? What? Is this a wishing well? There were two trading options, barter or currency purchases. But few people had currency at this stage, and no one trusted the currency system yet. Most stuck to bartering. There's nothing worthwhile on the trading net for now. I'll sit tight and observe. I'll also hold on to my nightmare coins, letting those who can't hold it together go test the waters first. As long as I'm a step ahead, disaster will always fall behind me. In the past, I had wealth beyond measure and didn't mind helping others. But now, I'm just barely surviving myself. I've got no choice but to hang tight. Just as I was about to close the interface, a friend request popped up. 86 Wang AO. Hey man, heard you upgraded your door too. I accepted. 86 Wang AO. No biggie, just saying hi. It's a shame we're too far apart to team up, but I've got a good feeling about you. 200 Sulang. Thanks for the vote of confidence. 86 Wang AO. Let's see who lasts longer, yeah? Drinking contest to determine the hero, huh? I smirked to myself. He's probably burned so many bridges no one else will talk to him. So now he's reaching out to me. I replied with a simple sure and shut the chat window. What's your plan next, Sulang? Qiao Yashuan asked. If I'm not worried, why are you? Her mouth twitched, and after a moment of silence, she blurted, Can you help untie my stockings? Nope. Stockings are stretchy. Wearing them for a while won't kill you. But they're uncomfortable. Don't worry. You'll feel better soon enough. Now put on your little shoes. Ah, a goddess is a goddess. No matter how much hassle, she never gets boring. I'm no saint. Qiao Yashuan is the unattainable beauty most guys couldn't even dream of touching before. Now that the opportunity arose, I naturally intended to take my time researching. While others were breaking down mentally over and over again, my cozy dorm became a lively little paradise. Afternoon came, and she said she was hungry. I shrugged. I'm hungry too. She quickly backtracked. Well, maybe I'm not that hungry then. The impression I left on her last night, being a glutton, runs a little too deep. By evening, the zombies got more active. Their growls echoed faintly in the distance. I dug out my stash of whole grain bread and broke off half for her. You still have food? She said excitedly. I didn't answer. She picked up on the vibe, stopped asking questions, and scarfed it down, coughing occasionally. It was really dry stuff. My inventory held a water dispenser, but I forced myself to resist upgrading it. The upgrade costs 65 coins, which isn't exactly small change. At nightfall, the dorm broadcast echoed inside everyone's minds. Second night, zombies' hunting instincts increased. Game difficulty has risen. This announcement felt like a death knell, leaving the players panicking. The zombies, much livelier tonight, even began pounding on doors. People spouted nonsense in the chat room, but were too scared to make any noise in real life. Yang Yang, what kind of dorm game is this? Fi's game. Wu Leitang, anyone got spare wood? I need to repair my door. Wang Yingying. Some guy on the 4th floor, can you make some noise to distract the zombies? I'll lure them away and kite them. Once my nightmare bed's cooldown reset, I got straight to crafting. Sleeping on the floor didn't count towards comfort metrics, so I really had no other choice. She was feeling uneasy, with zombies pounding at the doors and their terrifying growls outside. Under those circumstances, she dared not make a sound. In order to speed things up, she proactively cooperated, and it worked. I finished up quickly and collapsed into sleep. Waste no time savoring the moment. Spending even one extra minute was disrespectful to my nightmare bed. I deeply craved those coins. Coward. she muttered under her breath before passing out from exhaustion. The next morning, the first thing I did was check my balance. 8 hours yield, 82. Total nightmare coins, 198. Nice. Elated, I gave her a peck on the cheek. Already feeling up for more? You really are something else, she snapped half-jokingly. They say guys are full of energy in the morning, but right now, rest topped her priority list. I chuckled lightly twice, feeling a bit more secure inside. Upgrading the gate costs 100, and the water dispenser needs 65. I've got enough. But I still held back from spending recklessly. Let's first let the broke brothers scout the situation. After one night, the unluckiest student's gate durability was down to just 2 points. If he didn't take a chance, he'd be left with no other option but death. The fact is, the rich always have it easier to make money, and they survive better than the poor. Li Wang, we can't go on like this anymore. Zhou Tao, I'm heading out. Who's with me from the second floor? Lu Yen, crying. At least the students on the lower floors can still scavenge for supplies. We upper floor folks are just sitting ducks. Wang Yaji, there's an upside to being higher up. If the zombies go berserk, the lower floors get it first. Wang Bo, thanks for the positivity, Yaji. Still, just the thought of waiting here to die makes my heart sink. Zhou Yi, hey, anyone downstairs, if you find food, can we trade? I've got an X-Acto knife. Sun Hung, I have supplies. I'll give it for free if you invest in me first. I'm dying of thirst here. Li Wang, Sun Hung, you still owe me 200. You think that's trustworthy? Yi Fan, I'll take trash for payment. If you don't dare go outside, pass your trash to me. I'll throw it outside for you. Chow Bennett Yi Fan, you're a business genius. Thud. Suddenly, some brave soul above lobbed a can downstairs. The thunderous noise echoed. A couple of scattered zombie growls followed, but none came rushing into the stairwell. The chatroom exploded. Zhou Yi, guys on the lower floors, what are you waiting for? Just jump from the first or second floor. You'll be fine. Wang Yaji, keep your movements quiet. Sun Hung, I need a water bottle, and if I'm not downstairs in 3 minutes, I'm a coward. Slowly, some students dared to leave their dorms, only to make a shocking discovery. Zombies seemed to be in a dormant state. As long as you moved quietly, you might just sneak past them and get outside. But those who first went downstairs were still the lower floor players. They directly jumped out rather than risk walking past huddled zombies in the stairwell. Wang Yang, I found a chocolate bar in the academic building. Careful when you come, zombies are hiding in the shadows. This lifted everyone's morale in the group. Wang Yang was the student council president, definitely someone credible. Jean Xin, where's the guy with the X-Acto knife? I'll trade you half a cup of water for it, deal? Wang Nan, oh, for heaven's sake, stop chatting and go find supplies. We're all relying on you downstairs players. The lower floor students were thrilled, while the higher floor ones were even more hopeful, dangling on the chance that someone else's prosperity might trickle down to them. You know the saying, the rich get richer first, then help the poor. Meanwhile, inside the teaching building, Jean Xin smirked, ready to mock the others. Idiots, still acting like it's peacetime. Wang Yang grabbed his arm, cutting him off. Stop with the nonsense. Don't attract the zombies. Chilled by the warning, Jean Xin adjusted his message in the chat. Jean Xin, there's definitely supplies down here. Items appear outside randomly. Don't rush. There'll be enough for everyone soon. Hurry up and scavenge, Wang Yang whispered. There weren't many people scavenging yet, so they were essentially the first to tap this blue ocean. Once more people joined in, scavenging what was left would get much harder. Wang Yang was a sharp thinker. He speculated that this 5-day game allowed the first 2 days for people to adapt. If you didn't work hard to develop early on, it would only get tougher later. The players up top struggled in despair, while those below felt like they'd struck gold. The sorrow and joy of different players just couldn't align. Su Lang, I'm thirsty. Chao Yashuan complained with knitted brows. This time, she wasn't just nagging me. She was genuinely parched after 2 whole days without a single drink of water. Heck, I wasn't doing much better. After some thought, I figured I'd upgrade the water dispenser first. If it didn't fully replenish water, I need to pivot the plan from lying low and developing quietly to trading water with others. Yashuan saw me go over to the corner and grumbled internally. My man, seems kind of useless. Is all your energy only good for stomping on me? Huh? Pulling the water dispenser out of my inventory, it was battered and broken. Honestly, it looked like 100 rats had chewed it to shreds. This super low durability equipment was clearly designed to be broken down for materials. At this point, no room for second guessing. Nightmare coins minus 65. A flash of light later, the upgrade was complete. A large bucket of purified water appeared, instantly soothing to the eyes. Enhanced water dispenser. Level 2. Max capacity. 18 liters, 100 copper coins to convert 1 liter of purified water. Durability. 30/30ths. Upgrade requirement. 150 nightmare coins. Hell yeah. I clenched my fist tightly. With this water dispenser, I could coast until the game shut down. And turns out copper coins are used this way. Copper coins could be found in supply spots, but no one knew their purpose yet, so they rarely used them in trades. Now I had information others didn't. 100 copper coins convert into a liter of water, meaning I could sell it at 300 coins per liter without seeming excessive. But for now, I didn't plan to monopolize the market. As a little cash cow, a couple of trades were fine. Too much selling? Then the ones banging on my door wouldn't be zombies, it'd be other players. And I wasn't ready to face a mob attack. Having the Nightmare Lord sequence, sure, made survival comfy. I opened the bottom compartment of the water machine and even found paper cups. Time to drink, I called out. She instinctively turned her back toward me, confused. Why don't I smell that mock orange flower scent this time? As I handed the cup to her lips, she opened her eyes, looked startled as if she'd just seen a ghost, and then quickly, greedily drank every drop. A few drops spilled due to her rushed movement, and she hastily licked them away, cradling the cup to drain the rest in one gulp. Staring at the empty cup, her first thought was, where did the water go? And her second thought, don't waste what's left, prompting her to tip back her head to pour the last possible droplet into her mouth. Am I dreaming, Sulang? I didn't respond. I was busy drinking too. You let me drink first. Her voice quivered with faint emotion. Of course. If I let my in-game coin grinder die of dehydration, I'd have no one to cry to. Then she noticed the water dispenser in the corner. Where'd you get that? I've got a skill. I made up something vague. She's family, after all. Sometimes I can make stuff. Sometimes I can upgrade items. Cooldown's random. You have a skill too? She lit up with joy. I'd only heard about Mr. Wong finding a skill scroll, but he died before using it. Water isn't to be wasted, I warned. I'll be trading it for supplies. And don't even think about broadcasting this, or having any bad thoughts. This dispenser has enough water to last until the game ends. Her lips pouted slightly as she groaned with mild resentment, murmuring, but Sulang, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. I shrugged, seeing her pitiful demeanor. Softening my stance, I explained, the market's unclear right now. We don't know what's valuable and what's plentiful yet. It's not the right time to trade water. Water is the source of life. It'll never come cheap. The further the game progresses, the pricier it'll get. Who knows? I might even trade for something better later. Oh, she turned away again, slumping. It seems like you're a little upset. Not eating well, not sleeping well, and then being stuck in an extreme environment. It's no wonder someone's psyche starts to change. I frowned but didn't say much. Day 3 was a day of celebration for the lower floor players. Well, that's if you count the first and second floors. A guy from the third floor jumped down, broke his leg, and couldn't hold back a scream. That immediately attracted a swarm of zombies, and he died a horrible death. This made the higher floor players even more reluctant to take risks. Gold Exion, first floor kings are the real kings. Everyone clicked his post. This guy had upgraded his door to an iron one and even switched rooms. Apparently, if the owner of a room dies, the key drops, and whoever unlocks the door automatically becomes the new owner. Xiaowan, Gold Exion, I've added you. Accepted. Li Ming, King Exion, can I get some water? I'm dying of thirst here. Wu Leitang, King Exion, just help us survive the beginner phase. Then whatever you say goes in the future. Gold Exion, you two better figure out how to become room owners yourselves, or there's no future for you. Xiaobin, Gold Exion, it's still early. Shouldn't you head out and collect more supplies? Gold Exion, nah? Tired, don't want to go. The high floor players were practically fuming at his arrogance. In just one day, the first and second floor players had become the wealthy elite. Granted, only the bold ones who dared to go downstairs. Some people on the second floor wouldn't even risk jumping down. Dorm 86. Watching even the second floor players beg Gold Exion for supplies, Wang Ao cursed. What a bunch of useless trash. Such a favorable position, and they still didn't dare to go downstairs? From the looks of it, this game was only going to get harder. Staying holed up in their rooms, what good could they do? Fear is a mountain in everyone's heart. Sure, others had managed to collect supplies, but what if going outside triggered the zombies for them? Better to wait it out. Maybe a miracle was around the corner. Wang Ao glanced at the darkening sky, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He'd already killed someone. If he died in this game, wouldn't that kill have been for nothing? He started spamming the chat, looking to trade resources for ropes or similar items. Before retreating to his dorm, he'd gathered a decent stash of supplies, making him a small-time tycoon. Dorm 200. I lazed on my bed, waiting for nightfall. The cooldown for my nightmare bed resets in the evening, so farming coins will have to wait until then. Suddenly, a loud crash came from downstairs. Moments later, the chat exploded. Someone had jumped. It was Zhang Yan from the 8th floor. She had been pleading for help in the chat for days, but no one helped her. Yet her desperate leap inspired no sympathy, only anger. Some players were still out gathering supplies. Her commotion had likely drawn zombies and put them in danger. I stayed quiet. Next to me, Xiao Yashuan sat up, startled awake by the sound of the fall and the screeching of zombies. After checking the chat, she turned to me. Su Lang, Zhang Yin jumped. I know, I replied calmly with a nod. She bit her lip. A lot of people are asking about me being in the same room as you. They're all wondering what's going on. Say whatever you want, I said casually, typing a message in the chat. My tone seemed indifferent, but my hands worked quickly. She didn't mention our trade arrangement, only that luck had put her in my room at the start of the game. I posted the following in the chat. 200 Su Lang, looking to buy a weapon. Offering 10 cups of purified water in exchange, 1 liter total. 24 Zhou Tao, where'd you get so much water? You bluffing. 112 Li Ming. Holy crap, he's loaded. Su Lang just hit the auction. 32 Yi Fan. Dang, you've been hiding your skills, haven't you, Lang? 24 Zhou Tao. No one's trading with you. Weapons are the most precious right now. If anyone has one, they'll trade it for resources instead. This was exactly what I didn't want to happen. But since there weren't any weapons available on the marketplace, I had no choice but to advertise in the chat. 200 Su Lang at Zhou Tao, say one more word, and tomorrow when you're downstairs, I'll camp you until you're dead. Over at Dorm 24, Zhou Tao's face turned dark as soot, and he slammed his fist into his bed. But almost immediately, the lower floor players he had teamed up with earlier messaged him privately, advising him to let it go. This group had exchanged friend requests and developed a bit of camaraderie. They were still riding high off their lower floor advantage and weren't about to let a high floor player ruin the balance. Zhou Tao swallowed his anger and backed off. Once I was done shutting him down, I went back to combing through friend requests. One caught my eye. 12 Wang Zhuwei. I've got a baseball bat. Want a trade? I accepted, and he sent the details for the trade. Baseball bat. Type. Weapon level, 1. Damage, 8. Durability, 14/14. Can be dismantled for birchwood times 9. Upgrade requirements, 50 nightmare coins. 12 Wang Zhuwei. Weapons are more valuable than food right now. I'm asking for 2 liters of water. Deal. 200 Su Lang. You've got a weapon. Wouldn't finding resources be easier for you? Why trade it? 12 Wang Zhuwei. This is the only weapon I found today. My girlfriend's on the 8th floor. I want to send her something to drink. And you're not going to trade it to someone on the 1st or 2nd floor, right? This guy loved his girlfriend, but wasn't dumb. He knew giving a weapon to a rival could spell trouble. 200 Su Lang deal. 12 Wang Zhuwei. Bonus tip for you. Ever played online games? In a lot of resource zones, big guilds set up blockades. Ordinary players get shot on sight. Even if you could go down, you might not get anything out of it. My heart sank for a moment, but quickly steadied. This info didn't concern me. I just needed to focus on my stay low and grow strategy. Still, just in case, I added an extra jug of water. When the trade was complete, the 21 paper cups of water in my inventory disappeared, replaced by 1 baseball bat. I took it out and gave it a couple of swings. With a weapon secured, I could start my next plan. My dorm could house a second tenant. 200 Su Lang. Offering 2 liters of water. 200 dorm is renting to 1 lucky person, preferably a lovely lady. 1 slot available. The chat immediately blew up. 88 Chaobin. Is this for real? No pretense anymore, huh? 89 Zhou Li. Su Lang, where'd your water stash come from? Aren't you paired up with Xiao Yashuan? 9 Lin Han. Guys like him wouldn't survive even if they had Wonder Woman by their side. 48 Qin Yun. How does someone like him have so many resources? 5 Zhu Yin. Dude, do you even know how tough it is to scavenge outside? Don't be stupid. 186 Wu Hui Hui at Zhu Yin. Why do you gotta target women, huh? One post stirred up a storm. Even the people who usually stayed quiet joined the fray, and the flood of messages made my eyes hurt. My friend request list swelled as well. In Dorm 5, Zhu Yin sat in stewing silence after being flamed. In Dorm 1, Gold XN laughed so hard he sounded like a pig. He went back to chatting with his 1st and 2nd floor comrades. Let me share my thoughts as I read this. Wow, you've really managed to craft quite the chaotic situation here. Let's break it all down. So, you're juggling responding to a girl's message while analyzing and comparing her to others. Meanwhile, your buddy is out here, thinking he's some kind of savior by sending small amounts of aid to women who call him hubby and send him risque pictures. He really thinks he's operating on some noble, high road here. And then there's you, evaluating women based on random metrics like comfort and judgments tied to their value in this apocalyptic, dormitory-contained madness. Then there's the main and questionable dynamics of your relationship with Xiao Yashuan. She's legitimately angry at your actions, and instead of resolving it properly, you end up deflecting and turning the blame on her. Plus, the audacity in your tone when you demand things from her. It's something else. She feels like she's falling for you, Yet you're here weighing her worth based on her reactions and demeanor. Yikes. Also, the chatroom scene. People sliding into your DMs asking for private photos, trading supplies for water, and women trying to gain trust by sending selfies. It's just another layer of this twisted game you have going on. I nearly laughed out loud at the irony of you labeling someone else sketchy when you're clearly engaging in equally questionable behavior. Consenting to a water for survival transaction with Tongchi solely because she aligns with your preferences. Finally, the scene with Yashuan in your dorm is like the cherry on top of this absurd sundae. You're munching on a piece of toast you bartered for while watching her squirm through hunger, knowing full well that you're frustrating her on purpose. And despite all that dynamic tension, you still end the night platonically making a spot for yourself on the floor instead of sharing the bed. What is even happening here? If this whole thing is some sort of post-apocalyptic survival game, your choices and attitude are definitely unique. Somewhere between calculated scheming and outright chaos. I can only guess what insanity is coming next. Yixian hugged her knees, feeling the hard wooden planks press uncomfortably against her backside. Chao Yixian still couldn't wrap her head around what I was up to, probably near the edge of a meltdown at this point. What she's likely thinking is, once the game is over and I end up as the MVP, what leg does she, the definition of a free rider, have to stand on? Her dilemmas don't concern me, though, and I couldn't be bothered to explain myself. There I lay, on my nightmare bed, refusing to sleep, forcing myself to stay awake. Over the past few days, I've figured out how things work. Nights are way more dangerous than days. The safest routine is to sleep during daylight and stay alert at night. Right now, I'm just trying to sync the nightmare bed's reset timer with the daylight hours. The zombies outside had been howling nonstop tonight. On the 5th floor, the door to a dorm room was busted open. The blood-curdling screams that followed were impossible to ignore. The zombies swarmed in, dragging even the people living on the 1st floor into their carnage. By dawn, only 4 people were left alive on the 5th floor. The atmosphere in the chatroom plummeted into hopelessness, except for the survivors on the 1st and 2nd floors. As soon as the sun peeked out, they ventured outside for supplies. They had the advantage of mobility, unlike those stuck on upper floors, biding their time until the inevitable. Then, something shifted that day. Wang Yang, inside the equipment room, smashed a zombie's head in with a golf club. Beneath the corpse, a note fluttered out. Info note. During the day, zombies hide in shaded areas to sleep and conserve energy. Upon awakening, their mobility significantly decreases. Wang Yang's fist clenched tightly. Everything we thought we knew, it was all wrong. From the moment this game started, we had all been playing it the wrong way. The real strategy is, defend yourself at night, hunt for supplies, and clear zombies during the day. This intel could save so many lives. But he didn't share it. Because if everyone starts heading downstairs, the pivotal head start that those on the 1st and 2nd floors enjoyed would vanish. He tested the waters by taking down a few more zombies, discovering that they dropped food, materials, heck, maybe even blueprints. Now, there was even less reason to share what he knew. Y'all are gonna die anyway, so why not let me thrive while I'm at it? As long as he kept his activities low-key, the sleeping zombies wouldn't even notice when any of their own dropped dead nearby. At the same time, up on the 4th floor, Wang Ao used the wall as a makeshift ladder, carefully hoisting himself down to the 1st floor, knife in hand, aiming straight for the cafeteria. In the principal's office, Zhou Tao shoved an unusual syringe into his bag, overhearing that Li Xing had discovered a skills manual. Everyone had their plans. Everyone was moving with a purpose. Only me. I stayed lying down, doing nothing. Bam, bam, bam. Su Lang, open up. I know you're inside. The last remaining survivors from the 10th floor congregated outside my door, both guys and girls alike, causing an uproar that was robbing me of sleep. Chao Yixian's voice lowered. Should we check it out? Don't bother. I shook my head. If things escalated, the zombies would teach them a proper lesson. Outside, the boys wore expressions of dread, except for one frantic girl who took it upon herself to lead the charge of knocking on my door. Wu Hui Hui. The guys kept their distance, not wanting to risk being caught in the crossfire, as Wu Hui Hui was just built different. Lang, please, Lang, open the door. It's Hui Hui, she wailed, pounding on my door harder. One of the boys whispered under his breath. Keep it down. I heard a zombie just now. I don't care, she shot back. Lang already said he's got Xiao Mei. I'm willing to do anything. He's got supplies. Why shouldn't he share them? The more she yelled, the angrier she got. Su Lang, if you don't open this door, we'll break it down. We're classmates. How could you sit back and let us die? He's hoarding supplies for a woman. Chao Yixian's in his room. Bet you she's already been ruined by now. The insults grew louder and louder outside. I ignored them all. Back when Zhou Tao ambushed me, not one of these people even thought to warn me. The bitterness from that memory still lingered. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in the hallway, scattering the crowd in a frenzy. Everyone ran for their lives, except for Wu Huihui. Red-eyed and sobbing, she was too upset to move as she stared down the zombie. "FKU," she screamed. And just as the zombie lunged at her, she kicked it square in the chest. Its ribcage collapsed, its neck snapped, and it dropped dead then and there. A flash of white. The zombie left behind a canned peach as its loot. No one moved. Everyone's eyes fixated on the can. But no one dared to make a grab for it. Wu Huihui, in her current state, looked like an enraged bull ready to charge at anyone. One of the guys gulped. Wu sis, what's your physical strength level?" 8. She replied, flexing an arm bigger than most people's thighs as she bent down to pick up the canned peach. That shattered the group's composure. Even the basketball team's power forward only had a level of 7. So, all along, the biggest powerhouse on the 10th floor wasn't Su Lang, it was Wu Huihui. Wu Huihui didn't hoard this information for herself and spilled the beans about zombies dropping items upon death. The chat room exploded as people clamored to hunt zombies. But there was one big problem: where to find weapons. Not everyone could tank fights like Wu Huihui. That's when Zhu Yin from room 5 suggested scrounging up wooden planks from the empty dorm rooms to use as makeshift weapons. Say what you will about college students, they excel in creativity and initiative, especially in a life-or-death scenario like this. The entire building sprang into action, eliminating zombies room by room. There were scuffles, injuries caused by awakening zombies, and even incidents of infection, but the overall morale was lifting. People started to believe there was a shot at survival. By the 4th day of the apocalypse, starvation wasn't widespread yet, and with nearly 200 people left in the building, clearing out the zombies wasn't an impossible task. Among those 200, Chao Yuxian's eyes sparkled with hope. "Su Lang, it looks like we might actually survive this. If you want to kill zombies, go ahead," I said casually. "Please, I didn't say anything about going myself. I was just sharing good news," she replied, rolling her eyes. She wasn't dumb enough to take that kind of risk. I suddenly spoke up. "So far, these zombies align perfectly with cultural stereotypes. And zombies usually come in more than one variety." Meaning, her hopeful expression faltered. "It's just probability. Either new variants will show up later, or something more terrifying might spawn on the last day, as a nice little twist ending for all of us." The joy on her face froze. Truthfully, this was no stroke of genius. I imagine plenty of others had similar premonitions, they just weren't voicing them. "You might as well just stay home and enjoy being useless," I smirked. "Stop CPU me," she grumbled, pouting. Extreme circumstances truly change people. Before all this, even if she were my girlfriend, she'd never act so reliant on me. But now, with low sugar levels, sleep deprivation, and dwindling food supplies clouding her judgment, my dominance only made her cling more. Just then, a notification buzzed. "User 170 Tong Chi. Things are chaotic right now. Can I come by later? User 200 Su Lang. 1 hour max, no later." And honestly, things were a mess outside. Even if she didn't show up, I wouldn't be surprised. So many people are out there, fighting tooth and nail, thinking the old days are gone for good. I should have opened the door back then, I thought, regretting my hesitation. Wang Ting's comfort level isn't too high, 40. As for Wu Huihui, her comfort level drops straight to 0. Sleeping next to her would probably give me nightmares. Tong Chi got lucky. Wu Huihui's group, sweeping through the building, just happened to work near her side. Warlord, that's the nickname the players gave Wu Huihui. She had a group of about a dozen people around her, battling their way down to the first floor. After filling her stomach, she even generously shared food with others. She wasn't really full, but the flattery of the crowd around her made her feel euphoric. She'd never experienced this kind of adoration in her whole life. What she didn't realize was that in other groups, tasks rotated. With her, though, she took on every dangerous job one after another. While Wu Huihui's group was busy clearing out the 9th floor, Tong Chi slipped up to the 10th floor. Someone saw her, but no one said a thing. It's the end of the world, after all. Even the most desperate suck-ups burn out eventually. Though we agreed on an hour, she came back in less than that, which left me quite satisfied. "You go open the door," I said, stepping back while gripping a baseball bat. "Why?" Chao Yashuan grumbled, but went to open the door anyway. Point farming Palu came knocking, not the big guy, just a petite beauty. I grinned at the slightly intimidated Tong Chi. "Come on in." Name, Tong Chi comfort level, 87. Increases nightmare coin conversion rate by 87%. Boom. The door shut behind her. I gave her the last slot for tenants. The moment she agreed, room 170's key appeared automatically in the lock. Before starting the point farming, I made sure she ate and drank something and washed up a bit. I used the wash water first, then let the 2 girls use it after me. Still had to conserve as much as possible. Chao Yashuan's comfort level was steady at 96, extremely dependable. But once Tong Chi moved in, Her score shot up to 90. I even considered letting the two of them fully wash up. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough water to make that work. Chaos raged outside, and things weren't much quieter in room 200 either. Before falling asleep, one thought dominated my mind. Exhausted. To ensure that comfort levels were working properly, I kept things going nonstop. Ahem, absolutely because of the comfort levels, not for any other reason. Now there were three of us struggling with insomnia. I slept on the outer edge, with Chao Yashuan in the middle, tucked in my arms, and Tong Chi on the innermost side. The two women exchanged awkward glances in the dim room, clearly at their limits. On the very first day of the game, Chao Yashuan still had the courage to go out. But after spending a few days here with me, that motivation had completely faded. It was just too comfortable staying put. In her head, she'd imagined countless dramatic scenarios. Us relying on each other for survival, sacrificing ourselves selflessly to save one another. The possibilities she'd cooked up were downright ridiculous. Yet she never expected me to be so shameless. Did I have the resources to back it up? Enough for more recruits? Actually, yeah, I kind of did. From what she observed, water remained the most precious resource. If I decided to reveal that water barrel, the entire student body might storm room 200 en masse. Her crafty thoughts darted back and forth, but Tong Chi wasn't nearly so calculating. Tong Chi blinked those wide eyes of hers and sent Chao Yashuan a friend request out of the blue. Tong Chi, hey. Chao Yashuan raised an eyebrow, but reluctantly hit accept. Chao Yashuan. So, when do you plan on leaving? Tong Chi, Chao Yashuan. You know, now that we've figured out the zombies' weak points, it's not that dangerous out there anymore. You could fight and see what you gain. Tong Chi. Then why don't you go? Chao Yashuan. You think Su Lang would let me? He's too clingy. Tong Chi glanced at the makeshift nylons handcuffing Chao Yashuan and chose not to comment. Chao Yashuan felt a little embarrassed and changed the topic quickly. Chao Yashuan. Let me be real with you. Su Lang's a total weakling. Stick around, and he's gonna burn himself out eventually. Tong Chi's face flushed bright red like a cooked shrimp. She tried to turn away, but was too scared to wake me. Yet, oddly, this conversation made her feel excited. Tong Chi. Actually, he kind of hurt me a little. Chao Yashuan. Girl, if it's painful, he's doing it wrong. Tong Chi. It's okay. 3 minutes is something. I mean, I don't really even like this stuff. Chao Yashuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this girl supposed to be some kind of goddess? How could she be so shameless? Annoyed, she went on ranting at Tong Chi, giving her a crash course in relationship logic, while ruthlessly dragging me in the process. If I found out about this conversation, I'd completely obliterate her. I don't care about much, but spreading fake stories like this? Absolutely not. The two of them kept whispering back and forth, their discussion growing livelier. Chao Yashuan, condescending like a rural elder airing grievances, broke down the origins of the survival game 1 minute and analyzed the survival odds of other classmates the next. Tong Chi listened, completely lost in admiration. Rich girls really know so much, she thought, gazing starstruck. Seeing Tong Chi's wide-eyed expression of awe gave Chao Yashuan a kind of satisfaction that was better than sipping ice-cold water on a hot day. She really was holding a lot inside. None of the girls from her social circle made it into the game, and I wasn't one for casual chats. In a game like this, loneliness itself is a challenge. Even with bustling chat rooms, people aren't much for small talk. An hour later, Chao Yashuan. Just relax and stay here from now on. Nobody's kicking you out. That's a promise from me. When I woke up, both women were still sound asleep, their breathing soft and peaceful. According to the game timer, I had slept a full 8 hours. First things first, I opened the chat room. Information is the most vital survival tool after all. What I saw immediately startled me. Chatroom, 153/400. How had so many people died again? I scrolled for context. The answer was simple: territory wars. The cafeteria turned into a hot spot for food, the supply room for weapons, and the classrooms for resources like blueprints. Everything was contested. 3 major groups had formed among the students. 1. Wang Yang, Jean Xin, and Zhou Tao's group of low-tier players claimed the supply room. 2. Wang Ao and his gang of tough players took over the cafeteria. 3. Wu Huihui, leading a massive yet weaker group of mixed players, crowded into the classrooms. What surprised me the most was Wang Ao's resurgence. I had to admit, in an apocalyptic scenario, someone like Wang Ao is magnetic. Generous, protective of his followers, and unafraid to clash with the lower-tier players. His reckless courage made him seem like the best bet for survival. Now, after just a few days, everyone was already transformed. They aren't students anymore. They're players. Players in a survival game. Some people claimed that zombies had become nothing more than pawns, with players actively hunting them for materials and upgrading their barricades. Most shockingly, Wang Yang's group. Someone found bullets in the equipment room. This is a seriously dangerous sign. But it's got nothing to do with me. I'll just stay calm and keep myself out of it. I stared at the screen for a while before shutting down the chat room. Less interaction with others is the best choice. Humans are too unpredictable. Just think about those team-based multiplayer games. If people could send over a kitchen knife through the internet, who knows how many homicides would occur in a single day? 8 hours nets me 40 base nightmare coins. With the boosts from my small bed and items, 196% in total, and adding the remaining 133. Total nightmare coins, 251. I finally broke 200. Everything in front of me can now be upgraded, even the nightmare small bed. I was still debating how to spend the coins when an announcement came through, making the decision for me. Night 4. A new type of zombie with 3 heightened aggression behaviors has appeared. The points leaderboard is now open. Kill zombies to gain points. Dorm rooms of the top 10 players at the end of the game will be upgraded, with additional rewards for the top 3. There are limited zombies tonight. No respawns. Protect your dorms. The chat room instantly exploded. Some people were relieved their doors had been upgraded, while others scrambled to see if they had enough supplies. Someone asked if the points leaderboard meant they could survive to the end of the game. Wang Yang replied calmly, "Not survive the game, just survive this round." Others vowed to push through and return to see their families in the real world. Many people have that belief. It's all about surviving and going back to reality. But I don't think that's possible. If the creators of this game are truly gods. Well, when you were a kid, did you ever put ants back into their nest after playing with them? Su Lang. Chao Yashuan's voice was shaky with fear. Tong Chi pursed her lips, equally worried. Both of them had been woken up by the announcement. "It's fine," I said, shaking my head and walking away from the door. Suddenly, Chao Yashuan froze, stammering and pointing at the door. The door. Tong Chi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The door looked different now. She tried to check its stats, but failed. Property of the owner, no access unless shared. Shiny steel door. Type, facility, level 2. Defense, 30-30, durability, 50-50. Effect, shiny attackers hitting the door have a chance to reflect the damage back onto themselves. Dismantling yield, steel X19, steel lock core X1. Upgrade cost, 300 nightmare coins. Description, waiter, can I get 10 burly ironworkers to massage this thing for me? All right, stop looking at it. Lights off, quiet down, I said casually with a smile. The defense and durability were doubled. I'd say it's more than enough. If we can't make it through with this, then this game doesn't make sense. Just as I flipped the switch to turn off the lights. Click. The hallway lights turned on. And then, zombie growls started echoing down the corridor. Pretty much everyone employed the same tactic. Lock the door, stay silent, and play possum. During the day, many people had piled debris in the hallways to slow the zombies down. But in just 3 minutes, the casualties began. So fast, my heart tightened. The chat room descended into chaos. The first casualties came from the first floor, yet the first and second floors had the advantage to upgrade their doors early. Someone posted a photo showing the sheer number of zombies on the first floor. Another begged for wooden materials. Someone on the fourth floor suggested a head count. And soon everyone realized the zombie distribution on each floor was the same. 10 zombies per floor, 3 of which were special ones. Jean Xi interrupted, yelling how unfair it was. Pictures revealed that while the regular zombies were numerous, the special ones only added to the horror. The hallways were completely flooded. Just about every door had a group of zombies clawing at it. Wang Yang called out, "You guys on the upper floors better clear the hallways to help us. If the first floor falls, we're all screwed. The night is long." Some hesitated, remarking how nighttime zombies were nothing like the ones during the day, and no one even knew what these special zombies were capable of yet. Zhu Yan stepped up. "No more dithering. The first floor is critical. I'm trading my supplies for wood materials. The listing is already up on the trading network." I quickly opened the trading network. Sure enough, Zhu Yan had posted a pile of supplies at surprisingly low prices. All purchases were to source materials for fixing doors. With Zhu Yan leading the charge, the other first and second floor players quickly followed suit. If the first floor falls, the second floor is next in line for disaster. They needed to prepare for the worst too. In the chat room, the drama unfolded. Chao Bin mocked with glee. "Spit back out all the resources you took." Jean Xian hurled insults. "Laugh my expletive. If I survive this, I'm coming up there to deal with you myself." A female player was crying, begging Wu Hui Hui for help, saying a huge pregnant zombie was vomiting poison. Between life and death, the true faces of the first floor players were exposed. Everyone else was entertained by the spectacle. I stared at the supplies with greed, but unfortunately, I didn't have a single piece of iron. Otherwise, I'd have traded for some in a heartbeat. "Su Lang, what's up with that door?" Tong Chi tugged at my sleeve. I was just about to reply when Xiao Yashuan cut her off. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask, she snapped. I laughed. This girl was definitely getting more perceptive. With a few swift moves, I dismantled Chao Yashuan's silk stockings handcuffs. Renters can't attack landlords. It's an unbreakable rule. That includes poisoning or setting traps. Otherwise, something would have already happened days ago. Chao Yashuan cheerfully jumped up, but immediately turned stern, turning to Tong Chi. From now on, don't ask or talk about anything strange you see happening in this room. Got it. Tong Chi looked dejected. Oh, you two better get some rest. We'll still need to guard the door tomorrow. I urged them. With the unsettling noises outside, who could possibly sleep? But still, the two obediently crawled under their blankets. I couldn't help but feel a smug sense of satisfaction watching them. I started doing some calculations. Upgrading the water dispenser to level 3 costs just 150. Upgrading the door further costs 300. The cost difference between main facilities and subsidiary ones is noticeable. The Nightmare small bed is the priciest. It costs 200 coins just to raise it by 1 level. I took out a loaf of whole wheat bread. The upgrade for this was only 5 Nightmare coins. Upgrading from level 0 to 1 was the cheapest, just like the door upgrade at the beginning, which only cost 10. I didn't hesitate and upgraded. Tasty whole wheat bread. Type. Food, level 1. Satiety, 50, slightly accelerates energy recovery. Upgrade cost, 20 Nightmare coins. Description, eat sparingly, and this loaf can last you 3 days. Add a bit of cheese, and it'll make kids cry out in envy. The cost multiplied fourfold, but it was still on the cheaper side, and high-level food really does have unique perks. I got the gist of it and stopped testing further. Things got a bit dull after that. I had already gathered some intel on the 3 types of special zombies from the chat room. The poison-spitting pregnant zombie, the lightning-fast sprinter zombie, and the towering, muscle-bound giant zombie. All of them were level 1. But it is significantly stronger, fundamentally different from ordinary zombies. This pot-bellied zombie is something else. I saw it with my own eyes. It would arrive and spit goo on the doors of every room. Gross as it was, the real problem was that this stuff would slowly reduce the door's durability. Yet, after half an hour of staring at it, I realized my door's durability hadn't gone down at all. In the group chat, more and more people were shouting for others to go out and fight, but no one actually made a move. That is, until Wang Jiwei's door on the first floor was finally broken through. The guy's door was on its last legs, and he didn't have any resources to fix it. So, he decided to just open it and go down swinging. And somehow, he actually managed to kill that pot-bellied zombie, which had been spitting goo at his door the whole time. On the first and second floors, where the equipment room was located, it was easiest to farm weapons. No one knew exactly how Wang Jiwei managed to kill it, but the message he sent right after froze everyone in their tracks. Wang Jiwei, everyone on the first floor who doesn't want to die, get out here. Killing a special zombie drops the zombie virus immunity vaccine. Zombie virus immunity vaccine. Type, medicine level 1. Effect, after injection, boosts resistance, granting immunity to the zombie virus. Description, cannot be disassembled, but it might just save your life. Just seconds later, Wang Jiwei's username went dim in the chat. He was gone. There was no helping it. There were simply too many zombies on the first floor. That guy, who'd been so good to his girlfriend, was now dead. I don't even know what his girlfriend's name was. But his final message sparked a wildfire among everyone. The most terrifying thing about zombies is the virus. If we can gain immunity, then players could start to fight back. We're not afraid of dying. We're afraid of sitting around waiting to die while the situation just gets worse and worse. Over on the 10th floor, Wu Hui's fearless combat skills had earned her a growing group of female allies. Wang Tingting even decided to move into her room, becoming one of her tenants, along with another girl. Standing in her room, Wu Hui suddenly pulled out 3 weapons. She handed 2 dumbbell rods to the other 2 women. When I say we charge, we all go together. Hui, are you sure about this? Wang Tingting's voice wavered with fear. What's there to be afraid of? I've figured out this game. If you don't fight, you're as good as dead. Wu Hui swung her dumbbell rod through the air, the move powerful and sharp. Don't worry. With me here, those zombies might not even get close. She shouted into the group chat once, then opened her door without hesitation. Most of the residents on the 10th floor were women, likely because Hui had a habit of favoring female comrades. Down on the first floor, room 6, Wang Yang exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched Wu Hui's points soar. I knew I wasn't wrong about her. Reckless and easy to manipulate. Staring at the climbing point totals, he quickly deduced the pattern. Regular zombies were worth 1 point each, special zombies 10 points, and clearing a whole floor netted 37 points overall. Most of the points clearly came from taking down special zombies. Even as the banging on his door outside continued, it didn't interrupt his scheming. Standing by the door with sweat on his brow, He worked on repairing it while urging the residents of the first and second floors to send weapons up to the higher floors. After all, the sooner those floors were secured, the sooner the first floor could breathe a little easier. I'm almost out of materials. Should have found a couple roommates earlier, he muttered regretfully to himself. Listening to the noises outside, I really wanted to open my door and take a look, but I held back. About 10 minutes later. Leaderboard update. Wu Huihui, 25. Wang Ao, 23. Zhou Tao, 15. Wu Huihui held the top spot, though her score hadn't moved for a while. Only one zombie remained in the hallway, a massive and hulking brute known for its ability to easily break down doors. A regular, unreinforced door wouldn't last more than 2 hits against it. Its combat abilities were equally terrifying. Wu Huihui's allies were frantically asking for backup in the group chat, and the pressure was spreading around. Wang Tingting, there's only one zombie left. Hurry up and help Huihui, please. The 10th floor residents started peeking out of their doors to watch the fight unfold. At that moment, Wu Huihui was knocked to the ground by the brute zombie. Using her dumbbell rod to fend it off, her shoulder bore several fresh bite wounds. Ultimately, it was Wang Tingting who rushed forward and smashed the zombie on the head, momentarily rescuing her. However, the brute zombie turned its attention on her, its terrifying snarl leaving her frozen in fear. Seizing the moment, Wu Huihui summoned all her might and hurled the zombie down the stairwell. Whatever it dropped wasn't recoverable, but at least the 10th floor was safe again. Wang Tingting began desperately begging for medical supplies in the chat. The fight had left Wu Huihui critically injured. Without medicine, she wouldn't make it. Wang Yang shook his head. He had stockpiled medical supplies, but he didn't plan to share. Resources were already scarce, and he was focusing his attention on securing the 2nd and 3rd floors. Sure enough, names from those floors were already climbing up the leaderboards. In less than 30 minutes, nearly half of the 1st floor residents were dead. Thinking back to earlier, when people had fought over rooms closer to the 1st floor, Wang Yang couldn't help but smirk. At the top of the leaderboard, Wang Ao reigned supreme with 87 points. Killing special zombies guaranteed immunity vaccines. After injecting one himself, he went on a killing spree, leading a group of lackeys to wipe out the zombies on the 2nd floor. His lackeys, however, were hesitant to act without the vaccine. So Wang Ao issued a brutal ultimatum. Anyone who doesn't help, I'll break down your door and kill you myself. They had no choice but to obey. Wang Ao even distributed 2 additional vaccines to his most trusted, physically strong allies. Together, the trio became an unstoppable force. Man, I'm so jealous, I muttered to myself in room 200. My own score was still at 0. I wanted those rewards from the score tally too. But for now, all I could do was keep a low profile and survive. Zombie virus immunity vaccine. I wonder if it can be upgraded, and what would happen if it could. I opened up the trading platform and listed 2 liters of water in exchange for a vaccine, just in case. Unfortunately, even after waiting a while, no one took the deal. Instead, the fact that I had 2 liters of water began to draw some unwelcome attention. 3 hours later, the 10th floor apartment building's zombie crisis was finally over. No more zombies respawned. Of everyone who had started, only 101 people were still alive. Wang Ao led the leaderboard with a total of 87 points. Judging by the leaderboard's design, this game clearly incentivized players to risk their lives and fight. The blood-red light of dawn spilled through the mist and into the building. The hallways were littered with corpses, some fresh, some already dried. Under the crimson sunlight, the carnage appeared eerily vibrant, almost dazzling. I'll be the one to outlast them all, Wang Yang declared, his bloodshot eyes glinting as he opened his door. Like the other top players, he was nursing injuries from the previous night but had survived by sheer luck and ruthlessness. Those who saw themselves as bosses all emerged, battered but determined. They needed to stake out the resource points as early as possible. That was their turf, and they wouldn't let anyone take it. If the circumstances hadn't been so dangerous, they probably would have just camped directly at the resource sites overnight. When I had nothing better to do, I'd sit cross-legged and meditate. It helped me clear my mind and stay focused. Xiao Yashuan and Tong Qi both woke up, and realizing that only 101 people were left in the group chat, their faces turned pale. I knew exactly what they were afraid of. Even surviving doesn't mean you're safe. People can die from injuries, let alone the infighting among players. To be honest, if Zhou Tao were severely injured and lying at home right now, would I think about finishing him off? Of course I would. Su Lang, open the door. What happened last night? Why didn't you come out? Open up quickly. Did you upgrade your door? Is that a level 3 door? Su Lang, I want to be your tenant. As soon as daylight broke, a crowd once again gathered at my door. Besides the original residents of the 10th floor, new players looking to switch dorms had also shown up. The moment they arrived, They noticed my unique and upgraded door. Tong Chi was a little scared. Su Lang, what should we do? The knocking outside is getting louder. I shook my head. Ignore it. Yesterday, even a giant zombie slammed against the door, and it didn't even lose any durability. Chao Yashuan, on the other hand, was unfazed. She completely ignored the knocking and was browsing through chatroom logs as if it were a morning ritual. At least this spoiled young woman still had her wits about her, collecting intel where she could. Just then, a private message popped up. 44 Wang Ao. Yo, man, I heard you upgraded your door. How'd you manage that? Wang Ao had switched dorms, but was still a room owner. In this game, changing dorms as an owner requires the keys to someone else's room. For a group boss like him, securing a new room probably wasn't too tough. I didn't reply. Not because I couldn't, I just didn't see the need. Wang Ao didn't press further either. He probably viewed me as unpredictable and dangerous, and, being occupied with guarding his supply depot, didn't have the time to provoke a potential enemy. So, I defaulted to my silent treatment strategy until fatigue hit. The players outside dispersed not long after. They'd been busy all night and were utterly exhausted. Their energy levels were not even in the same league as mine. Stretching lazily, I wrapped an arm around the two girls and drifted off into deep sleep. Pretty carefree, right? Well, that confidence stems from a rule players had figured out over the past few days. For a tenant to open the door, they needed the room owner's permission first. A very user-friendly mechanic, because otherwise tenants could easily rob the place if the owner went out. At its core, tenants were parasitic to the owner, kind of like knights to their lord. Time left until the game ends. One day, 14 hours and 30 minutes. When I woke up, 8 hours, right on the dot. Not even an alarm clock could beat my biological rhythm. 8 hours generated 118 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins, 264. With only one day left before the game ends, I'll wait to upgrade the nightmare bed. The key to a lie flat and chill strategy is making sure you can actually relax. Spending all my coins now just to make some big move on the last day would be a waste. Life like this, pretty easygoing. Typically, I'd start prepping for nightfall at midnight, which gave me a leisurely 2.5-hour head start. But wasting time? Not my style. First, I ate and drank to maintain my strength. After that, I skimmed through the chatroom for a good 30 minutes. Once that was done, I launched Operation Procurement. Based on last night's experience, I was 90% certain that my door was invincible. With this level of unmatched security, I no longer had to care about keeping a low profile. Showing off my wealth. Who cares? The trading market had normalized after days of ups and downs. Right now, the most scarce materials were fourfold: blueprints for dorm doors, metals, medical supplies, and water. I didn't have the first three, but water? Oh, I had plenty of that. Canned beef, bought. French bread, bought. Instant noodles, sausages, paper cups, girls' uniforms, don't ask. Toothpaste, buy. Soon, my giant water bucket was reduced to half its capacity, swapped for stacks of essentials piling up in the corner of the dorm. Afterward, I listed a new trade offer for everyone to salivate over. Seller, Su Lang item, 1 liter of water price, 500 copper coins per unit quantity. 5 units note. I'm sleeping, no private messages, just buy outright if you need it. I set the price at 500 coins after careful observation. Not dirt cheap, but reasonable enough for people who weren't completely broke. At first, no one noticed. Then someone shouted in the chat room, and boom, all 5 liters sold out in seconds. I kid you not, seconds. Water was just that crucial at this stage. Some people had even resorted to building closed-loop systems to recycle it. That's how precious water was. And copper coins? Nobody even knew their real purpose yet. If they didn't take up inventory slots, people wouldn't have cared to pick them up in the first place. Of course, as profits rolled in, my inbox flooded with new friend requests, so many that nearly 90% of the players must have sent me one at some point. Meanwhile, the chatroom? Absolute chaos. 186 Wang Tingting. At Su Lang, you're so loaded. 5 Zhu Yen. Bro Lang, do you have a rich kid system activated or something? 112 Wu Leitang. Nah, Su Lang's not rich in cash. He's hoarding supplies. Probably stumbled on a secret resource spot. 195 Hang Yan. No way. I've never seen him leave his dorm. 148 Wang Yu. At Su Lang, could you let me in for an hour? I'll make it worth your while. I'm not asking for much here. I ignored all of them, as usual. Calm as ever, I approached my water dispenser and pressed a green button on its side. Copper coins minus 100. As long as I held the button down, water kept flowing, and before I knew it, the container was completely refilled. Total cost? A measly 1,500 copper coins. Plus, I still had 1,000 coins left over. In all my trades and transactions, I'd only been swapping water for coins, yielding a jaw-dropping 5-fold profit margin. So this is what it feels like to monopolize something? Goddamn, it feels good. Riding this high, I swept nearly all the copper coins out of the marketplace, transforming myself into the ultimate water supplier for the entire building. Many were curious why I needed so much copper in the first place. I remained tight-lipped. That only drove them to spend every last coin they had. Why hold on to might be useless coins when you're about to die of dehydration? This environment created scenarios I couldn't even imagine in a normal, modern society. Now, with my monopoly secure, I continued trading water for whatever gear or supplies caught my eye. Water wasn't an issue, so why not stock up? Funds, 10,100 copper coins. 10,000 coins. No one in this entire building was wealthier than me now. Gamers know the drill. If there's an in-game currency, there will inevitably be something worth spending it on. While everyone else stayed hyper-focused on survival, I was already strategizing moves for the endgame. And though groups tried once again to gather outside my door, my response remained consistent: total silence. New goods still appeared on my trade shelf as if taunting them, and it must have driven them crazy. Some grumbled about my refusal to share, but others expressed their gratitude. After all, without me, they wouldn't see a single drop of water. When Xiao Yashuan and Tong Qi woke up, they asked what I'd been doing. Why are so many people adding those two as friends? My standard response: just ignore it. And so, amidst everyone's hidden motives, the evening deepened into darkness. Time remaining until game ends. 1 day, 12 hours, and 1 minute. Dormitory broadcast. On the 5th night, gameplay upgrades. Zombies are all gathering in one location. But why? Long after the broadcast, an eerie silence hung in the air. The typical zombie growls and moans were absent. Some brave souls cracked open their doors and discovered zombies slowly but surely shuffling in the same direction. That's toward the gymnasium. What on earth is happening there? Wang Yang stood in the hallway, his pupils contracting sharply as a foreboding dread crept into his heart. The game chat soon buzzed with speculation, though no one could pinpoint the reason. Wang Ao suggested gathering a team to fight the zombies head-on. But the problem was clear: zombies were gathered on open ground, not inside buildings. No one dared to risk fighting out in the open, and so the discussion quickly fizzled out. After 3 tense hours, someone finally cracked. Zhang Dehai, a player on the 2nd floor, decided to check out the gymnasium alone. The previous night, he had killed a sprinting zombie and obtained a high-speed sprint ability which matched the speed of a competitive sprinter. Though the chatroom couldn't record videos, it allowed photo uploads. As Zhang Dehai jogged toward the gym, he took photos and started a live image feed. Almost everyone, except a few dozing off, was glued to their screens. I seriously can't believe no one volunteered to come with me. Just look at those zombies. It's obvious they're planning something big. Zhang Dehai muttered as he climbed onto the gym's ventilation ducts to take a peek inside. Then he froze, his face draining of all color. He almost fell off the duct in shock. The gym was packed with hordes of zombies, forming 3 distinct circles. At the center of each circle was an unusually grotesque zombie gnawing on the flesh of its own kind. Mutated zombie level, 1 skill, devour description: a zombie in the process of mutating. When this information and a photo hit the group chat, the entire room collectively held its breath. They're self-cannibalizing, Wang Yang shouted, veins bulging in his neck. His eyes turned bloodshot with panic. Yang Ji, what's wrong? 2 of his roommates stared at him nervously. The 3 shared a dorm room, a setup that was proving to be the optimal strategy since upgrading personal dorms took too many resources and added the risk of isolation during emergencies. Look at what I just posted. Wang Yang almost snarled, holding up a piece of paper. He had long suspected the final day wouldn't be this easy. Intelligence note content: devour, evolve. The more they consume, the stronger they become. Beware of zombies eating their own kind. Note description: this item has no level, cannot be dismantled or upgraded. Just take a look and learn. Throughout the game, everyone had stumbled across a few intelligence notes. The more information revealed, the more the players could prepare. But this note threw the entire group into chaos. Player number 9 Sun Hong. Damn it, Wang Yang. Weren't we supposed to share all intelligence notes? Player number 88 Chao Bin. They're evolving. What should we do? Player number 5 Zhu Yan. A level 1 zombie is already our limit. Now what? The realization sent chills down everyone's spines. A single level 1 zombie had nearly killed Wu Huihui earlier. Now, a level 2 mutant could be unstoppable. No dorm in existence could hold up against one, and normal humans stood no chance unless they were supremely skilled fighters. 6 words bore down heavily on everyone's hearts. They must be stopped immediately. With things spiraling toward disaster, hesitation was no longer an option. Leadership within the group finally emerged as Wang Yang, Wang Ao, and Wu Huihui convened and decided on a counterattack. Even if they couldn't outright kill the mutating zombies, they could at least lure some others away to lessen the load during the final battle. Had this been a day earlier, someone would have naively suggested waiting till daylight in hopes the zombies would just scatter. But after surviving these hellish days, the remaining players were no longer that naive. They knew better than to wish for miracles. This wasn't just a game. It was a living nightmare. Meanwhile, in room 200, I was sipping tea. Despite having enough food to last me, the final day seemed like a good time to indulge a little. Sulang, aren't you worried at all? Tong Chi asked, eyeing me curiously. Worrying won't change anything, I replied, shaking my head. After enduring more than a decade of nightmares, very little could truly scare me anymore. Little Tong, you clearly haven't seen our door. Chao Yashuan smirked, standing proudly by the reinforced steel door. It does look pretty sturdy, Tong Chi admitted, scratching her head. She had spent the past few days cowering inside the dorm, on edge despite the relative safety. Well then, how about we pamper ourselves on the last day? I suggested. The two girls exchanged glances. Tong Chi blushed and stayed quiet, while Chao Yashuan wasted no time agreeing. Sure, let's splurge a little today, she said with a grin. Our room wasn't short on supplies, shampoo, body wash, even an old-fashioned red wash bowl from the 70s. Plus, there was a drainage pipe in the corner, so flooding wasn't a concern. If water wasn't such a precious commodity, we could have even traded the used bathwater for more goods. After washing up, the three of us donned fresh clothes and looked much more refreshed. Chao Yashuan in particular seemed rejuvenated, her mood visibly lifted. As a final indulgence, I brought out our stash of instant hot pot, beer, marinated chicken drumsticks, and various snacks. As I was setting it all up, I suddenly paused. Why was the dorm owner doing all the work? I quickly barked orders at the two girls to handle the setup, and soon, our little feast was ready. The steaming hot pot filled the room with its aroma. We ate, chatted, and kept an eye on the live chat updates from the gym. Midway through the meal, Tong Chi suddenly burst into tears. Tong Chi, what's wrong? Chao Yashuan asked, startled. It's just so delicious, Tong Chi sobbed, her cheeks streaked with oil from the spicy broth. Even if I die tomorrow, I'd have no regrets after this meal. Phew, you scared me for a second there. I thought something was actually wrong. Chao Yashuan patted her chest and said, what do you mean by dying? The three of us will definitely make it out alive. Maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, or even 8. I, in my mind, silently added the thought. Tong Chi's crying unexpectedly made Chao Yashuan feel even more confident that following me was the right choice. This leeching lifestyle was just too enjoyable. After all, lounging at home is a dream for many, and now it was actually happening in a survival game. But outside, another life-and-death battle was unfolding. In the hallway, a lot of people were watching from a distance. Wang Yang and his group's success or failure directly affected the life and death of all the players. Don't judge them for being only a little over 20 people. Each had taken the immunity serum and had combat experience. There's a saying that goes, you can fight with humans, but you'd better not schedule a fight with them, especially not a group fight. No species on this earth can outmatch humanity when it comes to organized fights. Go guys, you have to kill those evolved zombies. Everyone looked on anxiously with hope in their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai cowered in a ventilation duct, trembling. He didn't believe the players could win. The gymnasium was crawling with zombies, and Wang Yang's team had given up their defensive advantage to venture outside. There was a good chance they'd all be wiped out in one go. But Wang Yang's team didn't plan on charging in recklessly. Tap tap. A giant zombie was attracted by the noise, turned its head, and charged angrily toward them. The team scattered immediately and surrounded it, attacking simultaneously with sticks, knives, and forks. In the blink of an eye, the brute was taken down. A flash of white light appeared, and a drop materialized. Keep this momentum, Wang Ao said, suppressing his excitement. When humans work together, their combat power was downright terrifying. Who got that kill? Wang Yang asked. Me. I earned 10 points, answered a chubby-faced boy, raising his hand. All right, collect the drop. The last hitter had 30 seconds to loot. Zhou Tao grumbled. This isn't all yours, you know. Wang Yang interjected. Just stash it in the bag for now. It makes things easier. But take out the immunity serum to recruit those guys following us. He glanced at the people tailing them from afar. Everyone nodded, posted a recruiting message in the chat room, and continued their advance. The bait-and-kill strategy lasted for 10 minutes, and soon their backpacks were completely full. This method was insanely effective. Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh. If only they had had this level of teamwork from the start. Thinking about how he had withheld important information initially, he felt a sliver of guilt. But that was quickly replaced by indifference. In this game, soft-hearted people didn't survive. Ahead, a few zombies roared and charged. He shoved his thoughts aside and focused on the battle. The chat room was buzzing. 840 Wang, you've got this. 186 Wang Tingting, there's hope. These zombies are like fools, only fixated on the gym. 3-2 Yi Fan, isn't that even scarier? Feels like a major boss is about to show up. 165 Wang Tung at Yi Fan, aren't you out there with them? How do you have time to chat? 3-2 Yi Fan, it's not like I can change the outcome. Might as well scavenge some junk and improve my survival odds. Scavenging for junk definitely beats worrying endlessly. Besides players like Yi Fan who collected junk, most were either waiting or calling on others to join in killing zombies. This being the last day, if they made it through, they'd be in the clear. Meanwhile, back in dorm room 200, I stuffed a tripe slice into my mouth and let out a light burp. I wasn't just worried about the situation outside. I had another concern. After eating so much, would I be too full to sleep by morning? At that thought, I glanced at the two girls happily enjoying their food, a glint flashing in my eyes. If worst came to worst, I'd have to use the Paris sleep method. Su Lang. Chow Yashuan held up a chopstick loaded with enoki mushrooms and smiled brightly as she offered it to me. Lang Ji, are you full yet? Want me to get your toothbrush ready? Tong Chi, brushing her short hair behind her ear, looked at me gently. When I nodded, she started prepping the toothpaste and brush. Our room had enough daily supplies to open up a mini-mart. The night was dark, as if soaked in ink. Wang Yang's group slowly advanced, zombies strewn across the ground behind them. In the rooms they passed where people were still hanging on, lights remained on to guide them. Eventually, they reached within 100 meters of the gymnasium. By now, most zombies outside the building had been taken care of. The team sat down to recover their strength. Wang Yang tagged Zhang Dehai in the chat for an update. Zhang Dehai didn't reply but sent a picture instead. The gymnasium was still teeming with zombies, and those 3 special ones were still feasting. Maybe we should wait until they finish eating before we attack. Zhou Tao panted. We've already killed so many zombies outside. They won't be able to evolve any further. Huang Hao agreed. Yeah, let them cannibalize each other. We can swoop in for the final hit. No way. Wang Ao responded harshly. Taking a break now would only give the enemy time to get stronger. A girl in Wu Hui's group murmured. Even if they evolve, they might not be that tough. We could just block the hallways. She was a total freerider who had only gotten an immunity shot through connections. She had no choice but to tag along. Wang Ao frowned and looked at Wang Yang. You don't agree with that, do you? Wang Yang was silent for a moment. All right, 3 more minutes of rest. At that moment, Zhang Dehai grew desperate. 3-3 Zhang Dehai, hurry up. Don't wait any longer. Image. In the photo, the 3 special zombies had red muscle tissue glowing on their bodies, looking like crimson demons, eerily terrifying. That's terrifying. Maybe we should call it off and fortify the dorms instead, the timid girl suggested again. Retreating can be a good strategy, but not right now, Wang Yang said, drawing a deep breath. His words redirected everyone's focus away from internal conflict and toward their shared goal. Meow meow, you stay here and keep an eye out, in case zombies pop out from other places, Wu Hui said to the timid girl. The girl readily agreed, but her attitude drew glares from the others. What a waste of immunity serum. The rest of the group picked up their pace. The timid girl muttered something under her breath and dashed back to her dorm. Nearing the gym entrance, a skinny boy stepped forward. He specialized in luring zombies. The others instinctively fell into formation, surrounding him. The boy tapped a stick on the ground. A zombie turned its head toward the noise, only to see the swaying stick. As soon as it stepped outside, a firefighter's axe swung down, cleaving its head off. Wang Ao pulled the axe back and nodded, signaling for the others to continue. With a heavy weapon in hand, regular zombies posed no threat to him, which was why he was dominating the leaderboard. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but on their 7th bait attempt, a brute zombie emerged. Wang Ao swung his axe, but it didn't die. The noise from the fight alerted dozens of zombies inside, and they began pouring out. Luckily, a zombie swarm didn't form, giving players more room to operate. A grown adult wielding a weapon is far superior to an ordinary zombie. After all, a rabies-vaccinated upright ape would show a wild dog the true meaning of brutality. The zombies were quickly cleared out, but Wang Yang's group suffered casualties. 3 dead, 5 severely injured. The real source of devastation came from the 3 level 1 zombies. I don't want to die, a dark-skinned boy mumbled fearfully, clutching his spilling guts. Without a miracle, this kind of wound meant certain death. Wang Ao glanced at him but didn't pay further attention, his fierce gaze locked on the stadium. Wu Hui's face showed hesitation and sympathy. Just as she was about to speak, a thunderous roar exploded from within the gymnasium. A hulking figure charged out, standing over 2 meters tall, its body wrapped in veiny red muscle, steam coiling off it, exuding pure intimidation. Big zombie level, 3 ability, sweep description, you should fear me. It was indeed a level 3 monster. Wang Yang noticed it wasn't coming for him as its first target and subtly lowered his raised arm. Crash. The big zombie swung a single massive arm, sending a student slamming into the wall, bones cracking audibly. The crowd froze in shock. Wang Ao turned on his heel and bolted right away. He was reckless, but not stupid. Staying meant certain death. Right then, a gunshot shattered the night air. Everyone stopped, staring back. Wang Yang stood close behind the big zombie, holding a matte black pistol in his trembling hand. At this life-or-death moment, his back was drenched in sweat, his pupils wide with fear, and his teeth chattered, but his focus never wavered from the monster's head. One perfectly placed shot at the head, that was all it took. Wang Yang was ruthless and exceedingly sharp. The big zombie slowly turned its head, a bloody hole visible on the back of its skull, its pale, lifeless eyes fixated on Wang Yang. Gulp. Wang Yang swallowed hard. In the next instant, the big zombie roared and lunged forward, slamming Wang Yang with a crushing elbow swing. His body flew several meters like a cut kite, his neck twisted grotesquely. And just like that, Wang Yang, the student council president, crush of countless girls, and a leading figure among players, was dead. Sudden and devastating. Run! Screams erupted as the players scattered in all directions. Zhang Dehai, trembling like a leaf, hesitated as he glanced at Wang Yang's fallen gun and then at the terrifying big zombie. He quickly shrank back into an air vent, hugging his head, shaking. The player count was steadily dwindling, signaling that the big zombie was now chasing others. Zhang Dehai, already bold enough to wander alone, regained his composure and started thinking about retrieving the gun. No guts, no glory. Let's do this, ow. He cried out in sudden sharp pain, like being impaled by rebar. Looking back, he saw a crawling monster silently squeezing into the vent, its trumpet-shaped, long tongue the culprit. Can I catch a break? Zhang Dehai scampered out from the vent, falling flat on the ground with a face-first dive, his nose bleeding profusely. He ran straight for the pistol, snatching it up and passing, somehow sensing the monster was still after him. Oh man, you're actually chasing me. Zhang Dehai nearly wet himself. Where others screamed or froze in fear, he coped by cracking his own jokes. But playing around was one thing. When it came to action, he didn't mess around. Bang, bang. 2 shots. One missed, one hit the shoulder. Without even checking the outcome, he opened the throttle and sprinted. The monster, now enraged, sped up, closing in fast. At the critical moment, Zhang Dehai aimed his pistol backward and fired continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Emptying the clip, he didn't even stop to see if the monster went down. He bolted because the gym still held another special zombie, not to mention the relentless big zombie. Having scraped by, Zhang Dehai sent out a message the moment he caught his breath. 33 Zhang Dehai. Anyone got bandages or painkillers? I'll trade you this handgun. Image attached. It hurt. It hurt so much that he wished for death. That temporary adrenaline was all that held him together. Finding shelter in a classroom building, he didn't dare return to the dorms. The big zombie was already wreaking havoc there. 84 Li Wang, a handgun? Wait, was that you who fired earlier? 32 Yi Fan. I've got meds. Room 32. Yi Fan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 33 Zhang Dehai. Fair warning, it's out of bullets. Zhang Dehai stayed honest, not trying to deceive anyone, though item info was viewable during trades, so he couldn't lie even if he wanted to. Yi Fan's face instantly fell. A gun without ammo? That's as good as a metal stick. 33 Zhang Dehai. Come on, help a brother out. My butt's killing me. Image attached. Someone opened the image and audibly gasped. It showed a brutal bite wound, a chunk of flesh gone from his rear. Zhang Dehai waited and waited, but everyone else was either gossiping or inquiring about the situation outside. Not a single soul was coming with relief for him. His heart began to sink. This wasn't a fatal injury, but the pain and risk of infection were excruciating. If he hadn't taken the immunity serum earlier, he might have already been a goner. Just then, a trade notification popped up. Zhang Dehai's eyes sparkled. Brother Lang, I knew it had to be you. My stockpile of painkillers vanished, replaced in my hands by a handgun. Colt automatic pistol. Type, firearm level, 2 damage, 32. Durability, 10/10 ammo, 0/15. Dismantle rewards, barrel X1, magazine X1, steel X3. Upgrade cost, 200 nightmare coins. Description, just shoot. Holding a real gun felt different than expected. A surprising heft, a touch of cold to the metal, and a distinct industrial beauty characteristic of human engineering. Su Lang, why did you trade your meds for this? Chao Yashuan asked, wiping her mouth. Tong Chi was still hunched over her meal, scooping hot pot-soaked rice into her bowl. This girl always ate like a horse. Just for fun, I replied nonchalantly, adjusting to the feel of the gun. I had fired a gun before during military training. It wasn't hard to get the hang of it. Chao Yashuan saw I was just playing around and dropped the topic. Being a privileged rich girl, she didn't share the same concerns as other players, who'd probably erupt if they saw me trade precious medicines for what they'd consider junk. Su Lang, are you planning to go out and kill zombies? Tong Chi suddenly asked. Nope. I shook my head. Maybe. Right now, only 2 zombies were left outside. One big zombie, and one that could turn invisible. It was all over the group chat. The other special zombie had already fallen to Zhang Dehai's efforts, securing him first place on the leaderboard. But no one cared about that anymore. Not when the big zombie was tearing through the dormitories, breaking down doors. Player numbers were steadily declining. I kept watching the chat screen. The room screen was filled with pleas for help, and everyone's faces were grim. The big zombie could break through an iron door in just 10 minutes. With only 85 players in the entire building, it could theoretically rip through the whole place in mere hours. The ones living on the lower floors were truly doomed this time. Even worse, most of the daytime resources had already been scavenged by those on the lower levels, and many higher floors still had wooden doors, which the zombie could break down in no time. The first floor, once a haven for elite players, was now filled with cries of despair. Bang, bang, bang. The door banging sounds kept coming, one after another. Sun Hung, in room 9, yelled in the group chat, "Trade me your iron right now. If I die, you're all dead too." Surprisingly, someone sent him materials, and against all odds, he held his ground. But as soon as the banging on his door stopped, the sound shifted to room 10, where the resident just happened to be the same person who had been the most eager to send materials to Sun Hung earlier. He copied Sun Hung's rhetoric to plead for help, but no one responded. The others had realized, I'm probably going to die anyway. Why bleed myself try to save someone else? Bang! Room 10's door burst open. In less than 30 seconds, the player's name in the room dimmed and disappeared. Next up was room 11. That player only managed to whisper a single "help me" under his breath. He didn't even waste time typing in the chat. He knew no one was going to aid him. One name after another dimmed from the list of active players. Eventually, some players started engaging in desperate parkour attempts to flee for survival. A few sneaked out of the building only to explode as soon as the massive zombie laid eyes on them. However, whenever there was prey running around outside, the zombie would stop breaking down doors and give chase instead. Almost no one could outrun it. But this created an opportunity. The distraction allowed others to slip out of their rooms and make their own desperate bids for freedom. The chat exploded with frantic messages of, "Let me into your room, and I'll give you all my supplies." Near the stairwell, a burly guy turned to a shorter player and asked, "Bro, how much iron do you still have on you?" 46 pieces. What? Squelch. A dagger shot straight into the shorter player's throat. The big guy looted the materials and used them to buy his way into a room with an iron door. He even suggested the room owner only accept tenants who brought iron resources. I wasn't about to sit around waiting to die. I pulled out some rope and began measuring it in my room. "Su Lang, what are you doing?" Chao Yashuan asked nervously. "Setting traps. We can't just rely on the steel door." "Will these traps kill the big zombie?" she asked, swallowing hard. "No," I shook my head. "So get ready. Once the trap immobilizes it, we'll make a run for the upper floors." "To the upper floors? Isn't that just a dead end?" I just talked with Zhang Dehai. The zombie he killed earlier was climbing walls, which means one chase slot is already dead. If we make it to the rooftop and use my rope to rappel down 1 or 2 floors, in theory, we can kite the zombie indefinitely. "Got it. That sounds insanely difficult," she muttered. "This is our last resort. If you're looking for a guaranteed way to survive, forget it. There's no such thing at this point. The real best solution would be if I upgraded my handgun right now and went out to take down both of the special zombies. But that other one hasn't shown itself yet, and I have no clue what its abilities might be. My original plan was to endure the night, refresh my stamina during daylight at the small bed, and save 300 nightmare coins to reinforce the steel door. To survive means to buy time. I admit, I underestimated how brutal this game could be. If I had known how useless other players would be, I wouldn't have switched my time zone. In theory, a round like this should always have a few survivors. I've already upgraded my door to level 3 steel, practically ensuring my survival. But with how incompetent these players are, the survival rate feels like it's plummeting to 0. Then again, can I blame them? One misstep leads to another. And when your economy is over 10,000 in the red, how do you claw your way back? Whoever said beginner stages in games must give players a fair chance? The bloody massacre continued. However, someone eventually realized running was better than staying put. No matter how strong the big zombie was, there was only one of it. As long as it couldn't fly, people had a chance to escape. I watched as the rate of player death slowed down and finally exhaled a small sigh of relief. For the players, the enemy was just the monster that immediately threatened their lives. But for the monster, the enemy was the entire building full of people. This game, in essence, was tilted toward encouraging teamwork. Though had everyone grouped together and tried charging downstairs earlier, they would have all been wiped. Whatever. I'll focus on myself first and help others only when it's within my means. Su Lang, I think it's okay now, Chao Yashuan said, letting out a breath. Su Lang, check the group chat. Tong Chi suddenly shouted. 112 Wu Leiting, help. I encountered another kind of special zombie. 33 Zhang Dehai, just spectating for now. I'm not heading back to the building. If I die, then so be it. 112 Wu Leiting. This zombie can turn invisible, and it has claws. It killed Zhou Lele as soon as it showed up. I'm on the 8th floor. Someone please open your door and save me. Photo attached. I clicked on the picture. A humanoid creature with feline features, resembling a monstrous cat, crouched over a male body, gnawing at his heart. Invisible. Clawed. I had a rough idea now. This monster would be tricky to deal with. It's fragile, easy to kill with a good ambush, but forming a group to take it down now? That's a pipe dream. Su Lang, players are dying fast again. What do we do? Chao Yashuan said, panicking. You should focus on finishing the hot pot first. Priorities. I glanced at the self-heating pot in front of her. Chao Yashuan's face darkened. How can I eat at a time like this? She retorted. Tong Chi blinked. Was this the same Chao Yashuan, the cold and aloof campus goddess? How had she suddenly turned into someone clinging to Su Lang for every decision? Must be the fear of dying. Tong Chi was scared too. But after finishing her meal, she found herself much calmer. Minutes later, someone burst onto the 10th floor and saw my unusually sturdy steel door. What the hell, Su Lang? What kind of door is this? The person outside shouted before lowering their voice. Let me in quick. That invisible monster is right behind me. I stayed calm, silently watching through the peephole. Outsiders and room owners had no hierarchical power dynamic. Once inside, they could turn on you. That alone meant there was no way I'd let them in. 200 Su Lang, move along. I'm not accepting visitors. 15 Shihang, are you kidding me? Why not? This dorm isn't yours. I was stunned. If it's not mine, is it yours? This dorm belongs to the school. Don't you get that? You're so selfish. No one's going to help you in the future. Su Lang, just let me in for an hour. I shook my head, no longer interested in arguing. Fayu. Shihang shouted, punching my steel door. A flash of light, followed by a crack, the sound of bone breaking. I winced at the thought of the pain, but secretly felt grateful to him. Thank you for testing my door's strength. I didn't realize it was this sturdy. Maybe I underestimated it. It could probably withstand an attack from both special zombies at once. Shihang writhed in pain, desperately pleading again. I beg you. Please. I even have an iron door blueprint and some iron materials. Even the copper coins are yours. Just let me in, and I'll agree to anything. I stayed silent. Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan were also silent. It had been 5 days. Those naive saints who couldn't see the bigger picture had long been eliminated. Stonehammer saw that pleading wasn't working and turned to leave. But just then, a shadowy claw flashed out of nowhere. He recoiled, clutching his arm and ducking, but the strike only managed to tear off the flesh on his face, not killing him instantly. Screaming, he tried to run, but a gray blur threw him to the ground, clawing furiously at his chest. It was that strange creature from the photograph, the one that resembled neither a cat nor a human. Cat Demon Level 3. Skills: Camouflage, Sharp Claws. Description: Give me your heart, the one that doesn't move. Its back was facing me. This was my chance. I quickly upgraded my pistol. Consumed 200 nightmare coins to upgrade Colt automatic pistol? Yes. I shouted internally. Choose an upgrade path within 1 minute. 1. Colt Viper. Greatly improves accuracy and damage. Magazine capacity, 17 rounds. 2. Colt Silver Wheel. Converts to a high-power revolver. Harder to aim. Magazine capacity, 5 rounds. Viper. Silver Wheel's limited 5 rounds left too little room for error. With a flash of light, the dark gray pistol in my hand took on a faint green hue. Without hesitation, I aimed, and the unlocked door opened automatically. Cold air rushed in. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired, 3 direct headshots. The Colt Viper's handling was incredible, like an extension of my own hand. Perfect aim, every time. I quickly stepped back 2 paces, keeping my gun trained on the cat demon until I saw confirmation, 100 points added to my balance. Only then did I step forward to collect the loot. Stonehammer was dead. His entrails spilled all over the floor. From start to finish, I hadn't even glanced at him. My focus had been solely on the cat demon. After collecting the loot, I headed straight back to my dorm without wasting a second. First, I examined my MVP weapon, the Colt Viper. It was a level 3 firearm with a unique ability called Deadly Snake's Kiss, which greatly enhanced accuracy. Damage was rated at 49, with a magazine capacity of 14 rounds. Its description? Just 4 words. 1 shot, 1 kill. Next up, the rewards. One medical item and 1,200 copper coins. The medical item was labeled a Gene Optimization Serum, level 2. Its effects? It instantly increased physical stat points by 3 and provided immunity to zombie viruses, flu, and similar ailments. But the description was odd, a premier biotech product for subcutaneous injection. One shot, and wait, why is my head starting to feel pointy? My eyes lit up with excitement. Items that directly boosted base stats were game-changing treasures. But the description had me a little concerned. Would my head actually become pointy? I'd asked Chao Yashuan before. Every player's item descriptions were slightly different. Besides fixed information, part of it was influenced by their own subconscious awareness. It should be fine, I reassured myself. Su Lang, did you kill that zombie? Chao Yashuan swallowed nervously. I had acted so quickly that the others hadn't caught the details. But credit where it was due. Despite the sudden chaos, neither of the girls had screamed. 5 days in the survival game had taught every player one thing. Keep your mouth shut. Without a doubt, I grinned, holstering my gun. It had been a while since Chao Yashuan had seen me smile so openly. She froze for a second before nodding, her cheeks reddening. As long as you're happy. You're ranked second in points now. Winning this game comes with major rewards. Let's focus on staying alive first, I replied with a small smile. Su Lang, what's that? Tong Chi pointed at the blue serum in my hand. The cat demon dropped it. I replied, injecting the serum into my arm without hesitation. A slight sting followed by a cool sensation washed over me. This serum looked rare, and upgrading it with nightmare coins might make it even more potent. But any coins I had were reserved for upgrading critical items like the nightmare bed or the dorm door. Hoarding the serum wouldn't be wise. Other players were already snowballing their resources, becoming unstoppable. There was no point in saving everything for the late game if you couldn't make it there alive. Better to enjoy the benefits right away. After a few minutes, my physique didn't visibly change, but I felt noticeably stronger, standing straighter and sturdier than before. Su Lang, are you heading out? Chao Yashuan asked nervously, a sudden intuition telling her I was planning to leave. Not yet. I shook my head, casually taking her baseball cap and putting it on. I was just one step away from reaching the top of the leaderboard. There was no reason not to fight for it. Tong Chi pressed her lips together, swallowing whatever words of advice were on her mind. At moments like this, when a man had already made up his mind, saying too much wouldn't help. She trusted my judgment and chose to support me silently. Su Lang, Chao Yashuan started, her tone pleading, can you not go? No, I shook my head firmly. When I stayed in my dorm, no one could drag me out. When I decided to leave, no one could stop me. Everyone was responsible for their own choices, and this time I was prepared to take the risk. The survival game in these dormitories was far more perilous than I had anticipated, making me hyper-alert. Success in this game was like rowing upstream. There's no standing still. If a golden opportunity presented itself, and you still wouldn't act, that wasn't strategy, it was cowardice. I bounced twice to loosen up, then stood behind the door with my gun in hand, waiting. Moments later, my chance came. A massive zombie had made its way to the 10th floor. The hallway erupted with screams, and the game's chatroom was flooded with warnings. At times like these, as long as the person being chased survived even a few extra seconds, it increased my own chances. Unfortunately, the player who had been cornered barely lasted long enough. They were crushed the moment they reached the 10th floor. The massive zombie immediately began bashing at room doors. Dorm number 186, Wu Hui's room. Over there, Wang Tingting was in full-blown panic. Sis Hui, what do we do? Don't panic. Patch the door with iron reinforcements for now. Wu Hui carefully applied the iron material, reinforcing the door every time its durability dropped. The iron gleamed briefly before vanishing. Don't just stand there. Go to the chat room and borrow more iron materials from others. Wang Tingting frantically typed in the chat room, asking for supplies. Their other roommate, who had joined them earlier to try and claim an immunity serum, had already died at the hands of the massive zombie. Thanks to their prior reputation, a few scraps of iron were trickling in from other players. But it wasn't nearly enough. Bang, bang, bang. The massive zombie kept slamming against the door, each hit sounding like a death knell. Why is it targeting us? Wang Tingting was on the verge of despair. With no more materials left, the door's durability was dwindling fast. Wu Hui held a weapon tightly, standing slightly away from the door. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she stared fixatedly at the cracks forming in the door. Bang! Another hit. The door cracked open slightly, and Wu Hui caught a chilling glimpse of the figure outside. Tingting, get ready to run in different directions. Wang Tingting was shaking like a leaf. Still clenching my teeth, I was ready to make a break for it, rushing out while the zombie charged through the door. Now, bang! The giant zombie rammed the door with full force. Midway through, it swayed suddenly, but the door didn't fall. Moreover, the loud noise wasn't from the impact with the door. Immediately after, a series of loud bangs echoed outside, confusing the two girls in the room. What's happening? They exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. On the other side, I walked forward and bent down to pick up something the giant zombie had dropped, a meticulously designed card, featuring a ferocious, roaring zombie in the center. Without lingering, I swiftly pocketed it and sprinted toward the staircase. The downstairs hallway was pitch black, lit only by two streetlights outside. It was eerily silent. No one dared make a sound. I moved quickly, making my way to the gym entrance. Just as expected, I found the crawling creature's corpse. Then, I saw an old acquaintance. It seems I wasn't the only one with this idea. Su Lang, Zhou Tao, who was picking up loot from the corpse, squinted to confirm my identity before breaking into a wild grin. You sneaky bastard, you've got the guts to come out here. Lead me back to your room. No, hand over the floor MasterCard. As he spoke, he pulled out a hockey stick and swung it toward me with murderous intent. Seeing me clearly made him so excited that his words came out jumbled, his voice frantic like a rabid dog growling. Bang. Before he could get close, I'd already shot him. Clean. Efficient. I've always hated how those butchers in my nightmares acted so smug while hunting me down. I wasn't going to let myself fall into that same trap. If someone has to die, so be it. Even if there are grudges, I can go back to Chao Yashuan and the others to farm nightmare coins to make up for it. As far as I know, the zombies are all dead, and I don't have any pressing matters for now. I crouched down, looting Zhou Tao's belongings while keeping an eye on my surroundings. It crossed my mind. If Tong Chi and the others were here, they could help cover me, guarding against a second attacker. Then I paused, realizing, doesn't that basically make them meat shields? Ugh, that's kind of scummy of me. My inventory slots were full. I grabbed what I could from Zhou Tao and continued searching his body for anything useful. You know, players sometimes resemble the monsters. They drop all their inventory upon death. The killer even gets a 30-second exclusive window to loot first. Suddenly, I froze in place and turned to my left, raising my gun. Don't shoot. It's me, Huang Hao. The shadow in the dark quickly raised his hands in surrender as he cautiously stepped forward. Oh, it's you. I almost mistook you for a zombie. I relaxed and cracked a faint smile. Huang Hao approached, swallowing nervously. Su Lang, I just heard a gunshot. Did you kill Zhou Tao? Glancing at Zhou's lifeless body with its bullet-ridden head, I nodded. Yeah, he tried to ambush me, and I defended myself. Good riddance. I've always known he was trouble. Huang Hao chuckled nervously. I was his roommate, by the way. Hey, Lang Ji, could you give me the key to dorm 24? Nope, I replied bluntly, bending back down to resume looting Zhou Tao. As I leaned over, my pistol accidentally fell to the ground. Huang Hao's smile instantly faded. In just a few quick strides, he closed the distance between us to 2 meters. Thud. I twisted around as a baseball bat appeared in my hands, striking the side of his skull with a decisive swing. Huang Hao collapsed immediately, his skull caving in. Anyone who tries to break into my room has to die. I muttered, pleased to have saved a bullet. I went back to looting. Zhou Tao didn't have much, just a few cans of food and the hockey stick. Huang Hao was even poorer, carrying only snacks and a small dagger. I slung the hockey stick across my back, adjusted my baseball cap, and continued toward the gym. No one officially said resources don't respawn at night. It's just that no one's dared to check until now. Inside the gym, I found something, a 3 of clubs playing card with an unknown level. Its description read, indestructible, though I couldn't figure out its immediate purpose. I pocketed the card. Gamers know well, mysterious items like these, even without upgrade conditions, practically scream special significance. Definitely worth holding onto. After scouring the gym, I headed to the nearest medical room, frequently switching to the chat interface along the way to monitor player activity. The news of the giant zombie's death had already spread, and judging by the leaderboard, everyone knew I was the one who killed it. The public chat was flooded with ads aimed at me. I ignored the noise, gripping my gun and running at a steady pace. People haven't fully processed it yet, and there's loot scattered everywhere. Might as well grab what I can. Arriving at the medical center, I spotted a familiar celebrity, Zhang Dahai. The moment he saw me, he gulped nervously and instinctively shoved a medical pack behind him. My eyes flicked towards him briefly before I turned around and headed for the next resource point. Zhang Dahai sighed in relief, quickly leaving the area. It wouldn't take long for this place to turn chaotic. Next, I went to a supply room and the cafeteria, scoring 2 level 2 items. One was a pre-packed sirloin steak meal, which fully restores hunger and replenishes energy quickly. The other was an alloy combat knife with an attack power of 30 and durability of 25. For comparison, my baseball bat only had a durability of 14. This knife was solid. The description even cheekily read, "Just look at my durability and tell me I'm not reliable." On my way out of the equipment room, I spotted a crawling zombie with both legs severed but still alive. Without hesitation, I drew the knife and pressed it against its neck. The head popped right off. Sharp. I nodded in satisfaction. Right then, the dormitory broadcast came alive. All monsters have been eliminated. This round of the dorm survival game is over early. Congratulations to everyone for surviving the first phase. The next round will commence in 7 days and 14 hours. In 3 minutes, leaderboard rewards will be distributed. The leaderboard displayed as follows. Su Lang 201 points. Zhang Dehai 100 points. Wang Ao 98 points. The announcement continued. This dormitory has been unsealed thanks to your heroic efforts, earning the title, Mad King. All players in the first phase are now considered Mad King Phase 1 contestants. To celebrate this milestone, a grand loot box will appear downstairs when the first rays of sunlight hit the building. Additionally, the store and blood mist exploration mode will become accessible at that time. The broadcaster's tone brimmed with excitement, as though the unsealing was a monumental event. The concept of unsealing intrigued me deeply, but for now, returning to my dorm took priority. My bag was full, and I had the first place bonus loot waiting for me, a golden opportunity. Armed with my knife and gun, I made my way to the 10th floor without interruption. The chat continued buzzing with celebratory messages, but only a few dared step out of their rooms. They weren't entirely sure if the zombies were truly gone, their fear still lingering. Su Lang, you're back. Chao Yashuan greeted me with a mix of relief and joy when she saw me enter the room, loaded with supplies. Yeah, I put the stuff down. Nothing happened at home, right? Tong Chi shook her head. Nope. Chao Yashuan lifted her nose smugly. If something had gone wrong, we'd have called you right away. I told Tong Chi not to bother you without a reason. Didn't want to disturb you. Tong Chi immediately flushed with embarrassment. It's not like she had any plans to contact me, though. It had barely been half an hour since I left. Even though the two girls were worried, neither sent me any messages, not wanting to distract me. Well done, I complimented them. Hee. Chao Yashuan couldn't hide her excitement, her smugness practically oozing out, as if she'd grown a tail that was wagging uncontrollably. What's all this stuff, Lang Ji? Tong Chi asked curiously, looking at the things I'd brought back. Loot, I answered briefly. We'll take a look after I claim my game rewards. The 3-minute timer is almost up. Tong Chi's face lit up with happiness. Lang Ji trusted her enough to not keep secrets, even about what he'd scored. She really felt like one of the team. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after I spoke, the game rewards arrived. Congratulations to Su Lang for becoming the #1 player. Rewards: Room Upgrade Privilege X1, Facility Selection X1, Special Ability Potion X1. Free Attribute Points +6, Backpack upgraded to a 3x3 grid, and 10,000 copper coins. Zhang Dehai came in second, followed by Wang Ao in third. Their rewards diminished in scale. From 4th to 10th, the rewards were identical in value. Players outside the top 10 were left with meager scraps, +2 attribute points, a 2x2 backpack, and 1,000 copper coins. Not even a voice announcement for them, just a cold string of system messages displayed silently. Over on Wang Ao's side, he was still regrouping his team when he heard the announcement. Frustrated, he cursed, "Damn it, I'm actually behind Zhang Dehai." He had no illusions about catching up to me. My 200-point surge was untouchable. But to lose to Zhang Dehai by just a few points? While the rewards might have been the same, the thought still gnawed at his pride. Bro, Zhang Dehai just caught some dumb luck. Don't stress about it. Yeah, Su Lang probably just lucked out while scavenging too, right? Hey, AOG, check out your special ability potion. Sounds like it's gonna be awesome. Wait, should we go hit up Zhang Dehai's dorm and snatch his reward haul? Let's go, let's go. Meanwhile, in dorm 186, Wang Tingting was bouncing around, arms raised in excitement, shouting, "Yay, wee-wee. We came in 4th. Ha ha." Wu Wee-wee burst into laughter, her chubby cheeks squeezing her eyes into slits. She could hardly contain her glee. In another dorm, Zhu Yin exhaled deeply, clenching his fist. Phew, that was close. Almost fell out of the top 10. He wasn't looking to be the best, but he sure as hell didn't want to be the worst. Falling outside the top 10 was just scraping by on a pity reward. On the other hand, Chaobin looked at Wu Leitang's corpse and sighed, "Sigh. Brother, you didn't make it after all." Judging by the zombie's markings, Wu Leitang had been taken out by a devilish cat-like creature. If he'd survived, he might have even cracked the top 10. But now all Chaobin could do was glance at the blood-soaked corridors in dejection, feeling both nauseated and disappointed. Dorm 200. Before me floated 2 glowing orbs. One was labeled Room, the other Facility, with a 30-minute countdown displayed on the side. "Can you guys see these glowing things?" I asked, turning around. Tong Chi shook her head. "Nope, can't see them." Chao Yashuan blinked. What glowing things? The room upgrade prompt, I explained, a new thought crossing my mind. If the two of them made it into the top 3, could I level up the dorm directly 3 times in a row? Mulling it over, I reached out to touch the room orb. I could have activated it mentally, but physically using my hand gave it that extra tangible feel. Once I touched it, the orb dispersed, and 3 layout options appeared in front of me. I chose the middle one, an entryway, living room, bedroom, open kitchen, and a bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. An independent bathroom. What a luxury. The moment I confirmed, the entire dorm felt as though someone had hit fast forward on a remodeling sequence. Sofa, chandeliers, kitchen counters. Every detail fell into place before my eyes. Room owner, Su Lang dorm level. 1 area, 60 square meters tenants, 2/3. Facilities, steel door, gas stove, premium sofa, incandescent light, water dispenser, flush toilet, shower head, clock. Dorm 200 had gone through a complete makeover. It was like a newly furnished, subsidized housing unit. Only the pile of random junk on the floor still seemed a bit out of place. I took a deep breath. The air even smelled fresher, then headed straight for the brand new bathroom. "Hey, wait for me," Chao Yashuan exclaimed, rushing to follow. Before stepping into the shower, I stripped off my clothes and grabbed the shower head. But just as I was about to use it, a notification popped up. Using the shower head for 5 minutes costs 30 copper coins. Pay. Yes/no. Instantly, I understood the system's game. Of course, they're milking the currency from every corner. Monsters drop copper coins, only to reel you in with essential utilities. I bet the toilet, lights, everything else would also charge a fee. As I stared at the shower head, Chao Yashuan, now undressed, barged in to join me. A moment later, Tong Chi joined in as well. The 3 of us washed away the day's grime together. Like I said, there were some amusing incidents, but we didn't linger. There was still a timed upgrade option waiting for me. Fun's fun, but priorities are priorities. After drying off, I rummaged through the pile of stuff and pulled out a clean set of clothes to put on. Then I moved on to the second orb. This time, the facility orb broke apart to reveal 4 items: a camera, refrigerator, air conditioner, and microwave. I frowned. They were all pretty basic options, things I could probably scavenge later if I got lucky. Hell, who knows, the next dorm upgrade might even come with them automatically. After some deliberation, I chose the camera. At least it seemed practical for survival. A small 30-centimeter wide monitor appeared on the wall. Glancing at the screen, I could see a wide-angle view of the hallways, including the adjoining Dorm 199 and Dorm 198. I took out the Colt and stepped outside, then looked up at the camera above the room number plate. Surveillance camera level 1, effect 1, monitors the 10-meter area around the door. Costs 100 copper coins per hour. Can be turned off manually. Effect 2, cannot be destroyed before the main gate is destroyed. Durability, none. Security guard number 1 ready. It's actually bound to the main gate. I had only wanted to check its durability, and I hadn't expected that answer. A camera that can't be destroyed was exciting just to think about. It could prevent sneak attacks and observe the monsters outside. It was incredibly useful. That also indirectly showed that those refrigerators and air conditioners probably weren't simple either. But if I missed them, I missed them. Nothing to regret. I hurried back inside and shared the surveillance info with the 2 women. They screamed with excitement. From now on, we could see real-time footage outside the door and no longer had to rely on the peephole for that tiny field of view. Then we started tidying up the room. Before, cleanliness hadn't mattered, but now we had to be more particular. That pile of clutter placed in the middle was far too conspicuous. I was very satisfied with the upgraded dorm room. The only regret was that there were no windows. I had looked at all 3 layouts, and none of them had windows or balconies. After finishing, I opened the chat interface. There were tons of people mentioning me, asking whether I had a gun, how I killed the giant zombie, what dropped, and even how my main gate upgraded so fast. I ignored them, and everyone's enthusiasm gradually faded. Almost everyone had secretly labeled me as cold, but no one dared complain in the public chat, because someone had discovered that Zhou Tao had been shot dead. I silently gathered information. Most people put their attribute points into Constitution. Putting points into Spirit didn't have much obvious effect. It just made people a bit more focused and clearer-headed. Many who had invested in it regretted it afterward. I opened my own panel. Player, Su Lang door number 200, room owner. Attributes, Constitution 7, Spirit 6 free attribute points, 6, skills, none, backpack 3 knights, baseball bat, alloy combat blade, Colt Python. Funds, 21,320 copper coins, 1 silver coin, 0 gold coins. 7 points of Constitution is still too low. I'm even a bit worse than Wu Huihui. That's because of my weak Constitution back then. I thought, considering how to allocate the points. It was best to save the free points for now. The spirit attribute definitely wasn't as simple as it looked. Otherwise, dumping points into it would be pointless. But I still had to fight later and compete for that super reward pack. That was the difference between people. Others were still caught up in the joy of surviving a near-death experience, while I, the top player, was already planning further ahead. If Wang Yang hadn't died, maybe he could have thought this far too. Too bad he was dead. Su Lang, what are you thinking about? Chao Yashuan asked when she saw me zoning out. Thinking about how to add my points. Right, what are your constitution and spirit values? Chao Yashuan said, both are 5. Tong Qi said, mine too. So even a woman's constitution was better than mine. But constitution probably wasn't just about strength. It should also include agility and coordination. Different people probably had different emphases. You two don't rush to use your points yet. Attribute points might be very useful later. Okay. Tong Qi agreed. But Chao Yashuan asked, how do you know? Believe it if you want. I spread my hands. She pouted, thinking I was being a bit harsh. In fact, I was just speaking normally. All right, let's look at what we've got. I coughed and changed the subject. It was time to sort through the loot, and I needed to choose based on combat strength. First, I took out the giant zombies drop. Aside from copper coins, there was only one card. Zombie summon card, permanent item, level 1. Effect, summons a level 0 zombie to attack enemies. Lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. Summoned unit. Constitution 3, skill, infection. Upgrade requirement, 75 nightmare coins. Permanent item? That wording was interesting. Since there were permanent items, there must also be one-time use ones. Su Lang, hurry up and put it away. Chao Yashuan was a little scared. She hadn't used an immunity potion. If she got grabbed once, it would be over. It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Tong Qi actually seemed nostalgic. I smiled and put the card away. Its combat power wasn't strong, but it was scary enough to be useful, and the infection skill wasn't bad either. It could throw a person's cells into chaos, causing fever and dizziness in mild cases, and turning them into a zombie in severe ones. Next, I took out Zhou Tao's spoils. The crawler monster's loot should have been picked up long ago, but I didn't find anything special in Zhou Tao's pile, just a silver coin. Deposit into panel. Deposit. The silver coin vanished. Su Lang, did you kill Zhou Tao? Chao Yashuan's voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Speak properly. I frowned. She took a breath and asked again. Yeah, I killed him. Then okay. She didn't really think much of it, and had just asked casually. She even turned to explain to Tong Qi. Zhou Tao kicked our door before. He was our enemy. Oh, Tong Qi suddenly understood. She had thought Zhou Tao was going to do something to me, but she hadn't expected there to be this grudge too. Then he really did deserve to die. This one's useful. I picked out a syringe from among the loot and put it in my backpack. Adrenaline syringe level 1 effect. Greatly reduces pain and increases tolerance upgrade requirement. 40 nightmare coins after sorting everything out. There were 8 items left in the backpack. Colt Python, alloy combat knife, adrenaline syringe, instant steak, whole wheat bread, energy drink, mineral water x10, zombie summon card. Besides those, there was one thing even more valuable than the whole pack combined, held in my hand. An ability potion. Ability potion level 3 effect. Grants a random ability after injection upgrade requirement. 370 nightmare coins. Hurry. 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 Do you want time stop or hypnosis? I've got both. I want time stop. I muttered to myself. Tong Qi blinked her big eyes. Brother Lang, are you using it now? What she really meant was whether I'd use it after upgrading or right now. Don't be fooled by the fact that she arrived late. She had already guessed the direction of my ability from the clues, and her intelligence was faintly surpassing Chao Yashuan's. She just didn't like to show off. Otherwise, let it sit there gathering dust. Chao Yashuan chimed in. Better use it now. I sighed. If you don't take risks, you don't catch the wolf. Zhang Dehai and Wang Ao didn't have the ability to upgrade items, so they'd definitely use it right away. Wang Ao also had a bunch of underlings around him. If I didn't have an ability, I'd be at too much of a disadvantage. Besides, when I did get nightmare coins, the first thing I'd upgrade would be the nightmare bed, so I wouldn't need it there. In this kind of environment, potential should be cashed in as early as possible. Only if you're enjoying yourself early can you keep enjoying yourself all the way. I gritted my teeth and used it. Skill, ability super intuition effect. Enhanced sixth sense, strengthens perception of living beings' malice, goodwill, and emotions. How should I put it? This ability didn't directly increase combat power, but its practical value was maxed out. It suited both lone wolves and leaders, and it was pretty much to my taste. With it, I wouldn't have to worry about enemies sending people in to sabotage from the inside, and the chances of being ambushed were greatly reduced. Just as I was thinking that, I received a trade notification. Order number 3 you listed has been completed. I had almost forgotten about order number 3. When I opened it, I saw it was the deal where I exchanged water for a virus immunity potion. The trader's name was Li Yu. a girl. I added her as a friend and asked casually, 200 Su Lang. Where did you get the virus immunity potion? 181 Li Yu. Jiwei gave it to me, 200 Su Lang. Are you his girlfriend? Weren't you on the 8th floor? 181 Li Yu. I moved up here with Sister Hui at a time like that. Wang Jue didn't even keep it for himself and gave it to his girlfriend. I stroked my chin. If I remembered correctly, 181 was still a wooden door. I immediately opened the trade interface and sent over an iron door blueprint I had confiscated from Shirkong. 181 Li Yu. Why are you giving this to me? 200 Su Lang. We're all people on the 10th floor. Upgrading your door can help you hold out longer. That was absolutely true. Players on the same floor had much stronger protection than players on other floors. Upgrade this vial of immunity potion to level 3, and it'll most likely be another ability potion. I kept muttering as I put it into my backpack. I just hope those two don't awaken some freakish ability. I also didn't know whether drawing super intuition counted as bad luck, but either way it didn't stop me from trash-talking the other two. Then I put all 4 attribute points into Constitution and left 2 points free. My main weapon was a handgun. There was no need to go all in on Constitution. I tried it out, and at the very least my strength had doubled. My heartbeat was steady, my breathing was strong, and even my eyesight had improved. It's almost dawn. Do you want to go out? I asked. Bringing the two of them out to build some momentum would be good too. Yes, the two women said in unison. I let them each pick a weapon. Chao Yashuan chose the baseball bat for its heavy damage, while Tong Chi picked the hockey stick for its longer reach. Before heading out, I reminded them a few more times. Only after seeing them nod obediently did I take them outside. Just after we stepped out, someone called for me. Su Lang. It was a skinny young man. What is it? I said expressionlessly. Hello. The young man looked awkward. I turned around and headed straight for the stairwell. The young man pressed his lips together, staring at the backs of the two women with envy all over his face. He still had to cling to Wu Hui to get by, while I was already enjoying both left and right. Brother Lang, that guy just now looked like Zhao Chun, Tong Chi said as we went downstairs. You know him? Yeah, we were classmates before. I didn't expect him to end up like that. She sighed. Zhao Chun had been ordinary enough before, at least still looking like a student. Just now, he looked so bad she almost mistook him for a vagrant. It's already good enough that he's not dead, Chao Yashuan said softly. 400 people, and now only 50 are left. This game is too brutal. Hey, do you think there'll be new people coming in? Tong Chi suddenly had a random idea. Unexpectedly, she actually got a yes. Probably, I nodded. Before they could ask, I went on. Assuming there's a god, and he built an amusement park, then this place would definitely keep getting people coming in. It can't just take in one batch and shut down, right? The way you put it, we sound like ants. Chao Yashuan was scared by that. I smiled and said, as much as I hate to admit it, that's just the way things are. Besides, didn't the dorm broadcast say there would be new residents coming? Tong Chi nodded. True. The sky was a pale blue-gray, and there was a dead silence in the corridor that even voices couldn't dispel. The stairwell was too dark, so I turned on the flashlight I prepared. A sheet of blood flashed nakedly into view. A player had probably been caught by the giant zombie. Their whole body had been smashed into a bloody pulp and was sprawled at the stairwell. Tong Chi's face twitched, and she almost threw up. Chao Yashuan covered her mouth, and even the air seemed foul. Let's go, let's go. Chao Yashuan circled around it. Tong Chi grabbed my sleeve, and the three of us continued downstairs. I silently gave them a thumbs up in my heart. I had been worried that the two women wouldn't be able to adapt to the environment outside, but now it seemed that although they felt sick, they weren't scared. Tong Chi even looked back as she passed, wanting to see who had died, one of her own kind. But all she could see was a bloodied mess of a head, and she couldn't make out the face. She pressed her lips together and followed me downstairs in silence. When we reached the open space on the first floor, I picked a spot near the wall so we wouldn't get ambushed. Less than 10 minutes after we came downstairs, people began trickling down from upstairs. Around Wang Ao, 7 or 8 people had gathered, each one fierce-looking. Wu Huimei had even more people on her side, about 15. The others either hadn't come yet, or were guarding their own positions. Everyone was obviously very interested in the airdrop mentioned in the broadcast. So many people, Chao Yashuan whispered in amazement. These days she'd seen plenty of dead people, but not many living ones. I held my Colt tightly and scanned the surroundings. No sign of Zhang Dahai. That bastard had vanished somewhere again, and had awakened who knew what kind of ability. I cared the most about uncertain factors like that. Wu Huimei leaned close to Wang Tingting and gave her a few quiet instructions, telling her to take Zhao Chun to search for supplies. Things like this could just be sent in a message. She was a little clever, but not that clever. Wang Ao, however, didn't let his underlings disperse. The ones around him were all elite fighters, people who were bold and ruthless, and several of them were even in the top 10. Their attributes were outstanding, and they'd be useful for snatching the airdrop. Haha, looks like everyone's very interested in the airdrop. Wang Ao suddenly laughed, sweeping his gaze over everyone before finally landing on me. How about we set the ground rules first, so we don't start killing each other in a moment? The atmosphere instantly turned tense. As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering and overbearing aura spread out from him, and he actually had a bit of the bearing of a ruthless hero. Some people subconsciously took a step back, but Wang Ao's underlings all lifted their chins, their fighting spirit surging. After all, Wang Ao had killed someone on the very first day. That was why others feared him, and why these people followed him. Heh. I sneered, clicked the magazine out, revealing the gleaming bullets, then loaded it back in and looked at him. I still have 7 bullets. With that, I walked forward 2 steps. Wang Ao instinctively backed up, saying angrily, Su Lang, what do you mean? Are you trying to go against me? The cards are all on the table. What's left to say? I spread my hands. I've got fewer people on my side. Rather than let you bunch snatch the airdrop in the chaos, I might as well take you out first. Everyone drew a sharp breath, and Wang Ao's underlings subconsciously spread out a little. This Su Lang was even more ruthless than Wang Ao. The people around them started murmuring among themselves, saying that Zhou Tao had been shot dead by me, that I was far too homicidal, all of them staring at me nervously, afraid I'd suddenly fire. A shot. Su Lang, do you know what ability I've awakened? Wang Ao shouted sharply. Can you take bullets? Don't push me too far. Can you take bullets? I've got 8 people here. Can they take bullets? Wang Ao's face turned green, and he unconsciously backed into the crowd. That was because while I was speaking, I kept advancing step by step, my arms seemingly hanging down, but my finger never leaving the trigger. I'll give you only 30 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll open fire indiscriminately, I said coldly. Su Lang, don't go too far. A boy on Wu Huimei's side couldn't help yelling. Too far. I cast a cold glance at them. If I hadn't taken out 2 special zombies, you'd all be dead. And you call me excessive? What era is this? I'm not in the mood to play schemes with them. This isn't a peaceful society. It's a bloody battlefield even darker than the Dark Forest. If I hadn't wanted the dorm building to stay relatively strong overall, I would have blown Wang Ao's head off with 1 shot just now. The boy was so angry his lips trembled. When he saw me looking at him, he hurriedly backed away. You want to hog everything? Careful you don't choke on it. Wang Ao roared. That's still better than starving to death, I replied coldly. You're too selfish. The airdrop belongs to everyone. He tried to rally support. You're not qualified to stand on the moral high ground and criticize me, I snapped. If I didn't think you still had some use, I'd kill you right now. I narrowed my eyes. My temples bulged slightly, and I looked a little vicious. Everyone could see it. When it came to being ruthless, I was the toughest one here. Su Lang, I've got a better idea. Wang Ao suddenly stepped forward, chest out. Let's duel. If you win, we'll acknowledge you as the boss. Bang. I suddenly fired to the left. A black-clad young man, who had somehow crept over there at some point, dropped to the ground with the shot. One-shot headshot. The whole crowd was stunned. Isn't that one of Wang Ao's men? Someone exclaimed. You tried to pull that on me? I looked at Wang Ao mockingly. Outwardly calm, I was actually amazed inside. This super intuition is damn useful. That guy wasn't in my line of sight, but he'd been radiating deep hostility the whole time and was still closing in. I was just thinking I needed someone to establish my regime, and he delivered himself right to my door, and he was Wang Ao's man, which made it even easier. I kept staring at Wang Ao like that, my eyes aggressive, chin slightly raised, a faint smile on my lips. That's a common form of provocation in the animal kingdom. If he really dared to rush at me, I didn't mind putting in 2 more bullets. Worst case, I'd sleep twice and level up the handgun. Then my ammo would be full again. Wang Ao, just give the stuff to Su Lang. If we can survive this time, he's the biggest contributor. When the tension was at its peak, Wu Huihui spoke up. Wang Ao said in disbelief, Are you out of your mind? You're not even going to fight for this. There's no need to make a scene and cause casualties, she said, shaking her head. Then she told everyone, Let's go. Let's find more supplies while we can. With that, she really led the others away. Sister Hui, you're just leaving it like that? At least split some of it with us, one boy said anxiously. Do you really think Su Lang looks like the kind of person who'd hand over supplies? Wu Huihui glanced around as if casually. He's one of our 10th floor people. If he gets stronger, our safety will improve across the board too. Everyone thought about it, and it did seem reasonable. In fact, there was another reason Wu Huihui was willing to leave. During the standoff just now, I sent her a message. If she watched from the sidelines, I'd give her 1 bullet in the future. If she helped directly, I'd give her 3. 1 bullet meant 1 chance to act. She was tempted, weighed it carefully, and agreed, without telling anyone else. The reason she didn't wait for me and Wang Ao to actually fight before helping was because she believed that as long as she didn't attack me first, Wang Ao wouldn't dare make a move. After all, Wang Ao had also privately messaged her, asking her to kill me and split the loot, but Wang Ao clearly wasn't as reliable as I was, and his words were full of hot air. Seeing that Wu Hui really left, Wang Ao's expression turned uncertain. As soon as 30 seconds were up, I told Xiao Yashuan to search the corpse while I kept confronting Wang Ao. We're leaving. Wang Ao snorted coldly and turned to go. The other onlookers exchanged a tacit glance, didn't leave, but silently stepped farther away. Not long after, Xiao Yashuan ran back. Su Lang, look what this is. In her arms was a hand crossbow, its bolt head gleaming with a cold sheen. Tong Chi covered her mouth, looking terrified. Brother Lang, he was trying to ambush you with this just now. No wonder Wang Ao ran so fast. He was already no match for me, and now even his trump card had fallen into someone else's hands. I took it over and checked it. Handmade crossbow type. Mechanism, level 2, damage 45, bolts 1/1, durability 99. Disassembling yields bolts, wood, and wooden trigger parts. Upgrade requires 170 nightmare coins. Introduction, I only have one shot. Whoa. Even though it's level 2, its damage is only 4 points lower than the venomous snake. Back then, Wang Ao was going to use this thing to shoot the big zombie. Maybe he could have blasted its head off with one arrow. Unfortunately, I don't know whether he was waiting for the right moment or keeping it as a trump card, but he never used it, and now it's mine for free. TCH, this isn't free. I earned it with my own skills. This game is dangerous everywhere. If it weren't for my super intuition, I would have been in trouble just now. Better stay in the dorm from now on and not come out lightly. I handed the crossbow to Xiao Yashuan. You keep it for self-defense. I can't handle everything on my own. Really? She blinked. I nodded, then turned to comfort Tong Chi, only to see her looking delighted as she celebrated for her friend, so I said nothing. Both girls have kind hearts. I'm the only one a bit dirty. Thank you, Su Lang. Xiao Yashuan excitedly kissed me on the cheek. It made the onlookers grit their teeth, the treasure grabbed, and the beauties favor too. How many male leads get that kind of treatment? Not long after, a ray of dawn light pierced through the blood mist, and a metal crate with a parachute slowly descended, landing firmly in the open space. Everyone stared at the airdrop, itching to move. At that moment, Xiao Yashuan hurriedly pulled me aside. Someone messaged me privately saying there are people upstairs with stones, and they're going to throw them at us. I froze. Who said that? The bootlicker. Me. Actually, even if she hadn't warned me, I wasn't planning to just walk straight out there. I was worried about exactly this sort of thing. I immediately led them to run sideways for over 10 meters, getting out from under the eaves. Looking back, sure enough, several people were peeking out from the 8th floor, all holding stones and bricks, Wang Ao's men. When they saw me looking, they quickly shrank back. This group is so nasty, Tong Chi frowned. An inevitable outcome, I said indifferently. Xiao Yashuan glanced at me quietly. Someone so unconcerned about others' malice either has gotten used to it or was born with an enormous heart. When we reached the airdrop crate, I found I couldn't put it into my backpack, so I had Tong Chi open the box while Xiao Yashuan and I kept watch. Seeing how cautious I was, the others gave up some of their intentions too. The intimidation of 2 ranged weapons was no joke. Tong Chi opened the crate without much effort and took out a black statue shaped like a child. Just this one. I glanced into the box. It was completely empty. The child statue was about the size of a human head, seated cross-legged on a lotus throne, fangs bared like a vicious ghost. Let's go. I put away the statue and carried the airdrop crate one-handed back to the dorm. The crate seemed to be made of steel. If I dismantled it, I'd get some raw materials just right. The durability of the steel door would eventually run out anyway. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. An almost 1 meter square crate was actually lifted so easily by me. How much strength would that take? We made it all the way back to the 10th floor without incident. I took out the black child. Its texture felt like wood yet not wood, like jade yet not jade. Staring at that pitch-black little face, I could even feel a chill. This thing was a bit eerie. Ghost Child, type, Guardian Spirit, level 3, Vitality 70. Skills, defend the home and ward off evil, eat ghosts, eye contact. Upgrade requires 500 nightmare coins. Description, the ultimate evil gives birth to the ultimate guardian. Bind to the current dormitory? I stared at the vitality column and quickly got a detailed explanation. Guardian spirits don't have durability. When vitality is depleted, they die, but after death, they slowly regenerate. Skills have no cooldown, but using them consumes vitality. Defend the home and ward off evil. Guard the room. Investigate evil entities within the visible range and intimidate spirits. Eat ghosts. Consume spirits to recover vitality. After eating enough, there's a chance to level up. Eye contact. Forcefully control an enemy for 1 second. Really a great treasure. My eyes lit up. With it around, I wouldn't have to fear ghost attacks anymore. Although I still hadn't seen any ghosts, with how sinister this game was, I'd run into them sooner or later. Humans are naturally afraid of things they can't see. So cute, Tong-Chi said with a smile as she looked at Ghost Child's pitch-black little face. It probably has baby fat like her. Suddenly, Ghost Child turned its head and smiled at Tong-Chi. Tong-Chi shrank her neck in fright. She was the classic example of being all talk and no action. Gasp, Su Lang, it can move. Chao Yashuan exclaimed. I nodded and chose to bind it. The next second, the Ghost Child disappeared from my hands. I felt a kind of sensation only a homeowner could have. When I ran out the door to look, the Ghost Child was hanging beside the door plaque, enshrined by a tiny shrine. Move it a little higher. It was blocking the camera's view a bit. The tiny shrine immediately tilted upward a little. I adjusted the shrine's position several more times before finally being satisfied and stopping. Looking at the Ghost Child hanging by the doorway, I stood outside and hesitated to go in. To be honest, I really wanted to summon a ghost right now and see what kind of quality this Ghost Child actually had. At that very moment, over in Dormitory 33, Wang Ao and his gang of underlings were seething with rage. Damn it, Brother Wang, are we just going to let this go? A dark-skinned young man asked, staring at Wang Ao. Of course we can't let it go. Another person shouted before Wang Ao could even speak. Wang Ao snapped. Shut the hell up, all of you. You were so brave. Why didn't you rush up just now? The whole group instantly fell silent. Wang Ao knew very well that this couldn't just end like this. Once his authority was lost, the team would be impossible to manage. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, we need to take this slowly. That pistol of his is way too shameless. One of his underlings muttered, Brother Wang, didn't you awaken a fire-breathing ability? Wang Ao's mouth twitched. That thing only reaches at most 10 meters. Can it go farther than a bullet? Everyone thought about it, and it made sense. For now, we can only ambush him and catch him off guard, Wang Ao continued. But the dorm building is only this big, and with so many people around, it's hard to guarantee no one will tip him off. The dark-skinned young man was even more confused. Then what do we do? Wait. Wang Ao spat out one word, a contemptuous smile on his face. Wait for the chance when Su Lang comes out. There are so many resources at the resource points. I don't believe he can keep himself from coming out forever. As long as we seize one chance, I'm going to take his life. When the others heard this, their eyes all lit up. That was a good plan. And at this time, I was fast asleep in Dormitory 200. After just finishing a fight, I really was a little tired. To be honest, I had never been this strong before, so I had a lot of fun this time. I felt like my control was getting better and better. Drifting and last-second vehicle swaps were no problem at all. Chao Yashuan and Tong-Chi were also sleeping soundly. They were very satisfied with the completely transformed environment, and even in their sleep, they were smiling. I don't know how long I slept before waking up and checking my gains first thing. Basic Nightmare Coins, 40, conversion rate 196%, total output in 8 hours, 118 Nightmare Coins, total Nightmare Coins, 182. I had spent 200 upgrading the Colt before, leaving only 64. After one sleep, my Nightmare Coins were almost back to 200. But I wasn't very satisfied with this progress. The basic coins from the Nightmare Cot were too few, so I had to upgrade it as soon as possible. And on top of that, I could recruit a new mate again. I felt a little regretful. In the future, whenever the dormitory levels up, I should recruit a mate immediately. Like this time, I lost dozens of Nightmare Coins, which kept me from upgrading the Nightmare Cot. The snowball just couldn't get rolling at all. I went through the looks of the female players in my mind, and felt that Wang Yaji suited my taste best. She had a dignified appearance, a gentle personality, no real scandals on campus, and the scholarly air unique to a senior in her 3rd year. But I didn't rush to send her a private message. Instead, I looked at the clock and, taking into account the Nightmare Cot's cooldown and the game countdown, calculated the time. It was now 5 p.m., the game would start at 6 p.m., and the Nightmare Cot would refresh at 9 a.m. The extra 14 hours in the 7 days and 14-hour countdown should have been the reward for ending the game early. Normally, there would probably only be 7 days of rest. I got up and started exercising. Working out at this time could only be a good thing, since I had plenty of food. As my physique improved, so did my perception. I could even feel my training reaching the finer depths of my body, and the effect was excellent. I trained until there were 10 minutes left before 6, then stopped to wipe off my sweat and drink some water. I had a feeling, at exactly 6 o'clock, something new would definitely happen. Sure enough, Tong-Chi and the others were half awakened by the system broadcast. Dormitory broadcast. The supermarket has now opened. Everyone please enter to shop. Before the second round of the game begins, New residents will gradually move into the Mad King dormitory building. The supermarket? As soon as Chao Yashuan heard that, she instantly perked up. Brother Lang, we can go out to buy things now. Tong Chi looked at me, a little excited. I nodded. Pack up and get ready to head out. The chat room was already in an uproar. 1 Jean Xian. Holy crap, finally there's a supermarket. 9 Sun Hong. Don't fight me for it. The first person into the supermarket might get a reward. 186 Wu Hui Hui. Everyone on the 10th floor, assemble. Footsteps and shouts began in the hallway, though it was nowhere near as lively as it had been on the first day. Back then there had been 400 people. Now there were only around 50 left. One floor could barely hold 5 people, and several floors were basically empty. The most crowded places were the 10th floor and the 1st floor. Hearing the noise outside, the 2 girls packed even faster. A supermarket was a symbol of civilization, after all. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. I went to check, and it was Wu Hui Hui. What is it? Su Lang. Want to go to the supermarket together? Sure. Wait for me a moment. Being too detached from the group wasn't good for survival. To prevent Wang Ao from causing trouble, following the main group might be the safer choice. Of course, I also had to stay wary of Wu Hui Hui. I turned to the 2 girls and said, clear out anything you don't need from your backpacks. We'll probably need to buy stuff at the supermarket. Okay, they answered in unison. Over on the other side, Wang Tingting sidled up to Wu Hui Hui and asked curiously, Sister Hui, when did you get so close to Su Lang? Just someone I can talk to, Wu Hui Hui said, shaking her head. The people around them wore meaningful expressions. Was Wu Hui Hui really interested in Su Lang? If she ever became as strong as Su Lang, would she also end up gathering a bunch of lovers? After all, Su Lang had done exactly that. Not long after, I came out. There was a long blade at my waist, but no gun in hand. Still, no one dared look down on me. My strength had already taken deep root in people's minds. Before leaving, I casually turned off the lights. Turning them on also cost copper coins. Though cheap, those expenses were automatically deducted from me, the landlord. Being the head of the household was a lot of pressure. Let's go, I said. Okay. Wu Hui Hui nodded and walked toward the stairwell. She had originally planned to wait for me and chat a bit on the way, but when she turned back, she found I was bringing up the rear. Her mouth twitched. Su Lang, you don't need to be this cautious, she said sincerely. The 10th floor is like one big family. We all help each other. We know about the blueprint you gave Liu. Actually, you're a good person, right? I was silent for a moment, then grinned. Right, I'm a good person. You all walk in front. I won't shoot you. The backs of everyone's heads instantly felt cold. Wu Hui Hui sensed that the atmosphere was off and hurriedly said, Okay, you stay behind and help keep watch. With that, she quickened her pace, and the others did the same. On the way to the supermarket, Wang Ao's group saw us coming downstairs in a big procession, and their expressions changed slightly. They had actually been planning to ambush me halfway. Don't look. Go to the supermarket, Wang Ao said coldly. The supermarket wasn't far from the dormitory, less than 500 meters in diameter, and had appeared out of nowhere. The first batch of first-floor players went in, only to discover someone had gotten there even earlier, a young man with a round face, wearing a trench coat. It was Zhang Dehai, who had been live-streaming pictures to everyone earlier. Dehai, how are you so fast? Jean Xian said in surprise. I was wandering around outside and happened to see the supermarket appear, so I came in, Zhang Dehai said with an awkward smile. No one asked further and started sizing up the supermarket. There were no clerks here. It was much larger than an ordinary convenience store, brightly lit, and divided into 5 sections: the daily goods section, entertainment section, equipment section, skills section, and facility section. Holy crap, this is insanely expensive. A level 1 weapon costs 800 copper coins. Isn't that Su Lang's battle saber? It actually costs 6,000. That's enough to buy my life. A liter of mineral water is only 120. Su Lang charges us 500. What a black-hearted businessman. At that moment, a boy in the 10th floor group nudged a pretty girl beside him. Sister Ya, hurry up and ask. The girl had long black straight hair and was about 1.7 meters tall, even in flats. Her temperament was excellent. Is it really okay if I ask? Wang Yaji was a little unsure. You ask him and he'll definitely tell you, the boy said confidently. Right, Yajijia, you're so pretty, and Su Lang is such a pervert. Ask him and he'll surely tell you. That little doll seems to be a drop reward. Maybe it's really powerful. The people around chimed in one after another. Wang Yaji hesitated for a moment, then looked back at me and asked in a gentle voice, Su Lang, what is that black little doll hanging next to your door number? In an instant, everyone held their breath and slowed their steps, Wu Hui Hui included. That's a guardian spirit. It can protect my dorm from attacks, I replied. At the same time, her information appeared before my eyes. Name, Wang Yaji experience. Phase 1 door number, 193. Tenet. Comfort. 92. Can increase nightmare coin conversion rate by 92%. She was the kind of Eastern beauty with balanced features, not as refined in detail as Chao Yashuan, and not as voluptuous as Tong Chi, but that gentle aura of hers was really irresistible. Besides, she had the highest comfort level among all the girls on the 10th floor. Because Wu Huihui had previously been taking care of the girls, almost all the girls were concentrated on the 10th floor, leaving the male-female ratio severely imbalanced. Oh, Wang Yaji smiled, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and quickly turned away. Her heart was pounding, and her face was hot. Su Lang had actually replied to her. College students might not be all that into the whole campus boss thing, but it depended on who. And my current status was, without exaggeration, enough to control life and death in other people's hands. Su Lang actually replied to Yaji. Wu Huihui was deeply shocked, and she also felt a little downcast. If I had been as pretty as Wang Yaji back then, would Su Lang have agreed to open the door? Yajijia, there's a chance. Su Lang really likes you. The girl closest to her said excitedly. She was the owner of 193 and had the best relationship with Wang Yaji. She was probably thinking that if Wang Yaji could latch onto me, she could share in the benefits too. What do you mean likes or not likes? Wang Yaji's face flushed with embarrassment. The crowd's teasing got even louder, adding a touch of vitality to the dead world. But I was feeling a bit urgent inside. The next round of the game was only 7 days away. Who knew what kind of setup the next round would have, but it would probably be even more terrifying than the zombies. Otherwise, there'd be no gameplay to it. On top of that, the broadcast said new players would be joining, which meant another round of fresh social conflicts. I had wanted to remind Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan of a few things, but seeing how excited they were, I decided not to be the killjoy. Since the game had given us 7 days of rest, then we should rest properly. My rest, however, would be different from everyone else's. I would keep growing stronger without end. Soon, we arrived at the supermarket entrance, where signs reading "No fighting" and "No destruction" were standing. No one dared to test the rules with their own bodies. This game was too bizarre. After entering, I saw a notice spray painted on the wall. Store items refresh weekly, closed during gameplay. After a quick glance, I took the 2 girls straight to the equipment section. Looking at the rows of weapons with all kinds of designs in the display cases, I was practically itching to buy something. I could check the information through the glass and purchase it with a click. I stopped in front of a level 2 bulletproof vest. To be honest, I was pretty worried about someone taking a black shot at me. If it were cheap, I wouldn't mind buying it. But the problem was it came as a set, and I had to buy the tactical suit along with it, for a total of 10,800 copper coins. Su Lang, there are bullets over here. Chao Yashuan poked my arm. Bullet number 6, type. Consumable level, 1 upgrade requirement. 10 nightmare coins description. Suitable for most standard handguns price. 20 copper coins. The Colt Viper used exactly these number 6 bullets. My eyes lit up, and I was just about to buy something when a sudden burst of Yinghu from the facilities area beside me pulled my attention over. Brother Wang, isn't this the steel gate Su Lang made? A level 3 gate, nothing special. There are even level 4 blueprints here. Damn, we're rich. Brother Wang, look, this game actually has attack facilities. We'll never have to fear zombies again. Haha, this is real. Supermarket, I love you. Why didn't you show up sooner? It's so expensive. A swift crossbow costs 2,000. I walked over with Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan and saw Wang Ao and his group gathered under rows of crossbows. It was the swift crossbow, an attack facility, level 1, with damage 12. It could automatically attack, automatically reload, and could be turned on and off manually inside the dorm. Price, 2,000 copper coins. A yellow reminder sign beside it said, each dorm can hold 2 attack facilities per level. A level 1 dorm can hold at most 2 attack facilities. My eyes lit up. If this had existed in the last round of the game, level 0 zombies would have been nothing to fear. 1 arrow, 1 kill. I didn't rush to snatch anything. First I glanced through the other goods. The most abundant items were all kinds of blueprints, gates, water dispensers, sofas, double beds, all of them. When Wang Ao and the others saw me, they didn't come looking for trouble. Instead, they gathered together to discuss. Only level 1 dorms could install attack facilities, and crossbows were expensive. They had 12 people, but only 3 level 1 dorms. In the end, Wang Ao made the call. Whoever paid the most got to live in a level 1 dorm. By the time they finished discussing, I had already bought 2 crossbows and left. Wang Ao's expression changed. He ordered one of his underlings to quietly follow me and see what I had bought. The crossbow was about a meter long, with a wooden structure. I played with it for a bit, then had Tong Chi put it into her backpack. Facilities only worked inside the dorm, so carrying 2 bulky things around was pure hassle. Brother Lang, having us clear our backpacks in advance was really foresight, Tong Chi said with a sweet smile. Every player got their backpack slots upgraded. At first glance, it seems like a cheap consolation prize, but it's actually a very important space resource, I said. Chao Yashuan agreed wholeheartedly. Girls knew best how important it was to have a bag. After touring the equipment area and the facilities area, we came to the skill section. The display cases were full of skill scrolls, and the prices were steep. There was also a friendly reminder here. Active skills consume stamina and mental power, and using a skill outside its source type causes massive waste. For example, Fireball consumed mental power and cost 3,999 copper coins. Low Kick consumed stamina and cost 2,499. Some skills used mental power, some used stamina. You could substitute mental power for stamina-based skills too, but it was especially inefficient. This game didn't have a clearly defined mana value. The skill area was crowded too. When they saw us coming, everyone subconsciously stepped aside. That VIP treatment made me secretly pleased. For the higher tier skill scrolls, there was only one copy each. Once bought, they were gone. So I looked through them quickly. I currently had the most copper coins, so I had to fully capitalize on the first mover advantage and grab useful skills early. Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan could only watch helplessly. Each of them had only 1,000 copper coins, not even enough to buy the most basic skill. Just then, I saw Wang Ao and his group coming over from the facilities area, so I quickly turned back and bought a scroll. It was Fireball. Wang Ao's group had bragged before that Wang Ao had awakened a fire-breathing ability. Fireball plus fire-breathing would very likely create a mutation. I was not about to give him that chance. Let the early rich lead the later rich? Joke. If he got rich first. Then when danger came, wouldn't I be the one forced to stand at the front? I wasn't that stupid. I intended to keep my place as the top player in the Mad King dormitory. Besides, I needed an attack skill like this anyway. Fireball sounded common, so its adaptability should be pretty good. Wang Ao saw me and narrowed his eyes, then began flipping through scrolls too. I noticed one guy in his group had been staring at me the whole time, probably trying to see what I was buying. So I simply had Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan stand on my left and right to block his view. There really were a lot of good things in the skill area. It made my mouth water. After some consideration, I bought another item. The only one in the entire store priced at 12,999 copper coins. Meditation, an active skill, can accelerate mental power recovery, and when full, it can also slowly increase total mental attributes. After buying that, my huge fortune of 21,000 was instantly wiped out. Still not satisfied, I asked Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi to lend me money. The two of them came to the supermarket full of excitement, didn't buy a single thing, and handed all their money to me, this filthy thing. After getting 2,000 copper coins, I bought the third scroll, Aiming, a passive skill that improves throwing and shooting accuracy. The reason I was so accurate with guns before was purely because the Colt Python felt good in my hands. If I really wanted to become a true marksman, the aiming skill was indispensable. 2 crossbows cost 4,000, and 3 scrolls cost 18,998. A total of 25,000 was spent, and now I only had a little over 500 left. I was truly drained dry. Anyway, after this round of spending, I had no intention of going out again. I tore open the 3 scrolls and learned the skills. A wave of clarity surged through my mind, bringing in a lot of new knowledge, and my body also gained some muscle memory. It felt especially magical. I took out the Colt and twirled it a couple of times, and it felt even better in my hand. Come on, let's go check out the living area and the entertainment area. I'll buy you anything you want. It's fine, we don't want anything. Tong Chi scratched her face. The atmosphere was somehow awkward. Chao Yashuan also lowered her head and stared at her toes. No way, we have to buy something. I patted my chest. The remaining 2 areas are definitely cheap. I can still afford it. This trip was all about spending every last cent, then lying low until the end of time. What about the utilities bill? The defense facilities cost money too, Chao Yashuan said faintly. Me. Fine, we'll just go take a look. Tong Chi smiled. The living area and the entertainment area were indeed cheap, especially the living area, which had clothes, hats, shoes, and bags, all inexpensive and good-looking. Of course, the better they looked, the more expensive they were. In the end, I still bought Chao Yashuan a 35 copper perfume as a little gift. At the deepest part of the entertainment area stood 2 lottery machines, one silver-white and one brass. Win, win. A crowd surrounded the brass lottery machine, shouting and making a racket. Tong Chi blinked at it, seeming quite interested. I was just worrying about what gift to buy her, and now the opportunity had arrived, hadn't it? The brass lottery machine cost 100 copper coins per spin. It could spit out something valuable, or it could give you trash. There wasn't a single person around the silver lottery machine, because one spin cost 1 silver coin, something none of them had even seen before. Here, play with this. I handed the silver coin to Tong Chi. This is a silver coin. She looked at the coin in her palm, her mouth forming an O as she let out a cute little gasp. Yeah, go on and play. Thank you, Brother Lang. Her big eyes sparkled brightly. Over by the brass machine, a bunch of people were so absorbed that they didn't even notice us coming over. It wasn't until the silver lottery machine flashed dazzling light and rang with bells that they came back to their senses. Zhang Dahai, who was holding the lever, froze for a moment and then turned his head to see us. Fuck, it's Su Lang, one person shouted in fright, stumbling back several steps. The others also gave us some space. Zhang Dahai looked at the silver lottery machine, making all that commotion, then looked at me. Su Lang, where did you get a silver coin? From killing monsters. All right. He nodded. His impression of me had always been pretty good. Back then, I'd given him medical supplies, and I hadn't tried to rob him in the infirmary. Look at the reward that came out of the silver lottery machine, someone shouted. An orange glow flared on the screen, and a strange long blade radiating orange light appeared. Ghost Slaying Blade. The items in the lottery machine could only be seen by name and appearance. The detailed information wasn't visible. Su Lang, the lottery machines have 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and orange. Orange is the best, and it looks like there's only one. Zhang Dahai said excitedly. I stared at the lottery machine and licked my lips. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi clenched their fists and stared at the screen, extremely nervous. Everyone around us was getting worked up too. After living through life-and-death zombie encounters, this kind of gambling game was especially popular. Someone muttered softly, "Come out, come out, come out. If I ever really pull something good, I might share some of the benefits." That was exactly how it went with Zhang Dahai just now. As everyone anxiously waited, the screen suddenly jumped, and a pair of green glowing gauntlets popped out. Wind Thunder Gauntlets. Holy shit. Why did it turn green? That's messing with our heads. Then the screen kept flipping, and a set of clothes glowing purple appeared, then stopped. Zhang Dahai opened and closed his mouth, stunned on the spot. He'd played this for so long and at best got blue drops, and the moment I took over, I pulled purple, from a silver machine no less. My heart pounded like I'd won the jackpot. Extract? Yes/no. Extract it fast. Tong Chi selected extract. Brother Lang, it's in my backpack. Good. I turned and left without another word. The 2 girls immediately followed, quickly breaking into a run. Passing the equipment area, I also bought 15 rounds of number 6 ammo. Some people subconsciously wanted to chase after us. What are you guys doing? Zhang Dahai barked. That group looked at each other, none of them daring to go after us and steal anything. Setting aside the fact that I had a pistol, even those 6 free attribute points were more than they could handle. We sprinted all the way back to dorm 200. Huff, huff, huff. The 2 girls were exhausted. As soon as they got through the entrance, they couldn't go any farther and leaned on me while gasping for breath. I took out 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them over. Back to life, Chao Yashuan tilted her slender neck and gulped it down hard, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. At that moment, I paused slightly, finding her unexpectedly beautiful. Crystal drops hung on her pale neck, looking like sweat, yet also like water. Home is the best, Tong Chi said, still panting. Both of them were smart enough not to complain. Given the situation just now, running was clearly the right choice. The 3 of us sat on the sofa. Chao Yashuan rubbed her hands together impatiently. Xiaodong, hurry up and take it out to see what it is. Tong Chi answered, and a khaki trench coat set appeared in her hand. Survivor set, level 3 equipment. Effect 1, Constitution +1, Spirit +1. Effect 2, reduces presence. Even outside the dorm, monsters won't deliberately target you. Effect 3, hunger will stop decreasing once it drops to 5. The description read, I will be the one who survives to the end. It's actually level 3 equipment. Chao Yashuan exclaimed. And it's anti-hunger gear too. This is perfect for roaming the wilderness, I said with a smile. If we'd had this in the last round, we could have brought enough food, found a shipping container, and just hidden there. Of course, that only worked if there weren't any monsters with detection abilities. Then isn't this not really suitable for you, Brother Lang? Tong Chi said a little shyly. With Dorm 200's door level this high, we'd definitely be staying home during the game and wouldn't go out. I patted her head. It's definitely not a loss. No matter how you look at it, it's still level 3 equipment. Tong Chi, you've got incredible luck. Yeah, you're basically the reincarnation of the luck god. Chao Yashuan laughed. Tong Chi was embarrassed by the praise. Then Brother Lang, hurry up and try it on. All right, I took off my clothes and changed into it. Once the full set was on, the cut shifted slightly and fit my body perfectly. It's pretty comfortable to wear, and I feel stronger too. I clenched my fist. So handsome. Chao Yashuan's eyes lit up, and she looked at me like I was her boyfriend, paying all her attention to my appearance. This outfit suited me extremely well, with a strong post-apocalyptic industrial vibe. These past few days, Nobody had been wearing proper clothes, so my look was definitely one of a kind. After letting them admire it enough, I walked to the door and had Tong Chi take out the swift repeating crossbow for installation. With a flash of light, two crossbows appeared on the left and right sides of the door, half inside the room and half outside. The cold gleam of the bolts was aimed down the hallway, ready to fire. I'm a bit OCD, so I carefully adjusted the two repeat crossbows until they were perfectly level before I nodded in satisfaction. Chao Yashuan looked at the bolts as if she were being held at gunpoint. These bolts look kind of scary, Tong Chi added, but they're reassuring too. I said, you can switch these bolts on and off right in the dorm. From now on, once the game starts, I'll just leave them on all the time. After saying that, I took a photo and sent it to the chat room. 200 Su Lang. From now on, don't come near my room if you have nothing to do. Image. 5 Zhu Yan. Brother Lang is awesome. He's already got the crossbow set up. 32 Yi Fan. Woo woo. Pull by me a swift crossbow. I'd even marry you in return. The players kept praising me, and Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi also felt honored by association, each taking one of my arms and beaming with joy. I thought the timing was just right, so I sent Wang Yaji a message. 200 Su Lang. Do you want to come live here? She didn't have many private messages and hadn't set any filters, so she saw it right away. 193 Wang Yaji. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? 200 Su Lang. Then forget it. 193 Wang Yaji. Fine, I'll come take a look right away. I kept doing my thing and didn't think much of it. Later, I learned that when Wang Yaji received the message, her heart tightened and her face turned red. Her background wasn't actually any worse than Chao Yashuan's. It was just that her family was very traditional. If it were an ordinary girl, she wouldn't have hesitated at all over this chance. After all, in this environment, almost every living woman had hinted at me before. At the time, she even tested her roommate. Xiaozhu, if Su Lang asked you to go over right now, what would you do? The petite Xiaozhu immediately cried out, Sister Ya, did Su Lang ask you to go over right now? That shout made everyone around who was buying sanitary pads turn to look over, and their expressions changed instantly. Wang Yaji was about to rise up. A few boys even had envy, jealousy, and hatred flashing in their eyes. Wu Huihui walked over and asked quietly, Yaji really? Wang Yaji nodded. Wu Huihui didn't know what to say either. It was like an offer of charity from the strong to the weak, but that was just how things were now. I'll escort Yaji over. You guys wait here. We'll sweep the floors together in a bit, Wu Huihui said. Everyone was secretly on guard against Wang Ao. Wang Yaji is coming over later, I said to Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi. The two of them froze. Chao Yashuan's face fell at once, while Tong Chi thought about it for a moment before smiling. That's good. For people means more strength. That's exactly what I mean, I said with a smile. The more people there were, the faster I grew, especially if they were beauties. Chao Yashuan said gloomily. Su Lang, can you even handle it? At this rate, you'll die in bed sooner or later. Besides, isn't our bed too small? The nightmare little bed was already close to its limit with 3 people. With 4, we'd really be squeezed like a meat sandwich. I thumped my chest. It's fine. If I can protect one more life, squeezing a little doesn't matter. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi were both speechless. Even Tong Chi found that shameless. Whatever you want, Chao Yashuan said sullenly. Not long after, the doorbell rang. I glanced at the monitor. It was Wang Yaji and Wu Huihui. I went to open the door. Wang Yaji had long black straight hair and a white pleated skirt. When she saw me, her gaze flickered, but she neither dodged nor lowered her head. Instead, she looked right at me openly. Come in, I said, stepping aside. Su Lang, you're not allowed to bully Yaji. Wu Huihui said in a deep voice. I looked at her small frame and smiled. Don't worry. Whether I treat women well or not, just look at Yashuan and Little Tong's spirits and you'll know. Huihui, don't worry about me. Wang Yaji said. Wu Huihui nodded, and once she saw the door close, she left. After coming inside, Wang Yaji asked, do I need to change shoes? Yeah, I said, glancing casually at her fairly pale ankles. Being stared at like that, she blushed. I placed the indoor slippers beside her, and she began to change. The moment her fair feet emerged from the shoes, I knew it was worth it. I hadn't chosen the third tenant wrong. Her ankles were graceful and rounded, the curve of her instep smooth, and her skin as white and clean as mutton fat jade. Better still, my comfort shot up by 2 points all at once. Even I was stunned. So I actually had this kink? Su Lang, she said shyly, clenching her fists, as if feet were some shameful part of the body. I came back to my senses, coughed lightly, and led her into the living room. Sit first. She didn't sit right away, first glancing around the room. My dorm was about the same size as Wu Huihui's place, but the layout was different. Tong Chi was very considerate. Sister Ya, do you want something to eat? Chao Yashuan refused to be the icebreaker, so Tong Chi stepped up instead. I'm not hungry. Wang Yaji waved her hand. Even if you're not hungry, it's dinner time, I said with a smile. Then the three of us started cooking. Chao Yashuan pouted, but after I kissed her once, she behaved herself. Wang Yaji quickly understood how we were dividing up the work and came over to help. By 8 o'clock that night, the four of us finally sat down to eat. The dishes were plentiful, and Wang Yaji said she wasn't greedy for food, yet she nearly swallowed her tongue. The night gradually deepened. I'd given her the tenant's spot, so she could stay here openly and above board in this dorm with 2 crossbow doors and a double-layered front door. And yet she couldn't be happy at all, so nervous she was almost dying of it. If I keep doing this, it'll make it seem like I'm being coerced. In the end, won't it just make everyone unhappy? After struggling inside for a long time, she finally pretended to yawn. Su Lang, when are you sleeping? I'm getting kind of tired. Oh, you go to sleep first. Turn the faucet in the washroom to the right for hot water, I said with a nod. She frowned, looking naturally blank with confusion. You two aren't sleeping? No, I said, shaking my head. We sleep during the day and stay awake at night. It's fine for you to sleep first. If I went to sleep now, wouldn't my jet lag have been for nothing? Besides, if I slept too much and then the nightmare little bed cooled down and refreshed, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep later. Yeah, Sister Wang, you sleep first, Tong Chi said with a smile. Then I'm really going to sleep, okay? She hesitated before heading toward the washroom. Water rushed loudly, and my coins were being deducted just as loudly. A few hundred pieces, still too few. I sorted out the supplies I didn't need and started talking to Wu Hui about a trade. A few minutes later, those odds and ends and an iron door blueprint disappeared, and more than 1,000 copper coins came in. I finally felt a little safer. Now blueprints weren't rare anymore. Materials had become the valuable thing. The biggest chunk I sold was the raw materials I didn't need, followed by the iron door blueprint and Zhou Tao's room key. This blind box from Zhou Tao was left for Wu Hui to open. I didn't want to go out. Su Lang, how much did you sell for? Chao Yashuan asked eagerly. 1,500. I smiled. She breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you'd sell it cheap to Wu Hui. Tong Chi teased. Sister Chao is worried Brother Lang got his soul stolen by Sister Wang. Huh? During dinner, Wang Yaji had mentioned that they were badly short on raw materials and asked if I had any extra. That's not it. Chao Yashuan rolled her eyes. I just didn't want him selling it too cheap. She remembered how miserable she'd been the first couple of days after meeting that Sigma Su Lang. Lustful was lustful, but in her heart, I had never been the kind of person who thought with the lower half. After Wang Yaji finished washing up and came out, she saw the three of us still sitting on the sofa. Where do I sleep? Tong Chi raised her index finger in a hushed gesture and pointed at the nightmare little bed. Wang Yaji was curious, and instead of rushing to bed, she first privately messaged Tong Chi to ask what we were doing. Turns out I was meditating, and the two of them were watching me meditate. She leaned closer and saw me lazily reclining against the sofa, eyes closed, breathing steady, looking like some old monk in deep concentration. Meditation? She'd heard that I'd bought the most expensive skill, so that was what it was called. She continued chatting with Tong Chi privately. Back when I couldn't sleep, I'd used the pilot falling asleep method. Pilot, not airplane. It was used for active-duty pilots, and later spread until it became famous. In simple terms, it was just relaxing the body and imagining sunlight, beaches, and white clouds. It was basically normal meditation. But skill-based meditation was completely different. Once activated, my awareness of the outside world instantly dulled, and all my mental focus concentrated inside my body. Heartbeat, blood flow, the movement of my internal organs. All of it surged into my senses, peaceful and serene, as if I were listening to the rhythm of my own body. It's worth mentioning that skills can also be enhanced with nightmare coins, and the prices aren't outrageous either. Time passed slowly, and I didn't even notice when Chao Yashuan and the others gradually got into bed. It wasn't until the sun rose the next day that I opened my eyes. Strangely enough, even though the dorm in this game was completely enclosed, sunlight would still come in once daytime arrived. Wang Yaji had gone to bed early, and as soon as I opened my eyes, she woke up too. Sister Wang, come on, join me for morning exercise. I waved. We were used to sleeping during the day, and this was Wang Yaji's first time sleeping like this, so she was a little restless. Fortunately, she wasn't idle either. The girls on the 10th floor were all wildly gossiping, and she couldn't even keep up with replying. Wu Hui and the others had also swept through the building and found plenty of good stuff, so there was a lot to talk about. As they chatted, she got sleepy. These past few days, hardly anyone had slept well. The bed was cramped, but it made people feel safe, and before she knew it, she had drifted off. Base nightmare coins, 40, conversion rate, 290%, 8 hours produced 156 nightmare coins, total nightmare coins, 338, a surge. I clenched my fist and held back a cheer. There was so much I could upgrade now. The most important thing, The main door would cost 300 to upgrade. Meditation was only level 1, so upgrading it cost just 45, cheap to an absurd degree. Phew, I can't spend nightmare coins recklessly. Upgrading the little bed is the most important thing. I forced down the urge to spend. Spending now wasn't smart. If something unexpected happened midway and I needed them urgently, it would be a problem. I got up to check the clock. It was only a little after 5. With nothing to do, I lay back down and meditated. Doing this too much could become addictive, but you couldn't do it for too long at once. If you did, your head would start hurting. Soon after, Chao Yashuan and the others woke up and started preparing breakfast. In the previous few days, without a stove, they mostly had bread, so being able to eat 2 hot bowls of noodles now already felt like happiness. A fragrance drifted out from the kitchen. I went to wash up, and by the time I was done, the noodles were already on the table. In the white porcelain bowl, springy noodles floated on the broth, and the 2 fried eggs were adorable. Who fried the eggs? They're perfect, I praised. Chao Yashuan's red lips curled up, and she couldn't hold back a laugh. Haha, it was me. I took a cooking class before. If there were an oven here, I could even make you a cake. That's amazing. Then I'll leave cooking to you from now on. I gasped. She immediately puffed out her cheeks, as if she'd just been assigned chores. Tong Chi kicked me under the table. Sister Wang, and I can cook too. Wang Yaji nodded. I can do Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine, but there aren't that many fresh ingredients right now. All 3 of you are culinary geniuses. Then I'll leave all the cooking to you. I gave a thumbs up. Tong Chi covered her mouth and laughed. We're not culinary geniuses, we just know how to cook. The atmosphere immediately lightened up. Wang Yaji talked about Wu Hui's side. She had centralized the resources and exchanged iron doors for everyone. People from other buildings wanted to come over and benefit, but the 10th floor had already rejected new residents, and even if they came, they wouldn't get any supplies. That move earned her quite a bit of prestige. There was also something else. Zhang Dehai had been refusing to return to the dorm and kept wandering outside. No one knew what he was doing. Those areas were also spawning supplies now, but the quality was a bit worse than on the final day of the game. Su Lang, when do you think those new residents will come? Tong Chi's eyes were filled with both anticipation and unease. Wang Yaji and Chao Yashuan were also looking at me, waiting for an answer. I secretly shook my head. How was I supposed to know? It would definitely be within this week. Maybe in the next 2 days, I said vaguely. Then do you want them to come, or not? Wang Yaji pressed. I rubbed my nose. Was this what it felt like to be the head of the household? Terrifying. Things they didn't know, I actually didn't know either, but now they were all asking me, so I could only hold the line. I said gravely. There's no way to make a conclusion yet, because we don't know what those new players are like. If they're newcomers like us, that's a good thing. If they're veteran players, then things won't be good. The game's difficulty will definitely increase, and veteran players may not necessarily be friendly to newcomers. After thinking it over, the 3 of them realized that was true, and their worries grew while some of their anticipation faded. The threat posed by veteran players might even be greater than that of monsters. Actually, there had been plenty of discussion in the chat room about the new residents, with all kinds of speculation. My views aren't really that unusual. The logic chain is just relatively clear. As we talked, the night deepened. Through the surveillance monitor, we could see the night outside. The sky, stained with bloody mist, had neither moon nor stars, hollow and eerie. That night, when Wu Hui and the others came back from their sweep, they brought Wang Yaji a deck of cards. The 3 girls huddled on the sofa playing Do Diju, while I meditated nearby. Wang Yaji had never played before, learned in a daze, and lost the worst. Time passed quietly. We had all been too tired from playing during the day, so instead of feeling sleepy, no one wanted to sleep. It wasn't until dawn that Chao Yashuan and the others finally lay down one after another. I took a deep breath and walked to the bed. Upgrade. That bleak nightmare cot transformed into a cozy nightmare bed. Level 1, Comfort 20. Every hour of sleep now generated 7 nightmare coins, with a daily limit of 8 hours. Permanently bound, and even if damaged, it could be summoned again. The bed instantly grew larger. It felt warm to the touch and gave off a sun-dried scent. Even the quilt was folded neatly into a perfect square. The 3 girls hadn't fully fallen asleep yet, and when they sensed the change, they all opened their eyes in surprise. Chao Yashuan had never seen a bed so new before. It seemed almost to glow. The next morning, when I woke up and checked the harvest, my grin stretched from ear to ear. Produced 226 nightmare coins in 8 hours. Total nightmare coins, 364. Over 200 coins in one night. Now I could even upgrade the main gate directly. Su Lang, what's wrong? Chao Yashuan was startled awake by me. Good news. I smiled mysteriously. No matter how proud I was, I still wouldn't reveal the matter of the sequence. It wasn't a question of trust. This kind of secret could only be known by me alone. If I told anyone, I'd be a complete idiot asking for divine punishment. Annoying. Chao Yashuan pouted coquettishly and opened the chat room, thinking something had happened to the players. What she saw was this. 44 Wang Ao. Both my dorms are fully loaded with swift crossbows. 57 Lu Quan. What's so impressive about a few broken wooden crossbows? 84 Li Wang. Everyone only has about 1,000 copper coins in hand. Being able to buy something that costs 8,000 is already incredible. 5 Zhu Yin. Exactly. A lot of people are still at level 0 dorms and can't even afford attack facilities. 32 Yi Fan. Who is this guy? We don't have anyone like him at our school. 1 G Nexian. Holy crap, who are you? 88 Chaobin. Holy crap, who are you? 44 Wang Ao. Who the hell are you? Su Lang, look at the chat room. Chao Yashuan exclaimed. I froze, then hurriedly opened Lu Quan's information. Lu Quan, credentials. 3rd batch, room owner, 3rd batch player. My brows furrowed sharply. He had actually shown up, a veteran player 2 batches above me. The chat room had already exploded. Yi Fan, a 3rd batch expert, please carry me. Chao Bin. Senior, how do you even play this game? Sun Yin, expert, do you still have a tenant slot in your room? Add me. Lu Quan. Heh, looks like I'm the only veteran player here. Your new building was just unsealed, right? I'll ask one thing. Who took the unsealing gift pack? Lin Bao. Su Lang from room 200 took it. Lu Quan at Su Lang. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. The moment this guy arrived, he aimed his gun at me. Brother Lang, what do we do? Tong Chi's face tightened. This veteran player didn't look like a good person, and with such brazen arrogance, he must have some backing. Let him come. I said calmly. Tong Chi felt reassured. Chao Yashuan said angrily. Perfect. The crossbows don't have a target anyway. If he comes, we'll shoot him to death. Wang Yaji, however, looked worried. Players had not yet fought face to face, but a 3rd batch player's physical abilities were definitely unusual, and he might even have all kinds of bizarre items. Lu Quan, anyone willing to follow me, gather on the 3rd floor. At Wang Ao, have all your underlings follow me. You can just lie flat in the next round. My eyes flickered. Now I understood. The reason he trampled Wang Ao the moment he arrived was to build his own momentum. Someone like that is harder to deal with than a brainless lunatic. On the 3rd floor hallway, a dozen players gathered around. The brutal survival game made them desperately crave a higher authority to cling to, just as humans always love to create gods. Seeing that only so few people had come, Lu Quan frowned. No one else. Brother Quan, most people are on the 10th floor. Sun Hung rubbed his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. A group of people started praising him hard. Brother Quan, you look so imposing and extraordinary. This big boss could keep them alive. A little flattery meant nothing. Lu Quan stroked his beard, his expression odd. Cut the bootlicking. Follow me to the 10th floor. Brother Quan, are you planning to take Su Lang from us? He has a gun. Be careful. Guns are usually tier 2 weapons, right? Not a big deal. Lu Quan shook his head indifferently. Along the way, many people scrambled to spill my secrets, afraid that if they spoke too late, they wouldn't draw attention. Su Lang is very lustful. There are 3 beauties in his house. Su Lang has a steel door and 2 swift crossbows. Lu Quan waved them off and asked, among the 5 sections in your supermarket, how much do the most expensive items cost in each? A broad-browed boy quickly answered, the most expensive item in the goods section is the tier 4 battle axe, 19,999 copper coins. Lu Quan stared at him. What's your name? My name is Lu Chang, same family name as you. Lu Quan nodded meaningfully. Good intelligence gathering ability. Come be my tenant later. Lu Chang was overjoyed. Lu Quan then said, I'll teach you a trick. After each game ends, the most expensive item that appears in the supermarket is often the best value. Buy it and you profit. How to save money, how to farm monsters. I'll teach you all that later. Now tell me everything you found in the last 2 days. Don't hide anything. Everyone chimed in one after another to add details. Lu Quan remained calm until he heard red-sleeved shoes and red lanterns, at which point his brows suddenly twitched. Brother Quan, what's wrong? Lu Chang was sharp-eyed. Nothing. It's only the 2nd day. The features aren't obvious yet. Lu Quan took a deep breath. Please don't let it be what he was thinking. Red-sleeved shoes, red lanterns. It couldn't help but bring Chinese horror to mind. Lu Chang asked again. Brother Quan, how did you get to our building? The survival game offers a variety of gameplay options, and its items are varied too. It's not hard to transfer to another dormitory building. You'll understand later. Lu Quan brushed him off impatiently. Everyone fell silent. The 10th floor had been reached. In dorm room 200, I knew Lu Quan was bringing people up, and my expression darkened. This might be the biggest crisis I'd faced since entering the game. With a dozen people plus 1 veteran player, a steel door definitely wouldn't hold. Wang Ao, Su Lang, want to team up and take down Lu Quan. A private message popped up. My brows relaxed, and I immediately closed it. At a time like this, even Wu Huihui, who had a better relationship with me, hadn't said a word, let alone Wang Ao. They'd been at each other's throats just earlier, and now he was talking about cooperation just like that. What thick skin. But to be honest, maybe people like that were the most suited to a survival game. The four of us watched the surveillance closely. When Lu Quan really brought a group into range of the cameras, Chao Yashuan immediately did as I'd instructed and turned on the auto-attack mode of the swift crossbow. Tier 2 steel door, 2 Tier 1 offensive facilities. What a newbie. Lu Quan looked at my setup and sneered, an air of showy arrogance bursting forth. His gaze swept around and landed on the monitor and the ghost child in the shrine. He had no reaction when he saw the monitor, but when he saw the ghost child, his face changed drastically. FCK? Is that a guardian spirit? He shouted, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Everyone was startled. Why was this big shot reacting like that? Brother Quan, what is it? Lu Chang asked cautiously. Lu Quan gritted his teeth and pointed at the ghost child. Where did this thing come from? Seems like it was Su Lang's airdrop reward. Someone answered eagerly. In the dorm, watching his uncertain expression, I stroked my chin and thought it over. Could this guardian spirit have some special significance? Just from that sour face of his, I couldn't tell. This guy's crazy. Chao Yashuan cursed outright. Lu Quan thought it over, then gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, he actually dared to use my seal-breaking gift pack. You guys destroy the durability on those 2 crossbows first. I'll break the door. This kid has to be dragged out and killed, and the loot will be split with you half and half. Right, don't touch that guardian spirit. Don't damage it. Everyone's eyes lit up. I'll go first, a fat boy volunteered. This was risky, otherwise Lu Quan wouldn't have let them go first. But risk came with reward. If they looked brave enough, maybe he would take notice and let them become his roommates, rising straight to the top. I saw the movement outside, my eyes flickered, and I tapped twice on the control panel to turn off automatic attack mode. The contest between the two sides officially began. Bang! The fat boy grabbed a brick and smashed it at the nearest repeating crossbow. Crash! The brick shattered, and the crossbow was completely unharmed, still bright and new. Idiot! Using a ranged weapon against an attack structure is just a waste. Lu Quan said impatiently. Then what do we do? Use melee weapons. A level 1 structure doesn't attack that fast. Watch your dodge. The fat boy clenched his teeth and pulled out a boning knife, carefully stepping forward. The crossbow didn't even fire. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he laughed loudly. I get it. Su Lang's out of copper coins. Firing the crossbows costs copper coins. He bought so much supplies that his copper coins must be empty already. Ha ha. The other's eyes lit up too. Crack. He slashed at the repeating crossbow. Another boy with a baton quickened his pace and swung, leaving a scratch. The two of them got more and more excited as they attacked, and the others rushed over too, moving to smash the other crossbow. Fuck. I've long disliked you, Su Lang. So what if you picked up a few blueprints? What's so impressive about that? You think you're amazing just because you have a lousy pistol? And stealing women from me? Those should all be mine. You monopolized all 3 women. You deserve to die. I smashed your door. How does that feel? These people shouted and cursed as they fought, every insult full of resentment. They had already warped into something ugly, oppressed for so long, finally finding an outlet. Each of them went crazy. Only a few still stood at the stairwell entrance, too afraid to come over. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the rude intruders had squeezed together in a crowd, the 2 repeating crossbows suddenly activated, and 2 bolts shot out almost simultaneously. At first no one reacted. They were still red-eyed, smashing the door, until someone clutching a wound collapsed to the ground, and only then did they wake from their frenzy. Fuck! Someone's been killed. Run! Su Lang is baiting us. The crowd scattered in panic, leaving behind 2 corpses and 1 gravely injured person. Whoosh, whoosh, the bolts finished him off. In just over 10 seconds, 3 players lay dead forever in front of my door. Now's the chance. But while everyone else was retreating, one person rushed against the flow, Lu Quan. He held a long sword, moving with flashing steps, and in an instant he reached the steel door. Blue light rose from the blade as he stabbed straight at the broken crossbow on the left, but his arms swept to the right, trying to burst both with 2 sword strikes. As long as these 2 structures were destroyed, I would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. And right then, both repeating crossbows flashed brightly and changed form dramatically. Their wooden bodies were wrapped in bronze casings, and the bolts themselves turned entirely bronze, carved with patterns, ancient and heavy-looking. Bronze repeating crossbow, level 2, damage 20, attack speed fast, durability 65/65. Each bolt costs 65 copper coins. At the critical moment, I upgraded them. The instant they upgraded, their durability was fully restored and their power nearly doubled. Lu Quan was stunned pale by the sudden change. But since he was still a veteran player who had survived several life-and-death situations, he twisted around and tried to run. But my combo wasn't over yet. The ghost child he had long coveted suddenly had both eyes blazing, forcibly freezing him in place. The instant he was immobilized, 2 bolts pierced his back. Then 2 more bronze bolts came flying in together. The bronze repeating crossbow fired extremely fast, about 1 bolt per second. Lu Quan just happened to break free at that moment, the sole of his foot blasting with a loud crack as he shot several meters away, barely creating a sliver of breathing room. Without even thinking, he dropped to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The door swung wide open, and a green-painted pistol sprang out, its bullets sounding like firecrackers set off at New Year's grave sweeping. Chao Yashuan, watching from behind, was utterly stunned. My finger was firing so fast it nearly left after images. When a good opportunity comes, you have to dare to go all in. I seized the opportunity without hesitation and dealt Lu Quan, that uninvited bastard, a head-on blow. American-style gunplay. All 17 rounds emptied. His body was riddled like a sieve, dead beyond dead. The people who had fled into the stairwell all froze. Before they could even react, Boss Lu Quan was already dead. Less than 10 seconds had passed from start to finish. 1 second it was still 10 against 1, with the boss leading the charge. The next, a teammate lay dead and the boss was down. Lu Quan's name was completely extinguished. That was the best proof of death. I calmly reloaded the magazine and aimed the muzzle at the stairwell. After killing someone, I didn't even breathe hard. I could still reload in a clear, orderly way, steady as a professional hitman. After I got some money, I asked Wu Huihui to help me buy a batch of Type 6 bullets. Now I had plenty of ammo. If I wanted to shoot, I shot. With a hammer in hand, everyone looked like a nail. These bastards who smashed my door, I wasn't planning to let a single one go. Revenge was the rational choice. The more rational a person was, the more they understood the importance of revenge. Because if other people offended you and paid no price, the offenses that followed would only become more frequent. Just as I was about to fire, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind me. I suggest you don't do that. I spun around instantly, training my gun on a masked woman 10 meters away in the corridor to the right. At the same time, I stepped back and took cover behind the steel door, guarding against a sneak attack from the stairwell on the left. A flicker of approval flashed in the masked woman's eyes. Your reflexes are pretty good. Hard to imagine you're only a first-cycle player. Who are you? I asked, staring at her. She had a hot figure, wearing a dark green leather jacket. Her black face covering shifted with her breathing, making her look unervingly strange. Of course I wasn't looking at her body. I was looking at the basic info. Name, Su Ruyan. Experience, 3rd cycle. Door number, 180, homeowner. Comfort level, 80. Her voice was pleasant, and her brows and eyes carried the charm of a full-figured beauty, but her comfort level was very low. Because I didn't want to sleep beside a venomous snake. That's right. The feeling she gave me was exactly that, a highly venomous snake. Dorm 180, because of the special layout on the 10th floor, was also considered part of the 10th floor zone. Me? An old player. But unlike trash like him. She glanced at Lu Quan lying behind the iron door, completely unconcerned about the gun in my hand. This piece of garbage only ever made the top 10 once at most. I've played 3 games, and all 3 were top 10. I asked in a low voice. Then why did you stop me from killing the others just now? Of course it was to protect the living strength of our 10th floor, she said directly. You already have blood hatred on you. If you keep killing, the blood hatred will only get worse. When the next round starts, all the monsters will come straight to your door. As soon as she said that, a bad feeling surged in my chest, but I still asked calmly, what is blood hatred? Seeing that I wasn't scared, the approval in her eyes deepened. During the rest period, if you kill other players, blood hatred clings to you. When the next round of the game begins, you'll be more likely than others to draw the monster's hatred. Hiding in the dorm won't help. The more you kill, the more exaggerated the blood hatred becomes. That's what we players call it. And it's also a hidden mechanism of the dorm survival game. I fell silent. Such crucial information, and the game didn't give even a single hint. Too sinister. So if I kill one person, how strong does the blood hatred get? I asked. Strictly speaking, 4, but those weren't all killed by your own hand, so the blood hatred is a bit less. She smiled. Any concrete example? I pressed. At times like this, I didn't bother beating around the bush. Anything I could ask, I asked. Picking the wool from the information gap was profit as long as I could get it. Anyway, the blood hatred player from my last round was the first one to die, and he only killed 1 person, she said teasingly. That's why I stopped you. Otherwise all the monsters would run to the 10th floor, and I'd get a headache. I fell silent again, silently sending a round of greetings to the creator of this game. She laughed, her voice deeply magnetic. Relax. The game has its own punishment system. This time you were only counterattacking passively, so the blood grudge shouldn't be too outrageous. Otherwise I would have switched floors already. Thanks. If necessary, I'll help you once, I said solemnly. She must have had an ulterior motive for saying all this. Rather than wait for her to bring it up, I'd rather take the initiative and keep the price within a range I could accept. Besides, this was just an empty check, didn't cost a single copper coin. Heh, if you want to repay me, then just hold out for 2 more days in the next round, she said, turning and leaving after she finished. Nice ass. But I felt that even if I checked her info again, my comfort level wouldn't go up much. She had given me information, but my impression of her hadn't changed. She was a venomous snake. Everyone in the hallway had already run off. I searched Lu Quan's corpse and returned to the room. In the entrance, Chao Yashuan was holding the crossbow bolts. As soon as she saw me come in, tears welled in her eyes. Su Lang, I thought something had happened to you. Hold it steady. Don't shoot me by accident. I shrugged. This crossbow was my last backup plan, and I'd given it to her. This woman had a steady mindset, could hold her own at critical moments, and had been with me the longest. Su Lang, is what that woman said true? Wang Yaji came over and asked while checking whether I was injured. Probably. She had no reason to lie to me just to save a few strangers. My expression darkened slightly. When the 3 women heard that, they all felt somewhat worried. Meanwhile, the group chat had already exploded. Sun Hung cursed that scammy old player for almost getting him killed. Yi Fan said he'd known Brother Lang was the reliable one and even claimed he'd been feeding me intel. Someone started explaining the blood grudge. Sun Hung popped up again, saying that old player must have wanted the newcomers to kill Su Lang while he hid behind them, only for Yi Fan to roast him with. Can you stop self-reporting? Aren't you afraid Brother Lang will come looking for you? Sun Hung still stubbornly insisted. Anyway, there's blood grudge. Then turned around and flattered me, saying, actually, I have great respect for Brother Lang. If it weren't for him, all of us would have died in the first round. That made everyone burst out laughing. Yi Fan even mentioned Su Rian and asked her to carry him, only to get shut down with, you worship Big Bro, and now you're worshipping Big Sis? Aren't you afraid of dying? She said she didn't have time to spare and that new residents would be arriving soon, so he should go ask someone else. I opened my private messages and found that 5 or 6 minutes earlier, Yi Fan had really sent me a message. I replied with thanks, then opened my conversation with Wu Huihui. I asked her whether she wanted Lu Quan's room key and told her to name a price. She said she couldn't afford it, told me to trade it to Wang Ao instead, and said it would be good to let the people from the old campus get stronger so they wouldn't be bullied. Looks like, because dormitory 57 was on the 3rd floor, things like the dorm entrance door and defensive facilities couldn't be moved up to the 10th floor. Forcing a demolition would waste too much, so she didn't want it. As for selling it to Wang Ao, honestly, if I had the chance, I still wanted to kill him. That had nothing to do with being magnanimous. It was still that same revenge theory. Just then, Wang Ao sent me a private message asking whether the dormitory 57 key was for sale. I let out a soft laugh. This son of a bitch really had no shame. Forget it. I'd already killed one old player and intimidated the rest of the small fry. There was no rush to kill him. Besides, he was on the 3rd floor and couldn't easily get up here anyway. I told him to offer the highest price. He quoted 5,000 and said that if I gave him 2 more days, he could scrape together more, but by then other old players might come breaking the door down. I replied, 8,000. That really is my highest price, he panicked. Over at dormitory 44, Wang Ao's face turned dark. He'd been too anxious and had really blurted out his trump card. They were all newcomers. On the first day of entering the supermarket, they'd basically spent all their money. The fact that he had 5,000 at all was thanks entirely to sweeping the floors and robbing others. I told him to lay out every item he was willing to trade so I could see whether it was enough. Grinding his teeth, he shouted for his underlings to move supplies while trading with me. His eyes were red as he stared at the dormitory 57 key in the trade window. That was the old player's dormitory, with a level 2 steel door and 2 level 1 water cannons. Just the facade alone was worth 6,000. I felt it was about right, and clicked to complete the trade that he agreed immediately. A key appeared in his hand, and after a burst of laughter, he turned to see the empty dorm and cursed. Now even food is in short supply. Then he suppressed his anger and took his underlings to open the chest at number 57. This dorm was very important to him. Otherwise, his underlings wouldn't even have a level 1 dorm, which would have been too humiliating. On my side, a pile of supplies suddenly appeared in the dorm, and the 3 women lit up at once. These were exchanged with Lu Quan's key. Sort them out for me while I check what else his stuff is worth, I said with a smile. Tong Chi rolled up her sleeves first and was the most enthusiastic. She had a bit of a hoarder temperament. Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji also came to help. I quickly inventoried Lu Quan's belongings, a level 3 longsword, 3 level 2 throwing daggers, 2 level 2 exorcism talismans, a blood-colored torn map of unknown use, and only a few hundred copper coins besides that. These old players didn't seem to have the habit of saving money. I was deeply disappointed and felt that Lu Quan was truly poor. If he knew, he'd probably be so angry he'd rise from the dead again. Not that he was some top-tier expert, but he shouldn't be considered poor by a newbie, right? In fact, I was just too rich, which made him seem poor. Aside from the first 2 days, I'd been in a nouveau riche state the whole time. While others were struggling, I was at home eating self-heating hot pot with 2 gorgeous women. The total value of this pile of things was no more than 6,000. The longsword wasn't as useful as a machete without the relevant skills, so it was probably hard to sell. After thinking it over, I decided not to sell the weapon and to leave it for the 3 women to use. I hadn't forgotten one more thing. If everyone in the dorm made it into the top 10 on the points leaderboard, could the dorm be upgraded multiple times? So I went to ask Su Rian again. She replied, "A turtle-style player like you actually had this kind of dream too?" I paused. This woman really had strong intelligence-gathering skills. She had figured out my background so quickly. Still, despite her mockery, she told me everything she knew. It wouldn't increase the number of upgrades, but the rewards for the others would be synchronized with the highest scorer. I asked her again why Lu Quan cared so much about guardian spirits. She said guardian spirits had no upper limit in number, were highly versatile, and were incredibly rare. Not to mention him, even she was tempted. If guardian spirits didn't only recognize one dorm owner, she'd definitely come rob me. I found that odd. Then why had Lu Quan tried to steal mine? Her answer was simple and blunt. That idiot probably doesn't understand the guardian spirit rules at all. He just heard there was such a thing. I thanked her, and the conversation ended. I had also made my decision. "Yaji, come here." I gestured to Wang Yaji. She smoothed out her white dress and walked over. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi looked over too. I handed her the long sword directly. "A gift for you." She froze. After taking it and realizing it was a level 3 item, she hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's too valuable. I can't take it." Wu Huihui had only just bought a level 3 weapon herself, and she felt like she hadn't done anything. So why should she take such good equipment? I raised an eyebrow. "Yaji, just take it," Tong Chi said with a smile. "Su Lang gave us weapons too. But this is a level 3 weapon." She clenched her hands, feeling a lot of pressure. Chao Yashuan immediately felt a bit jealous. I immediately sent private messages to Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi. "If there are new weapons later, I'll swap them for you too." Good relationships were one thing, but fairness mattered too. Resentment comes not from scarcity alone, but from inequality, so that still had to be taken into account. Then I said to Wang Yaji, "If you take this sword, you need to be prepared to fight. If you just want to stay at home all the time, then forget it." Okay. Courage surged in her heart instead, and she agreed. She didn't want to coast through life doing nothing. If one day the dorm door really got breached, she wanted to be able to help. "Try it out," I said with a smile. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi stopped sorting things too and ran over to watch her practice with the sword. The sword's shadows brought out flashes of blade light. It was extremely sharp. An ordinary wood would crack at the slightest touch. Before long, it was deep into the night. During this time, many more players had come to Crazy King Dormitory, and the total population had broken 100. Moreover, not all of them were old players. A large portion were complete newcomers, even newer than us, and had never played a single round of the game. What's better for them than us is that each of them has a starting fund of 1,000 copper coins, a level 1 dormitory, and 2 free attribute points. This made some people start entertaining wicked ideas. If they robbed all these newcomers, how rich would they be? Robbing 10 would get them 10,000. Robbing 70 would get them 70,000. However, this behavior not only met with a joint counterattack from the new players, but was also criticized by many veteran players. Setting aside whether someone is morally good or evil, these new players are like the outer city wall. No one would allow it if they tore down the outer wall to fatten themselves up. Besides, if they accidentally killed someone and incurred blood feud, the entire floor would be dragged down with them. No matter how chaotic things got outside, it had nothing to do with me. You can fight however you like. All I'll do is lie flat and stay out of it. Nighttime is our family's main mealtime. Today we had stir-fried dishes and Chao Yashuan. The 3 of them, each cooked a dish. I ate with great relish, not saying a word the whole time, just wanting to finish as quickly as possible. Finally, Chao Yashuan asked the most terrifying, most indescribable question. "Su Lang, what score would you give these 3 dishes?" What had to come came after all. Tong Chi looked at me with sparkling eyes. Wang Yazi, though her gaze was restrained, pressed her lips together slightly and was equally concerned. "Senior Sister Chao, aren't you stirring up internal conflict? If I say your food tastes good, Tong Chi and Yaji definitely won't be happy, and vice versa." I put down my bowl and chopsticks. looked at her seriously, and said, "Don't ask that kind of question again next time." Oh, all right. She thought what I said made sense, but still couldn't help wanting to ask. It was instinct. I still have more than 7,000 copper coins on me. Does anyone want to buy something? I can ask Wu Hui Hui to help place an order. I smiled. It was late at night, but Wu Hui Hui and the others still had people out collecting supplies. To be honest, going out at this hour was a little dangerous. Several players had already been robbed. Even if they didn't kill you, breaking both legs was a common thing, so no one would force a confrontation. Robberies targeting a single person like that were impossible to guard against. As long as it wasn't against a group, everyone wasn't that united. Seems like no one does. Wang Yaji shook her head, and Xiao Yaxuan and Tong Qi were the same. At a time like this, everyone was saving where they could. Su Lang, I think you should keep the money to upgrade the gate, Wang Yaji suggested, pursing her lips. The facility area already has a level 3 gate blueprint. We just need to gather a bit more material. There were indeed level 3 gates in the building now. Su Rian's Crimson Gate was level 3, and it was said to have special protection against ghost-type monsters. No need. I'll keep rolling for upgrades, I said with a smile. The fact that I could upgrade items would eventually be impossible to hide, so I could only use the random item upgrade skill as a cover. They had all seen the rapid crossbow upgrade before and knew it wasn't that simple, but none of them asked much. People in the corridor had also noticed and only assumed that I had somehow bought a blueprint. Bronze crossbow blueprints were sold in the facility area for 3,000 copper coins, while the finished item cost 7,000. It wasn't something ordinary people could afford. After dinner, they went to wash the dishes. I thought about it and upgraded the meditation skill. Nightmare coins minus 45. Meditation reached level 2. The description was about the same. After upgrading the 2 crossbows and meditation, I only had 119 nightmare coins left. Should I keep upgrading meditation? I fell into a dilemma. The next upgrade for the gate would require 300 nightmare coins. If I didn't spend anything, I could upgrade it after tomorrow, which was the safest option. But a steel gate plus 2 level 2 defensive facilities should be enough, as long as the old players didn't come knocking as a group. It would be better to save the gate upgrade until after the game officially started, so I could choose a direction based on the game type. Right now, upgrading meditation was the most cost-effective. Maybe I could roll out several points of spirit attribute. Thinking of that, I no longer hesitated and upgraded directly. Items would undergo special changes at level 3. Skills should be no exception. Sure enough, please choose an upgrade direction within 1 minute. 1. Holy Light Meditation. Meditation has a built-in ability to heal injuries. 2. Nature Meditation. Increases perception of nature while meditating. 3. Advanced Meditation. Meditation effects are enhanced, spiritual power recovers faster, and there is a higher chance of gaining extra spirit attributes. I only thought for about 10 seconds before choosing Advanced Meditation. The reason I bought it in the first place was to increase base attributes, so naturally, I would stick to that path to the end. Looking at the nightmare coins, which were down to just 4, I silently strengthened one belief. For now, I would not speak in the chat room and would try to keep my presence as low as possible. In fact, after the newcomers arrived, my presence had already become weaker. The center of discussion was either old players showing off their insight or newcomers asking clueless questions, and the frequency with which my name appeared kept dropping. Just like now, an old player on the second floor was talking at length about how he had more than 10 ways to keep 90% of players alive during the zombie round, speaking with great confidence, and a crowd was calling him a genius. Worth mentioning, the 10th floor was already full, and there would be no more new players moving in. I didn't pay much attention. I glanced at them and continued meditating. This time the effect was excellent. My awareness of my own body became stronger, as if I could hear the faint sounds emitted by my cells. It was incredibly amazing. The next morning at 8, I got into bed on time to farm points and slept a full 8 hours. Base nightmare coins, 56. Conversion rate 304%. Output for 8 hours, 226. Total nightmare coins, 230. After waking up and looking at the harvest, I was no longer as excited as last time. There were only a few days left before the game started. At most, I could only clear 4 more runs, and in my current extreme state, that would barely be enough to upgrade the nightmare bed once. But when I first saw that upgrading the nightmare bed cost 1,000 nightmare coins, I had already given up on upgrading it anytime soon. It was too tight, too easy to mess up. Besides, after I picked up Blood Hatred later on, I was even less inclined to think about it. Best to save enough for 2 gate upgrades. Don't touch the nightmare coins for anything else from here on out, I thought to myself. Unfortunately, if only I could know how hard the next round of the game would be. Then I could estimate the defensive requirements, pull in a batch of Blood Hatred directly, and wait for the monsters to come deliver points. From what I gathered from the veteran players in chat, In first-season players' games, the scoreboard would be open from start to finish, and if they ran into weaker monsters, the veterans would actively take the initiative. If I could make the monsters come to me and die on their own, how satisfying would that be? It would just mean upgrading a few attack facilities a few more times. If Su Rian and those veteran players knew I was thinking like this, they'd probably be shocked to death. Other people were too busy trying to survive to even breathe properly, and I was thinking about luring monsters into farm points. I really was living far too comfortably. Those players who spent their days in fear and anxiety wouldn't even dare to think this way. They quickly passed. Apart from adding several dozen new residents, basically nothing happened of note. Of course, that was only true for us. The veteran players were desperately scavenging for supplies, while the newcomers were racking their brains to grab as much as they could without getting caught. So-called rest time was still competition. It had never stopped. If people could unite, humanity would have launched into space to fight the Trisolarans 2,000 years ago. Life for the four of us in Dormitory 200 was extremely pleasant. Chao Yashuan and the other two would play cards when they had nothing to do, and when they were free, they'd even do their makeup. I occasionally played poker with them, and the rest of the time I either trained physically or meditated. This kind of cultivation was addictive. Although my base stats hadn't changed, I could clearly feel my condition improving, which meant the exercise was working. Total nightmare coins, 456. As usual, I checked the gains and opened the chat room. The atmosphere today was noticeably more tense than yesterday. There were fewer people spamming the chat, and everyone was thinking about how to develop so they could survive the next round. At the same time, the number of players in the Mad King dormitory building had officially surpassed 200. Those veteran players who had transferred over had at most 3 rounds of experience, but they had revealed quite a lot of information, such as how to allocate stats. Mainly Constitution is the most standard choice, suitable for most games. Mainly Spirit specializes in ghost-type games, but it's more skill-dependent. The best allocation ratio is 3-to-1. More extreme is 4-to-1, and 5-to-1 is the extreme of extremes, only used in special situations. For example, specialty-type tenants led by a powerful landlord. No rush. The information still isn't complete. Their direction can't be decided until after at least the next round. Besides, I don't have that many resources left. Even though I was a shut-in, I didn't miss a single piece of information. In fact, because I had plenty of time at home, I read every message in the chat room. This one was fairly important, and I could discuss it with them later. As for which path I should take myself, honestly, I hadn't figured it out yet. The game was still too early stage. We newbies had no career planning at all, and no foundation either. We did have enhanced free attributes, but we still weren't beyond human limits, so we still relied mainly on external items and dormitory defenses. The reason many people could decide on a direction was because they had obtained key items or skills. In fact, many veteran players understood the importance of confirming a direction, but they were also confused. Without a core skill or item that could make the decision once and for all, they could only drift with the current, and some third-season players were no exception. It was clear that locking in a direction wasn't easy. Not long after I woke up, they gradually woke as well. Looking at the slender back of Wang Yaji as she cooked, I felt pretty good. Same old rule. Enjoy it when you can, or one day you might just kick the bucket without warning. Base nightmare coins, 56. Conversion rate 307%, output 227. Total nightmare coins, 683. Last night, I got carried away and bought a few little charm-boosting items on the trading network, raising Tong Qi and Wang Yaji's comfort levels to 94 and 95, while Chao Yashuan reached her highest so far at 98. Although it only increased the Shuyi a little, I had made up my mind. From now on, comfort could only go up, never down. Buying bunny ears, stockings, and the like only costs a few hundred copper coins, but a single extra dream nightmare coin can save your life at a critical moment. Lang Ji, Tong Qi grabbed my naughty hand, her eyes pleading. We had been too wild last night, and even thinking about it this morning made her feel ashamed. I hummed happily, showing the landlord's absolute control over the tenant. She pressed her lips together to keep from making a sound, not realizing that Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji could tell from her breathing alone that she was already awake. I rolled over and immediately had a morning workout with Tong Qi. Today was, as always, an utterly ordinary day. Early in the morning, I learned from the chat room that Wu Huihui had gone to the supermarket and asked her to buy some things. The total was 300 copper coins, all footwear. The result was very sad. Only Wang Yaji gained 1 comfort point after putting on a pair of ivory high heels. Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan may not have matched the style, because wearing them made no difference. That morning, Wang Yaji had a terrible stroke of bad luck. Over there, Chao Yashuan saw that we were all asleep and quietly sighed. She was happy that I bought her gifts, but she disliked my aggressive behavior toward Wang Yaji very much. "Oomph, you really are a bad guy. You'll die in bed sooner or later. She grumbled once and turned over to sleep. Wang Yaji only kept her eyes closed. She wasn't really asleep. Pregnancy was something all three women worried about. But in this kind of environment, asking them to take protective measures was honestly a bit of black humor. There were plenty of couples' dorms in the building, but almost no one had the energy to bother with safety precautions. If you really want to buy condoms, you'd just be treated like an idiot. Being able to survive a month was already impressive. Who cared about after that? Even so, after the fact, everyone inevitably thought of it and worried. Let's talk after we survive this round. Next time, let's see if we can get Su Lang to finish outside. Tong Chi lay with her back to the wall, blinking her big eyes, also not asleep. I was the only one who truly finished and fell right asleep. But what she was thinking about was something else. How exactly should I add my stats? I want to help Lang Ji too. Seeing me single-handedly kill an old player looked cool, but it also made her feel guilty, as if besides cooking and cleaning she was useless. If you can't sleep, then look at the chat room more. At 5 p.m. the next day, game countdown, 1 day 1 hour 01 minute. Base Dream Nightmare coins, 56. Conversion rate 308%, output 228. Total Dream Nightmare coins, 911. This was the first time I'd had so many Dream Nightmare coins. To say I wasn't excited would be a lie. I suppressed the urge to upgrade everything with one click, took a deep breath, got out of bed, and did 2 push-ups. Tong Chi quietly opened one eye, saw me straining against the floor, and her nerves finally eased a little. At least I wasn't straining against myself anymore. Su Lang, why are you doing that today? Chao Yashuan asked while stretching. What's wrong with doing push-ups? I was a little confused. Push-ups make you sweat, and having them mop the floor is a bit of a hassle, but it didn't seem worth mentioning. That was the only reason I could think of. You don't know the dorm floor is sacrosanct and inviolable? She snorted. My face darkened, and I immediately flipped up and walked toward her. The landlord's rights over the tenants were unlimited. After 6 o'clock, with less than 23 hours left until the next round of the game, player competition that day had reached a fever pitch. Mutual aggression had escalated to the limit, and as a result, 2 murders occurred. The perpetrators were residents of the 4th and 3rd floors, respectively. This immediately blew up the 4th and 3rd floors, which threatened that as soon as the game started, they'd first storm the dorms of those 2 blood-feud players and kill them off first. I quietly lurked, not wanting to draw fire onto myself. After all, I was carrying blood-feud hatred too. Amid the noise, new residents arrived again. Some experienced players complained that the more people there were, the harder the game became. Other old players didn't care and thought it was all superstition. After observing for so many days, I found that the most superstitious people were these old players. Some of their theories were just like shoving padding under your seat before a lottery draw. Some treated them as gospel, others sneered at them. I tore open a bag of chips and ate while thinking. It seemed like all the old players' seniority didn't exceed 3 rounds. With so many experts around now, I was already fading into the background. The genius of the past, Wang Ao, had now become just another nobody. Wu Huihui was still doing fine. There were the most people on her floor, and she had basically secured the position of floor leader. A floor leader is the title for the boss of each floor. It is not necessarily the strongest person, but the one with the most leadership. On the final day, the floor leader selections had already been decided. The 9 floors below were all led by veteran players. Some veteran players even brought their tenants over with them. A whole nest of veteran players was too formidable for newbies to handle. Only the 10th floor was an oddball. Wu Huihui liked to protect her girls, and most of the dorms on the 10th floor were already occupied, so others couldn't move in. No veteran players came to fight for it either. The top floor, the bottom floor, and usually the far left and far right positions were the worst spots. They were either heaven sent or a total disaster. And with the nature of this game, disaster-heavy starts were more common. Some people were also superstitious about door numbers containing 4. In short, opinions varied. Lang Ji, today is the last day of the break, Tong Chi said in a flat tone, with a trace of sentimentality, worry, and resistance in her eyes. Aside from lunatics and ambition-driven people, no one wanted to play this damned game. We'll make it through alive, Wang Yaji said, patting her shoulder, her red lips pressed into a thin line. I let out a soft laugh and said with certainty, we'll make the top 10. In this inferno, we'll be the spearhead. Although I'd basically coasted my way through this whole stretch, I really did have the right to say that. Winning by coasting still counts as winning. Come to think of it, my dorm setup actually wasn't bad. Aside from the front door, everything else was on par with the veteran players, and it even had a rare guardian spirit keeping watch. If the guardian spirit didn't have the rule of acknowledges only one dorm owner in its lifetime, by now veteran players would already have come to fight me for this dorm. Before the game countdown ended, I could still farm nightmare coins one more time. I took a deep breath and instructed Chao Yashuan and the others not to communicate with anyone and not to say anything in the chat room, then went off to meditate. This time, whether it was because I was too focused or because I had built up enough over time, during the meditation, I felt a wave of cool energy surge into my mind. I suddenly opened my eyes to check my personal info. My spirit attribute had gone up by 1 point, but meditation hadn't leveled up. I was quietly pleased and continued closing my eyes. In the last half hour before the game started, the entire dormitory building was eerily quiet. Aside from those extremely greedy players still outside scavenging for supplies, most people had already returned to their dorms. And on the final day, the exploration mode had also been locked down. That mode offered rich rewards and could produce high-level items, but it was almost certain death. Veteran players had collectively warned others off it. Unless you were truly not confident of surviving the next round, don't gamble with your life. On the eve of the second round, a corpse lay quietly downstairs. It was also a player, forced by a player on the 5th floor to jump from the building. That was Blood Vengeance as well. In other words, there were now 4 Blood Vengeance players in the entire Mad King dormitory building, on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 10th floors respectively. The 200 dormitory slots were all full, and the total number of players had reached an astonishing 500 plus. But everyone had lost much of their enthusiasm for chatting, and almost all of them were making final arrangements and deployments with their roommates. Our room 200 was no exception. Wearing my survivor set, I said with a grave expression, "If it's a ghost-type instance, Yashwan and Yaji, you two cover the daytime. Tongchi and I cover the nighttime. No one is allowed to leave the other's line of sight." Veteran players had said that ghosts basically all had one ability: seduction, causing people to lose their minds, disguise themselves, and mind control all counted. And the means of transmission were damned strange. It could be an image, a sound, or some taboo action performed by a player. Most terrifying of all, tenants controlled by ghosts still couldn't open the door for the dorm owner, but they could hurt others, even themselves. The ghost's true body couldn't enter through the front door, but this kind of mental attack could. That was why adding to spirit was so important. If it was too low, you could be controlled outright, leaving you defenseless against surprise attacks. Okay, Chao Yashwan nodded, nerves practically coiled in her chest. The countdown was almost over. Looking at the 3 girls, all tense with palms sweating, I said with a smile, "It's okay. Anyway, if we die, the 4 of us die together." Chao Yashwan rolled her eyes irritably. "I'm not going to die." "Me neither." Tong Chi's eyes were resolute. "Then neither will I." Wang Yaji's hand went to the sword at her waist. "So I'm the only one dying, huh?" I said, unable to help laughing. Tong Chi hurriedly covered my mouth. Chao Yashwan snorted. "Su Lang, did you forget? If it's a ghost instance, you can't say things like that casually. Also, if someone calls you from behind, don't answer." I raised both hands in surrender. Got it, got it. The game hasn't even started yet." Amid the laughter and joking, the countdown quietly reached its end. In the first round, the game title Zombie Invasion had appeared early on. But by the second round, there was no such luxury. We could only infer the game type from the supplies we managed to scavenge during the rest period. But one thing was certain: this round would definitely feature folk ghost-type monsters. Because on the final day, someone had found a level 3 peach wood sword specifically used to exorcise ghosts. Suddenly, a private message popped up. I had set it so that only a small number of people could send me direct messages, and Su Ruyan was one of them. 180 Su Ruyan. Are you scared? 200 Su Lang. There are no obstacles before a tiger. Before we had even chatted for long, the game began. 3, 2, 1. The game starts. This round's game title: Vengeful Souls Return. Game content: the players who once died have all turned into vengeful spirits seeking revenge, and even more terrifying monsters are lurking in the dark. Don't rush, take it slow. Every floor has your little cuties. Game time: unknown. Damn it, how is the game time unknown? I couldn't help cursing. This was terrible news for me. Without a time limit, I couldn't plan my score farming. No wonder veteran players look down on newbie games like Zombie Attack. In a real dorm survival game, they start messing with your head right from the opening. Su Lang, don't panic. Chao Yashwan comforted me, though her gaze was trembling as she stared at the steel door. Could this door really block those dead and revived players? The dorm broadcast came on. Round 1 of Vengeful Souls Return has officially begun. It will last 3 hours. Players are encouraged to kill monsters and maintain their ranking on the leaderboard. On the surveillance screen, one vengeful spirit after another emerged from the corridor and marched straight toward our room 200 dorm. They were all wearing Qingkong University uniforms, still keeping their appearance from when they were alive. Some had blood streaming from their eyes, some were holding their own heads, some died with their eyes wide open. Leading them was a male vengeful spirit with a bullet hole in his forehead. A chill crept up Chao Yashwan and the others' spines. This scene was more Tsuji than any horror movie. I stared at the leader, and the screen popped up information. Zhou Tao. Type. Vengeful Spirit. Level 2. Skills. Terrifying Aura. Ghost Claws. Description. Su Lang. I'm here for you. The other vengeful spirits were all level 1, but they shared one clear direction. All of them were coming for my room 200. Even worse, Su Rian sent another message. 180 Su Rian. Oh ho, guess what? The vengeful spirits didn't even look at my door. I could almost hear her coquettish laugh. Cursing under my breath, I stepped forward, about to upgrade the door. Just then, the ghost child made its move. On the surveillance feed, the ghost child was seated inside the shrine. Seeing the evil spirit approaching, its eyes shot out black light, and it opened its chubby little mouth. Zhou Tao, who had been leading the group, instantly turned into a streak of black energy and was sucked straight into its mouth. Guardian Spirit Ghost Child killed a level 2 monster. Host score plus 100. I froze, my hand stopping in midair as it reached for the door. Chao Yashuan and the other 3 also froze. The 4 of us looked at each other, then all turned back to the screen in unison. The ghost child was bobbing its head, as if it had eaten some peerless delicacy. Then it opened its little mouth again, spread its chubby little arms, as if that would make its mouth even bigger, and somehow looked a bit adorably dazed. But to the vengeful spirits, this black little child was anything but cute. Don't come over here, one vengeful spirit screamed, and in the blink of an eye it turned into smoke and was sucked away. Help! Chao Yashuan. I'm Xiaoli. I'm not dead yet. A female vengeful spirit cried toward us, and the next second she was swallowed by the ghost child in one bite. Ha ha ha. The ghost child was delighted beyond measure. Its small body stood straight up, facing the vengeful army as it took a deep inhale. In an instant, more than half of the vengeful spirits turned into a tide of black smoke, streaming endlessly into its mouth. Kill, kill, kill. The system notification kept dinging nonstop. My ears were almost numb from it. Chao Yashuan and the others were overjoyed. No one had expected the ghost child to be this powerful. That soul-eating skill was practically a divine technique made to counter ghost-type monsters. Su Lang, those ghosts seem like they're trying to run. Tong Chi suddenly pointed at the screen and said anxiously. And on the leaderboard, my score was firmly in first place. Over on the first floor, the chat room had already exploded. 2 Thunder. Players on the first floor, be careful. The lead ghost is very strong. Don't let them surround the door. If you see a teammate getting surrounded, come out and support remotely. 1 Gene Xian at Thunder floor leader. Save me. I'm surrounded. 2 Thunder. Useless. 164 Lulei fuck. The landlord was about to open the door, but luckily I held him back. Everyone, watch out for the Wraith's mental control. 174 Weak to Xiong. Brothers, hurry up and check the leaderboard. 32 Yi Fan. Holy crap, this is insane. Less than 2 minutes into the round, and the score's already 200? Oh, it's Brother Lang. Then never mind. 88 at Su Lang. Brother Lang, what's going on with you? Did you take aphrodisiacs? I wasn't familiar to the others, but everyone who'd gone through the last round knew me too well. Seeing me in first place, they immediately started shouting, and even Wu Hui sent me a private message to ask, but I had no time to reply. I looked at the wraiths retreating back into the corridor, too frightened to advance, and sighed. The ghost child has another skill too, guarding the home and warding off evil. These ghosts are all too scared of it. The ghost child had a limited attack range. Looking at that group of wraiths too afraid to come forward, it stamped its feet in fury. It's fine, Su Lang. Wait, there are more ghosts over there. Chao Yashuan was only halfway through speaking when she suddenly exclaimed in delight. On the corridor to the right, waves of dense wraiths surged in. Many were shot dead by crossbow bolts halfway there, letting the homeowners on the same floor reap some benefits too, but more wraiths seemed endless, as if they would never stop. The ghost child noticed them too, and its angry expression instantly turned to delight. Opening its mouth, it sucked hard. Kill. My mouth curved higher and higher, and in the end I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Worth it. All worth it. Taking the risk to go out and grab that airdrop super pack back then was absolutely worth it. As for making enemies with other players, that little price meant nothing at all. The wraiths in the corridor were lined up in a long queue. They couldn't even retreat and could only steel themselves and charge forward. At that moment, in the stairwell on the left, a male ghost wielding a long sword suddenly rushed out, roaring fiercely as he took the lead in attacking my unit 200. Lu Quan. Type. Evil Spirit. Level 3. Skills. Swallowtail 3 drops of water, summoning water swordsmanship. Evil Spirit Screech. Lu Quan was 1 level higher than Zhou Tao, and he was an evil spirit as well. Chao Yashuan and the other 2 saw him too, and their expressions tightened. By then the ghost child had just finished sucking empty the right side. When it turned its head and saw Lu Quan already at its feet, it flew into a rage at once. If others feared it, it was angry. If others weren't afraid of it, it was angry too. Ghosts were naturally fickle, and the ghost child's introduction had even described it as the ultimate evil. Lu Quan reached the ghost child's feet, and when the ghost child glared at him, his soul body was nearly shattered. His sword hand twisted, and instead of slashing the ghost child, his greatest enemy, he stabbed at the front door instead. Steel door durability -5. I had already switched the surveillance to the entryway, and I was standing behind the door. Seeing the durability drop, I calmly picked up a piece of steel nearby and chose repair. Outside the door, the ghost child opened its little mouth. Lu Quan held on for more than 10 seconds before turning into black smoke anyway. In that brief opening, the wraiths surrounded the door, their claws scratching the steel door with a harsh metallic screech, while my stockpiled steel was rapidly consumed. To ease the pressure, Tong Chi and Xiao Yashuan switched the bronze crossbows to automatic fire. A few seconds later, the freed-up ghost child sucked all the surrounding wraiths empty. I let out a breath of relief, then checked the score. It had broken 1,000. Just that level 3 evil spirit Lu Quan alone had given me 500 points. Su Lang, those wraiths don't seem brave enough to come over anymore, Wang Yaji, who'd been idling the whole time, said with a smile. Yeah, I nodded, then suddenly shoved the door open. Those wraiths rushed over like maniacs, roaring madly. I showed my face for half a second, then shut the door again. Watching the wraiths in the surveillance feed get swallowed by the ghost child, I silently praised it. Blood feud players really are useful. Xiao Yashuan and the others were all stunned, then overjoyed. Su Lang, this method of yours is amazing. Xiao Yashuan clapped, suddenly finding those silly wraiths rushing over kind of adorable. Brother Lang really is impressive, haha. Tong Chi laughed so hard she could barely breathe. Wang Yaji was smiling too. This dorm survival game didn't seem all that hard after all. 20 minutes later, all the wraiths on the 10th floor had been cleared out. My score was leading by a huge margin. Leaderboard, Su Lang, 3411/Lei Ting, 849/Su Rian, 589/. On the first floor, Lei Ting was so angry his nose nearly twisted out of shape. He had always been known for his bravery and fighting spirit, and he was determined to take first place this time. In the end, he got crushed by a player from the first round. Shouldn't these blood feud players have been the first to die? The dormitory broadcast rang out again. The level 10 player has used speed clearing to eliminate the monsters. In the first round, monsters will be unable to enter the 10th floor. Lei Ting cursed angrily. He blasted several wraiths away with a palm thunder strike, lost all desire to keep fighting, and took his 4 teammates back to their room. A level 2 dormitory could accommodate 4 tenants, which meant that among these 3-round players, Lei Ting had been in the top 10 in at least 2 rounds. He was completely different from a fraud like Lu Quan. After all, even in a battle royale game, it was hard to place in the top 10 in 2 consecutive matches, let alone in a dormitory survival game this terrifying. What the hell is going on with that Su Lang? Lei Ting messaged Jean Xin as soon as he returned to the dorm. When he first transferred to the Mad King dormitory building and saw that there were no old players from rounds 4 or 5, he had been so excited he could have gone insane, treating first place as already in his pocket. He hadn't expected the gap to be this huge. One Jean Xin, Brother Lei, I don't know either. I'll ask around with the people on the 10th floor. In dormitory number 1, Jean Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Once, he had even fantasized about the dream of having both left and right arms around him. But one round of the game had snapped him awake. Reproduction in this game was absolutely a luxury. Ordinary people really couldn't afford it. The chat room was still buzzing. 32 Yi fan, what's going on? Did the monster on the 10th floor get wiped out by Brother Lang alone? 9 Sun Hong. If he didn't cheat, I'll eat my monitor. 49 Li Shuwen at Su Lang brother. You're kind of amazing. 88 Xiao Bin. I also want to go to the 10th floor and be a girl. Being on the first floor with Brother Lang is too blissful. 180 Su Rian. You punk, not bad. 200 Su Lang, heh. 180 Su Rian. That, heh, was purely instinctive on my part. The monsters on the 10th floor were gone, but there was still something urgent to do. All the drops were outside in the hallway. Let's go pick up the loot together. I called out, then rushed out of the dorm. If it had been far away, I definitely wouldn't have taken the risk. But this was right at our doorstep. If I didn't go out and grab it, that would be a waste. Besides, with the monsters gone, the players on the 9th floor couldn't come up for the moment, and I knew the households at numbers 199 and 198 inside out, so I wasn't worried at all. Xiao Yashuan and the other 2 froze for a moment, then hurried out as well and began scooping everything up. A minute later, the dorm door slammed shut. The 4 of them looked at the battlefield full of loot in the entryway, overjoyed. Got it, got it, got it. Xiao Yashuan stomped back and forth with her long legs, and she was wearing denim shorts at that, which made my vision swim for a moment. Ha ha, Brother Lang. After one lap, I've got over 2,000 more copper coins on me. Tong Chi grinned so hard it looked like her face might split. Wang Yaji was a bit more reserved, but there was still a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. With her hands clasped behind her back, she was forcefully holding in her joy. After all, old-fashioned thinking said that being too happy made people call you smug. Sort out all the items, I said. The few of us carried the spoils back to the living room and started counting them. Unfortunately, these wraiths had only average drop rates. Aside from some food, there was a pile of level 0 items of the same type, and not a single one above level 3. The only thing worth mentioning was a skill scroll. Basic swordsmanship, passive skill, a level 1 thrust, cleave, point, sweep, lift, rebound, block, slash, wipe. This thing dropped from Lu Quan. The supermarket also sold it for 2,000 copper coins. Worried I'd be disappointed, Tong Chi thoughtfully said, Brother Lang, with the child ghost here, maybe we can just lie down and win this round and not have to do anything. Yeah, Wang Yaji nodded. Neither of these girls liked to spoil the mood. In all the days we'd spent together, I'd never heard either of them complain even once. That would be best. I nodded, my gaze falling on a pile of tiny black-gray cloth scraps on the sofa. Soul shards, item, level 0, the concentrated residue of ghost-type monsters. Also a little snack ghosts like to eat. I put all the soul shards into my backpack. There were actually more than 300 of them. After thinking it over, I asked, who wants these soul shards? They take up too much space in my inventory. I do. Tong Chi raised her hand. She always felt like she was the least useful of the 4 of us. Being a mobile backpack was fine too. At least she could shoulder some of the team's burden. To be honest, being able to find these 3 was my good luck. One was a rich young lady who didn't have to worry about life. One was an innocent college girl from the countryside who hadn't been polluted by the internet. And one was from a scholarly family, dignified and proper. All 3 of them were thinking about how to ease the team's pressure, and none of them ever caused internal conflict. If it had been those internet-hardened types, they would have long since stirred up all sorts of trouble. I gave the soul shards to Tong Chi, then said, give me all your copper coins. If you want to buy anything, just tell me. The 3 of them responded and traded all the money over. Funds. Copper coins 15,956, silver coins 1, gold coins 0. That silver coin had dropped from the Wraith Zhou Tao. Old players had said that some high-level items had to be bought with silver coins. But I still thought the lottery was more interesting. Copper coins are back up over 10,000. So this is what they mean by farming monsters. During the game, the supermarket was closed, but money could still be spent. I opened the trading website. I'd been browsing it so much these past few days that I knew prices by heart. But after a quick look, everything had gone up, especially the anti-ghost items. The cheapest ones had at least tripled in price. I thought they wouldn't sell. Sure enough, there's never a shortage of people who will risk their lives for profit. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't sell. Life was the most important thing. But I also understood that I could think this way because I wasn't short on that bit of money. Many rich people don't understand why someone would wreck their health just for an extra 200 yuan. But really, that's the only option some people have. If you could lie flat, who would want to go out and work? There are still a little over 2 hours of rest left, so you all take a look around the trading site too, I said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Yashuan's face lit up. Judging by my tone, I was going to buy them things. And I really did have that in mind. In an environment like this, mindset was very important. To keep the outside steady, the inside first couldn't fall apart. I browsed around but didn't find anything I wanted, so I casually clicked into the chat room. When I looked, there were actually quite a few people at ING me. I'd been busy tallying loot after killing the monsters and hadn't had time to respond. Scrolling back up through the messages, I saw Yi Fan and Li Shuwen and the others. Actually, everyone else was envious of the players on the same floor as me being able to rest early, but for me that was actually a disadvantage. Clearly I could have kept luring monsters continuously. What a shame. I simply replied with just lucky, and the moment I sent it, the chat instantly exploded. Lu Bing, the big shot has appeared. Nie Xiaozhu, Brother Lang, you're amazing. Li Shui, thanks to Brother Lang. Our dormitory's crossbow also killed 2 vengeful spirits. Xiang Song at Su Lang, big bro. Can you kill them from top to bottom? The 9th floor urgently needs rescue. Wang Yu will help. The iron door can't hold anymore. Big bro, save me. Chao Bin at Wang Yu, where's your floor leader? Wang Yu, the floor leader is on the other side. Too far to help. Who can save me? Metal materials are fine too. Wang Yu was a complete newbie. Not long after he spoke, his name dimmed. No one cared. This wasn't even the first casualty this round. Suddenly, a message cut in. Jean Xin. Actually, Su Lang is relying on a guardian spirit. The airdrop gift pack from the last round was pure luck. If you want to talk about who's really strong, it's Brother Lei. He held us down single-handedly, and not a single person on the first floor died. Li Chong. Right. Brother Lei was killing back and forth in the hallway. Absolutely insane. Wu Hui Wei at Gene Xin, how do you know about the 10th floor? Gene Xin, don't worry about that. Anyway, I know. Brother's on the 2nd floor, don't panic. I'll come rescue you once I've cleared my side. Wu Hui Wei. Thank you. You saved everyone's life again. Su Lang. Yeah. Next time I run into trouble, remember to risk your lives to save me too. Wu Hui Wei. That Gene Xin seems to be targeting you. Be careful. Su Lang. Okay. On the side of dormitory 186, Wu Hui Wei closed the private chat, her brows tightly furrowed. She suspected someone had tipped them off. No, there was no need to suspect. There definitely was. Otherwise, Gene Xin couldn't have known about the 10th floor. Reputation was very important. It represented influence. Gene Xin's words were probably meant to ruin my reputation. The only thing I don't know is whether it was Lei Ting's orders, or whether he was simply willing to act like a bootlicker. Huh. Wait. She suddenly froze. Since when had she started thinking so much? Looks like she was really bored. Actually, I didn't care about reputation at all. If possible, I'd rather be more invisible. Unlike those overachieving floor leaders, I just wanted to lie flat and stay safe. Is there anything you want? I looked at the 3 girls. Doesn't seem like there's anything to buy. Tong Chi shook her head. You have to pick one. My attitude was firm. The 3 of them were a little embarrassed, yet a little delighted. In the end, each picked out a small trinket. It was only 200 copper coins in total, but the smiles on their faces were brighter than flowers. Seeing them made me happy too. Tong Chi bought a chocolate bar, Chao Yashuan bought a bottle of perfume, and Wang Yaji bought a pale green gauze headband. When Wang Yaji put on the headband, my eyes lit up. Her whole temperament changed dramatically. Wang Yaji Comfort. 96. Can increase nightmare coin conversion rate by 96%. Comfort really increased. I have to admit, women's own taste is better than men's. Of course, that only applies to women like Wang Yaji who actually have taste. Dormitory broadcast. The first round has ended. Take a 10-minute break. Afterwards, a strange visitor from the graveyard will come visit Mad King Dormitory Building. A strange visitor from the graveyard? I raised an eyebrow. This game progression was way too intense. It didn't give us any breathing room at all. Crisis after crisis came one after another. Su Lang, what kind of monster will the next round be? Chao Yashuan asked nervously. From the graveyard, maybe zombies or ghouls, I said, shaking my head. Probably. Wang Yaji nodded, unconsciously tightening her grip on the sword. Time passed bit by bit, and the sound of banging in the corridor never stopped. People seized the 10 minutes to go out and search for supplies, each of them running as fast as commuter students who'd finished helping an old lady across the street and were afraid of being late. During that time, some high-level players also came upstairs to see what was going on in Dormitory 200. Seeing that it was only a steel door here, they started discussing it. What's going on? Why does Su Lang's dormitory only have a steel door? Edge dorms with anything less than a level 3 gate have basically all been breached. Could he be a top-tier player who dumped all his resources on himself, making his combat power absurdly high, so the door was neglected? Not bad either. Look at those 2 facilities of his. Both are level 2 bronze crossbows. What do you mean his combat power is off the charts? Didn't I say it's all thanks to the guardian spirits? A voice suddenly cut in. Everyone turned around. It was Gene Xin. Gene Xin, why aren't you clinging to Lei Ting's leg? What are you doing on the 10th floor? You ran up from the 1st floor? You're ruthless. Seeing that he hadn't been able to settle things in one blow, Gene Xion's face darkened. The person on the 10th floor who had tipped him off was afraid of being exposed and had stopped in time, so he could only come up in person. This trip had been specially instructed by Lei Ting. Although he wasn't Lei Ting's tenant, his teammates were all basically Lei Ting's underlings. That was the influence of the building manager. Brother Lei, it looks like there's nothing wrong with Su Lang here. Gene Xion snapped a photo and sent it over. Lei Ting replied, "Oh, come back." Gene Xion was baffled. Just like that, he was leaving? He felt a sense of disappointment, as though his value hadn't been demonstrated. But his feet didn't stop. He turned and ran back downstairs. This damn game only had safe dorms. Who would want to stay outside any longer? In dormitory 2 on the 1st floor, Lei Ting had an ugly look on his face. "Brother Lei, should we go upstairs and take that kid out?" A short girl asked viciously. If Su Lang's dorm had been a wreck, they wouldn't have cared. Someone who got beaten down in the 1st round usually didn't end well anyway. But the problem was that Su Lang's facilities were intact, and that meant something entirely different. Not appropriate. A boy with glasses shook his head and said cautiously, "Don't think there are no experts here and underestimate this round. What ordinary dorm building has 200 slots? The difficulty here is definitely unusual. This isn't the time for infighting. Leiting's dorm had 5 people. Except for that girl, all of them were veteran players from Phase 3, and they were all cautious by nature, so they immediately agreed. That's right, Brother Lei. Although this is a ghost instance, your lightning attribute has a huge advantage, but don't assume we've already won. The older players get, the more cautious they are. The situation is great right now, so there's no need to go looking for excitement. If something goes wrong and the 10th floor collapses because Su Lang dies, dragging the other floors down with it, then we're in trouble. Leiting took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, I know. Even if we're going to make a move, it won't be now. They were on the 1st floor. Running up to the 10th floor to kill someone would still require breaking down the door, which would waste too much time. If something changed midway, they could easily lose. Wise decision. The boy with glasses smiled. Killing, breaking in, robbery. Not a single person present thought there was anything wrong with it. They were only weighing the pros and cons. This was a dorm survival game. No one talked about morality. No one talked about righteousness. Everything depended on one's ability. That was exactly why the boy with glasses liked it. In dormitory 200, the 4 of us stared at the clock, waiting for the next round to begin. Yaji learned this. I suddenly took out the basic swordsmanship scroll. Although I had more than 1,000 nightmare coins on hand, and it was unlikely that my door would be broken through early on, if something unexpected happened, it would still be useful for her to learn it. Thank you. Wang Yaji hesitated for a moment, then, unusually, did not refuse and nodded in acceptance. Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan said nothing either, since we were all so familiar with each other already. No need to thank me. It was meant for you anyway. I shook my head. I wasn't interested in swordsmanship. Rather than learning sword techniques, I might as well put the points into firearms firepower. Wang Yaji took the scroll and said solemnly, Su Lang, I promise you, the value I'll have in the future will definitely be greater than this scroll. That was the confidence behind her accepting it so calmly. I flicked her forehead. You, Yashuan, and Xiaodong, all of your value is immeasurable. Don't say that again next time. In truth, her value had already long surpassed the scroll. She just didn't know it herself. Okay. She nodded, her eyes full of emotion. Turning around, she wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, then used the scroll. Yajijia, how does it feel? Tong Qi asked with bright eyes. Wang Yazi flourished her sword in a neat arc. There are more swordsmanship memories and combat experience in my head now. That's already great. Chao Yashuan smiled. Looking at her holding the sword, she seemed increasingly outstanding, like a female sword immortal in a flowing white dress. Too bad that after checking the info, her comfort level hadn't increased. Watching her practice swordsmanship made time pass quickly. Dormitory broadcast. The second round of Fierce Ghost Resurrection officially begins, lasting 1 hour. Please kill more monsters and maintain your ranking on the leaderboard. The 4 of us were on full alert, staring at the surveillance feed, while also pulling up the chat room to see if there were any important messages. Suddenly, a white mist drifted from the corridor into the hallway. I frowned, and before I could think it through, a ringing sound of ding-ling-ling came from within the mist. That ringing made me uneasy, as if I were hearing some kind of infrasound that the human body couldn't withstand. So annoying. Chao Yashuan covered her ears. Find something to plug your ears with, I said. In fact, without my reminder, Wang Yaji had already cut off a piece of her clothing, made earplugs out of it, and handed them to the 3 of us. By then, the white mist had already filled the entire hallway. Immediately after, something hopping along on 1 foot burst into the surveillance feed. Zombie Al-Undead Clan, Level 2 skills. Biting, Bloodlust, Corpse Venom, Iron Bones, and Steel Frame description. First, take a sip of your closest kin's blood. Looking at this status panel, I was instantly full of question marks. Are you serious about these stats? A level 2 monster with 4 skills. Aside from being a bit slow, it was practically crushing ordinary level 2 zombies. My mouth twitched uncontrollably as I watched those bouncing zombies in the thick fog, and I knew right away this time was going to be trouble. Just looking at that Steel Anribar physique skill, I understood these zombies were definitely expert door smashers. Add in that eerie ringing, and there was probably more than just zombies among the monsters. As soon as the zombies appeared, all those greenish eyes turned toward the door of dorm 200 where I was staying. The effect of blood hatred was still active, and it wouldn't disappear until this round ended. Even worse, I was already living in an edge dorm by default. Only the real big shots deliberately lived on the edge so they could farm points more easily, but the price was that this place was the most dangerous. Whoosh whoosh. The moment the zombies entered range, the bronze repeating crossbow opened fire at once. The swift repeating crossbow could shoot at 3 meters, the bronze repeating crossbow at 5, and its attack speed was fast too. Before the first bolt even arrived, the second one was already on its way. A zombie was hit, and its body jolted, but it didn't care at all about the arrows stuck in its waist. It kept bouncing forward. The three girls and I were so tense inside the room that we barely dared breathe. The outcome of this assault largely depended on the bronze repeating crossbow's damage. Fortunately, although the zombies had steel and rebar bodies, before they got within 2 meters of the door, they had already taken 6 arrows and collapsed. Drops rolled out, but we had no time to look because behind them there were 1, 2, 3 more. Crash. A zombie jumped to the door and swung both arms down hard. Steel door durability -2. I grimaced and quickly grabbed steel materials to stand guard behind the door. The steel door only had 50 durability total. If 3 zombies were pounding on it, it wouldn't last 3 minutes before going to scrap. Steel materials weren't cheap. Between my stock and the ones I got from dismantling supply crates, I only had 45 pieces total, and 1 piece could restore a little durability. We should be fine holding these 3. I was just calculating that in my head when Tong Chi suddenly cried out, "Brother Lang, look." On the surveillance screen, the white fog churned. 6 zombies split into 3 rows, their ferocious green faces emerging from the mist. It was terrifying. I cursed inwardly. Fine, more zombies. But why did they have to come in 3 rows? I didn't hesitate with my hands. I had already confirmed that the Ghost Child's soul-eating skill had no effect on these physical monsters. If I wanted to make up the damage, there was only one way. The instant 2 zombies fell, I yanked the door open and thrust my arm out. "Colt, at your service." Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured like rain. My favorite magazine dumping trick. The narrow hallway didn't even need aiming. Every bullet hit the zombies, and 2 of them flipped over on the spot. Ring, ring, ring. Just as I was about to reload, that unknown ringing suddenly became urgent. My head throbbed, the world spun, and without hesitation, I dumped both free attribute points into spirit. My 7 points of spirit became 9, and I felt much better. I focused on the hallway, but didn't find anything useful. By rights, from here on I only needed to cooperate with the bronze repeating crossbow to hold off this wave of the zombie tide. The corridor was narrow, and the zombies moved in weird ways, so they couldn't form a proper formation. But the problem was, I had blood hatred on me. I glanced at the figures faintly approaching from the right side corridor, and my scalp tingled. We can't stay here. If we do, we'll attract even more monsters. I pulled out a summoning card. The card flashed, and a zombie burst out, roaring as it charged toward the right. The right side was briefly blocked, and I took the chance to empty another magazine before closing the door. Leaning against the wall, I steadied myself and said to Chow, Yashwan, you repair the door." She didn't ask a word and immediately went behind the door. It felt like 1 second passed, or maybe an hour, before the crashing sound outside rang out again. I opened the chat room and messaged Wu Huihui privately, asking whether the zombies were all coming for me or whether the other dorms were getting hit too. She replied that the other dorms were under attack as well. Seeing that, I felt much calmer. If the right side was just as fierce as the left, then even with over 1,000 nightmare coins, I'd still have a headache. I knew blood hatred wasn't going to be that outrageous. If all the monsters on the entire floor really rushed one dorm, then they might as well just let the killer player drop dead on the spot and spare him the suffering. Crash. Clang, clang. The pounding on the door never stopped. Tong Chi and Wang Yaji were too scared to even breathe, and Xiao Yashuan was drenched in sweat under the greatest pressure. After who knew how long, the steel beside her ran out. She turned her head and found me pressing one hand against the door. Dream Nightmare coins -300. Please choose an upgrade direction within 1 minute. 1. Vermilion Exorcist door, moderate to high defense, effective at suppressing ghosts and monsters 2. Alloy steel door, extremely strong defense 3. Biomechanical door, can restrain 1 monster 4. Stone door, strong defense, high durability 5. Azure steel gate, extremely strong defense, high durability. Dark creatures take restrained damage when touching the door. Drawback, cannot be repaired with materials. I stared at the door's damage. It was stuck at the last 10 durability points, so I went for an upgrade. The steel door flashed with light and turned into an azure gate engraved with profound, intricate patterns. In an instant, the zombies outside, who had been taking arrows without a sound, all let out miserable screams. My eyes lit up as I checked its attributes. Azure steel gate, level 3, defense 60-60, durability 70-70, effect 1. Subduing demons deals arcane damage to dark creatures, effect 2. Never compromise durability, cannot be repaired with materials, but when it drops to 40 points, you can restore 30 points using the blood of slain demon creatures, up to 3 times dismantle yields. Azure Steel X 45 upgrade requirement, 550 Dream Nightmare coins, hiss, total of 130 durability. I was stunned. Azure Steel doors and biomechanical doors weren't sold in any supermarket, so I had no idea they could be this outrageous. I had only picked it because I figured I had no materials anyway, and it turned out to be a top-tier item. Now I could truly sleep easy. I glanced at the remaining Dream Nightmare coins, and there were still 839. Try me? All right, you can all lie flat now. I smiled at the three girls. Seeing their confusion, I shared the Azure Steel Gates information with them. The room went quiet for a second, then erupted in cheers. On the surveillance feed, the zombies dropped one by one. The moment they touched the door, white smoke rose from their hands, and in serious cases, even their fingers melted. With two bronze repeating crossbows constantly firing as well, an area about 1 meter square in front of the door was actually cleared out, becoming a forbidden zone for all zombies. And in Dorm 2, Jean Xian cried out, "Damn it! Why is Su Lang's points score skyrocketing again?" By now, all the players from Dorm 1 had moved over to Dorm 2. Players could exploit the 1-hour time difference to enter someone else's dorm, and the cooldown was about an hour too. There was no choice. Their little iron door would be smashed apart by zombies in just a few minutes, so they could only play it this way. The bespectacled young man was pressed against the peephole, watching, when he suddenly turned around. "What did you say?" "Damn it." Lei Ting opened the leaderboard, and, sure enough, Su Lang was surging upward all the way. "Forget him for now. Deal with the zombies first, and farm points fast," the bespectacled young man barked. Lei Ting's face darkened. He opened the door and blasted several zombies away with a palm thunder strike before charging out. White mist filled the hallway, and the zombies fighting elsewhere sensed the commotion and bounced over. Lei Ting kept firing bolt after bolt until his mental power was exhausted, then retreated into the room and quickly took out high-grade food to recover. This kind of tactic carried extremely high risk. Only veteran players would dare use it. Jean Xian was dumbfounded. So the game could even be played like this? No wonder he was a top player. What he didn't know was that Lei Ting had learned this method from someone else too, and had only moved over here because he couldn't survive in the original dorm building. The expert in his eyes was actually just a small fry in someone else's eyes. And so, Lei Ting farmed points at high speed, while the high-grade food was consumed just as fast. On my side, the zombies in front of the door were wiped out, and no new ones came. So I started working the door. Ghost peek. Open the door. Peek out. Close the door. Bring more monsters. The zombies fighting elsewhere caught the thick, bloody aura of hatred coming from me and immediately turned around, bouncing over to throw themselves to their deaths. I hid in the room and watched zombie after zombie fall in front of the door, and I suddenly felt a kind of thrilling satisfaction, like a zombie slayer. If this were an online game, I probably could have earned a title. The corpses vanished after a while, but the zombies outside were still piling up into a small mountain, and it looked rather impressive. Chao Yashuan and the other two looked at the loot scattered all over the floor and high-fived in excitement. This round was over, and they'd reaped another huge harvest. "You guys go get some points too." I handed the Colt to Chao Yashuan. "1 magazine each, take turns." She froze for a moment, then took it excitedly. "Okay." Tong Chi and Wang Yaji's eyes lit up. Finally, it was their turn. Earlier, the four of us had already agreed to farm points, but we hadn't expected the chance to come this fast. After the last round, they weren't as tense about the second round anymore, and were even a little relaxed. That was also why I dared to let them take the lead. Confidence has to be built up bit by bit. Open the door, empty a magazine, close the door, reload, switch people, then open the door again. After doing this a few times, Wang Yaji said, "Su Lang, don't close the door so quickly later. I want to try." I raised an eyebrow. "You really want to do this?" She gripped her sword, her gaze steady. "Didn't you already pick up glutinous rice?" Glutinous rice came from zombies and could neutralize corpse poison. All right, I nodded. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi were both a little nervous, but also a little expectant. If Wang Yaji could do it, then there was no reason they couldn't. Wang Yaji glanced at the monitor, rushed out the door, and faced the zombies head-on. That kind of courage was no small thing. And killing monsters wasn't as hard as it seemed. One side of the corridor was blocked by Chao Yashuan with the teal steel door, so she only had to deal with one side, and the bronze repeating crossbows helped interrupt the zombies' rhythm. As long as she used the footwork of basic swordsmanship well, there was no problem. Of course, she had to retreat early. Otherwise, getting surrounded would be trouble. Just as she was fighting with gusto, the corridor alarm suddenly blared. Wang Yaji stumbled, clutching her head. A zombie opened its fang maw and leaped up, both hands stabbing straight toward her forehead. At the critical moment, the zombie suddenly dropped out of midair. The ghost child's eyes glowed faintly as it forcibly restrained it. Wang Yaji took the chance to retreat, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, her forehead slick with cold sweat, partly from the exertion, partly from the fright. "Yaji, are you okay?" Tong Chi hurried over to support her. "I'm fine." She shook her head. Chao Yashuan closed the door and patted her chest. Good thing Brother Lang's micromanagement is strong enough. Both guardian spirits and offensive fixtures could actually be micromanaged. The former was more complicated, requiring the homeowner to communicate with it mentally. But ordinary people couldn't play like that. They didn't have surveillance cameras. Yaji, want to keep going? I asked. She nodded forcefully. Tong Chi clenched her fist. Sister Wang, you're only a little over 100 points away from the top 10. Wang Yaji was delighted and blurted out the truth. Good. That way there'll be enough ammo for you guys to use. Ammo was limited. If the three of them took turns using it, in the end, maybe none of them would make the top 10. If she used a sword, that was different. When Tong Chi heard that, her face stiffened. I patted Tong Chi on the shoulder. This is the optimal solution. If it were you, you'd do the same. Yeah. Chao Yashuan knew Tong Chi was soft-hearted and chimed in as well. Yaji, from now on, you decide your own attribute points. I looked at her. She nodded and put both points into Constitution. I took out a ready-made sirloin steak and handed it to her. Recover your stamina first. Tong Chi, Yashuan, you two keep taking turns farming. I didn't understand the experience of veteran players like Lei Ting and the others, but I had also figured out some things on my own. Nothing else. I simply had enough time to think and examine this game. Just that alone was an intangible advantage ordinary players who were busy to death couldn't reach. Besides, upgrading food also cost nightmare coins. It couldn't possibly be completely useless. After Wang Yaji finished the steak, the effect was obvious. Both her mind and body returned to peak condition, and she couldn't wait to go kill monsters again. After going out and killing another round like that, Wang Yaji squeezed into the top 10. Not long after, Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan's names also entered the top 10. For people in the top 10, our room 200 was really something. No choice. The monster resources on the entire floor were almost all eaten clean by the four of us. If anyone else wanted to surpass us, they'd at least have to kill a quarter of the zombies on this floor. Dormitory announcement. Players on the 10th floor have cleared monsters too quickly. In the second round, monsters will not be able to enter the 10th floor. Damn it, we killed them too fast again. How is Brother Lang supposed to lure monsters now? Chao Yashuan got so excited she started cursing too. No, it was too slow, I said faintly. If I had personally killed everyone in Lu Quan's group back then, the zombies on the 9th floor would have already rushed upstairs by now. Tong Chi sucked in a cold breath. Brother Lang, that's way too dangerous a thought. They kept chatting, but their hands didn't slow down at all. They quickly picked up all the dropped items and returned to the dormitory. Wang Yaji stood guard nearby, and as soon as the three entered the door, she shut it securely. Perfect teamwork. After one round, everyone had already learned how to support one another and divide responsibilities. They were improving really fast. The four of them sat around the sofa, and it was time for the most anticipated part, tallying the spoils. The three girls first handed all the money to me. Assets, 24,892 copper coins, 3 silver coins, 0 gold coins. I first took a quick inventory of the loot, then couldn't help but click my tongue. The copper coin drop rate from these zombies is way too average. Not even a single funerary item. At least they're level 2 monsters. As soon as I finished speaking, Tong Chi smiled and picked up a beautiful porcelain bowl. Brother Lang, your words really work. See, isn't this a funerary item? It was a blue and white porcelain bowl, level 0. Its description read, a dead person's funerary item. Good looking and nothing else. Recommended to smash it. I smiled and waved it off. Put it aside. It can at least hold things. These kinds of funerary items actually dropped quite a lot. Like the soul fragments dropped by wraiths, they were all useless trash. The only things that really mattered to me were 3 items. The first was the zombie's fangs. If you held them in your mouth, they would carry the aura of the dead and make ghosts and monsters treat you as one of their own. The second was black zombie essence blood. Drink it, and you could transform into a black zombie for 3 minutes, with a copper head and iron brain, immense strength, and overwhelming power. The third was an intelligence note. On it was just one sentence. The real monster is hiding in the corridor. I took out the note and showed it to them. Wang Yaji immediately thought of that ringing sound and shuddered. Could it be the thing ringing the bell? Probably, I nodded. I originally thought more types of monsters would appear this round, but in the end it was just zombies from beginning to end. Tong Chi suddenly spoke up. Isn't this zombie the kind of tough monster old players talk about? This round only has one kind of monster, not even a level 3 one, but so many people have died. According to veteran players, a tough monster meant 2 things. It charged doors fiercely, and it was hard to kill. Zombies ticked both boxes. I was pretty pleased inside. They could think for themselves, and that was better than anything else. To be honest, I was only a newcomer myself, and sometimes my brain really wasn't enough. While we were chatting, Chao Yashuan suddenly shouted, Su Lang, so many people are at ING me. Normal. I shrugged. I had long gotten used to being at ed. As it turned out, when Tong Chi and Wang Yaji opened theirs, it was the same. The three of them were facing this kind of situation for the first time, and they immediately started chattering away. I glanced at the trading network and found someone listing glutinous rice for 400 per portion. I immediately put up the 20 portions in my hand, selling them for 390 each. They were quickly all bought out, bringing in nearly 8,000 copper coins. I felt secretly pleased. It's not that zombie bro is poor, it's that zombie bro already exchanged all his copper coins for glutinous rice. Then I swept up all the level 6 bullets on the market and still had 30,000 copper coins left in my hands. I had never started so perfectly before. Although I slept less this round, it was satisfying to kill things, and I made a lot. After finishing all that, I opened my private messages. Good grief, it had completely blown up. I had added almost all the players from the first round, and now more than half of them had come looking for me, some flattering me, some asking questions, and some in shock. I opened Su Rian's message. Su Rian, you have a level 3 turret. So how are you farming points so fast? Su Rian, tall trees catch the wind. You brat, take it easy and don't reveal all your cards. Points matter, but your life matters more. My first reaction after reading it was, this girl is kind of chatty. My second reaction was, did she like me? I shook my head. Don't be ridiculous. Just because a pretty girl says a few more words doesn't mean she likes you. That's a textbook simp trap. Su Lang, thanks for your concern. Everything's fine on my end, Su Rian. Thanks to you. I've dropped to 5th place now. I froze, then opened the leaderboard. Her points had gone up, but her rank had fallen from 3rd to 5th. Su Lang, this is what I should do. We're all comrades, Su Rian. Thanks a lot. Only later did I figure it out. For someone like Nia Xiaozhu, a slacker, it was naturally best if I cleared out all the monsters in the corridor by myself. But Su Rian had ambition, so what I was doing was basically stealing her monsters. In the first round, Wraiths had low defense, and she could kill them instantly, which felt great. But this round the zombie's skin was too tough, and after a lot of effort she had only killed a dozen or so. Su Lang, if you want, you can go help on the 9th floor. Su Rian, the big monster on the 10th floor is hiding by the left staircase. Even an ass could tell the big monster on the 9th floor is on the right. If I go over there now, how's that any different from helping unseal the boss ahead of time? Su Lang, maybe you can snag a bargain. The boss is weak right now, Su Rian. Or you go. Su Lang, I'm not that kind of person. She probably rolled her eyes in her head. If you're not that kind of person, then I am, huh? In fact, what she said made sense. Going all in and taking risks was sometimes necessary, but not always appropriate, just like now. She was certain that someone would definitely lose their nerve and start moving through the floors to kite the ghosts. Thick-skinned, hard-hitting monsters like that were a player's nightmare. Their methods were simple, but they just kept smashing through doors. Who could stand that? As long as there were no level 2 attack facilities, just relying on a level 2 gate couldn't hold back more than 5 zombies. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the chatroom ran into trouble. Zhou invincible. Damn it, there are only 2 zombies outside my door, and no one came to help. I've run out of materials. Li Shu. Suggest kiting the ghosts. These zombies aren't very mobile. Wang Yang. Agreed, brother Zhou. Let's run to the 10th floor together. We're only 1 floor away from the invincible zone on the 10th. Zhou invincible. Anyone on the 9th floor who's willing, come with me. I'm going for it right now. Right after that, the names of these people, along with those of their roommates, almost instantly dimmed to black. Died so fast. I stared at the screen in shock. What died so fast? Chao Yashuan looked bewildered. The 3 of them had also just been watching these people. If someone went upstairs, maybe the surveillance would catch it. I explained that in non-combat mode, everyone's turret auto attack was turned off. Otherwise, it would easily injure passersby by mistake, create grudges, and waste bullet money. But if those people had ill intentions, the attack had to be activated immediately. In this game, other players can sometimes be scarier than monsters, I said. The 3 of them suddenly understood. Wang Yaji, in particular, felt a lot of pressure. I seemed to know everything, and without meaning to, I was making her feel stifled. Besides, she had a strong sense of pride. She took a deep breath. I'll go practice my sword for a while. Call me if anything happens. Tong Chi covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Wang, we're all in the same dorm. If there's any intel, you'll definitely. No. Wang Yaji's ears turned red, and she hurried off to practice swordsmanship. Of course, she didn't dare train too hard, just to get familiar with the moves. Otherwise, it would drain too much stamina. The higher the difficulty, the more players had to calculate, and stamina was a key factor. Seeing how hardworking she was, I closed my eyes and started meditating. This time, Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi couldn't sit still. Tong Chi said, I'll go watch the surveillance. Chao Yashuan said, I'll check the chatroom. The 4 of us were like perpetual motion machines, each pushing the others harder. Who knew how long had passed before I opened my eyes? Has this round not ended yet? The ninth floor players are dragging their feet, Chao Yashuan said, having kept her eyes on the surveillance the whole time. She had the freshest information. I got it. The ninth floor probably lacked strong offensive means, making it hard to kill zombies. In the past, people from other floors could go help, but now the corridor was blocked by a giant monster. No one could get in, and with the white fog roiling around, no one knew what was happening inside. Unless there was a floor leader who could rally everyone on the floor to explore together. After a while longer, the dorm broadcast finally sounded. Second round over, 3 minutes of rest. After that, ghost officers will patrol. Players are advised to cooperate with the investigation. The rest time was cut down to 3 minutes. Definitely, because the ninth floor still hadn't cleared the round. In the chat room, people were already verbally attacking the ninth floor. Some cursed them for wasting time. Wally Lee from the ninth floor shot back that their own people were almost all dead, and in the end it was Sister Sue who climbed down the wall to help. Only after that argument did everyone learn that it was Su Ruyan who had made the move. No wonder her points had gone up. 3 minutes passed quickly, leaving almost no time to think. Ghost officers, what exactly were those things? Even the name sounded unusual. Brother Lang, the white fog has cleared. Tong Chi called out. I stared at the monitor, waiting for the monster to appear. But after waiting for a long time, the corridor remained eerily quiet, and nothing showed up. Brother Lang, a player died. On the 4th floor. Tong Chi suddenly reported. I froze, then quickly opened the chat room. It turned out that a player on the 4th floor had looked through the peephole and saw a monster, 2 meters tall and dressed in a black official robe, walking out of the dorm, dragging 3 corpses behind it with a grappling hook. Ghost Envoy, Level 10, Skill Unknown, Description. A ghost envoy who captures wronged souls and fierce ghosts, and hates liars. Holy shit. How could there be a Level 10 monster? This player was clearly a veteran too, and had never seen clipping through the model this outrageous before. He hurriedly took a photo and sent it into the chat room, then pressed his ear to the door, because the ghost envoy had just passed his room and entered the next one. Then he heard, open up, ghost envoy room inspection. All right, Lord Ghost Envoy, we'll open right away. Have you seen any evil ghosts or vengeful spirits recently? Yes. Where? We killed them. How dare you lie, you weak mortals. How could you possibly be the match of a vengeful spirit? Screams rang out, and in just over 10 seconds, everything went quiet. The names of the 4 veteran players all dimmed out one after another. The player's scalp went numb. He turned around, made a shushing gesture to his teammates, and sent the whole story into the chat room in full, not hiding a thing. He truly saw in this monster the potential to wipe out the entire building. After reading his description and comparing it with the photo, I said, what he said should be true. Then what do we do, Brother Lang? That ghost envoy doesn't seem to be asking room by room. Maybe it'll be up to the 10th floor soon, Tong Chi said anxiously. There was only one monster this round, but it was absurdly dangerous. So far, any dormitory that was knocked on by the ghost envoy had all its players killed. The survival rate was 0. Don't panic. Keep watch. I'll go ask Su Ruyan. I frowned. So far, she was still fairly reliable. Su Lang, Sister Su, what do you think about this ghost envoy? Su Ruyan, one piece of information, 1,000 copper coins. Su Lang. Okay, Su Ruyan. First, go turn off the automatic attacks on the attack facilities, or it'll enrage the ghost envoy. Pure experience. Believe it or not, I immediately told Chao Yashuan and the others to do as she said. Su Lang, then what? Su Ruyan, the higher the monster's level, the smarter it is. For a level 10 monster like this, you'd better treat it like an intelligent person. Su Lang. Then what? Su Ruyan, this kind of overpowered monster isn't for us to kill. Don't think about defeating it. Go find its behavioral rules. Su Lang. Then what? Su Ruyan, that's it. 3 lines, 3,000 copper coins. I transferred the money over right away. If the ghost envoy really was going to kill us, keeping the money would be pointless anyway. After the transfer, I fell into deep thought. Monsters like the ghost envoy, the intelligent type, I'd encountered plenty of in the nightmare before. Though I couldn't copy everything directly, they were still useful as reference. First, if it says it saw a vengeful spirit, you have to produce evidence. Second, if it says it didn't see one, that's lying, because you clearly saw it in the first round. That second point was my deduction. Otherwise, the survival rate wouldn't be this low. On average, every few minutes one household was wiped out. By now, no one had shared any survival experience. Those veteran players who were usually so arrogant had all gone honest, each one holding its breath, as if making the slightest noise would bring the ghost envoy to their door. The chat room was unexpectedly quiet. Suddenly, a message popped up. Zhang Dehai, I have a note with information about the ghost envoy, already listed on the trading site. Interested buyers, purchase it yourselves. My eyes lit up. I opened the trading site. Price, 5,000 copper coins. With the note, Information about the Ghost Envoy. If you care, don't buy. This guy really knew how to do business. 5,000 for a single piece of information. I figured someone would buy it right away, and sure enough, it was snapped up in less than 3 seconds. I raised an eyebrow and sent a direct message. Su Lang, what information? Can you tell me a bit? I still had some face when it came to asking for info. Zhang Dehai. Heh, it's Brother Lang. I'll give you the info for free. The Ghost Envoy likes porcelain. My eyes lit up instantly. Good grief. So that's what he was waiting for. The stuff I had plenty of. I opened the chat room, wanting to see whether the player who bought the information would reveal it publicly. And then I saw this message. 49 Li Shuwen. This intel is highly valuable. I won't jack up the price either. It's still 5,000 copper coins. I've put it on the trading site. Chao Yashuan immediately complained. So we're playing hot potato here? Not a shred of goodwill. Well, people did pay for it, Wang Yaji said helplessly. I smiled. Zhang Dehai told me that the Ghost Enforcer likes porcelain. If we grease the wheels a bit later, maybe they'll let us off. Wang Yaji's eyes lit up, but then she said, still, we can't trust it completely. After all, it's secondhand information. I nodded. So I waited for someone to publish the answer to the intel note. In the end, I waited forever. The intel note kept getting listed again and again, but no one published the answer. Truly outrageous. The player's habit of infighting and refusing to take a loss was on full display at this moment. I frowned. The info Zhang Dehai gave me was good, but no one knew whether it was true. Not even Zhang Dehai himself was sure. Someone had to confirm this intel once and for all, or I wouldn't be able to proceed later. Then I'll do it myself. 200 Su Lang. The intel note says the Ghost Enforcer likes porcelain. 171 Li Li. Brother, I'm still trying to sell mine. 107 Li Sun. Thanks, Brother Lang. 33 Zhang Dehai. The info is true. 49 Li Shuwen. The info is true. I guess that Li Li in dorm 171 was probably itching to smash a wall right now. But after 2 rounds, everyone knew I was a tough one. He didn't want trouble, so he could only swallow it. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by a chilling voice. Open up. Ghost Enforcer room inspection. Later, Li Li shared this experience, and that's how I learned the details. Li Li's hair stood on end. He hurriedly pulled out a piece of porcelain dropped by an evil spirit, stuffed it into his backpack, and went to open the door. Outside stood the Ghost Enforcer, his face pitch black, over 2 meters tall, wearing a black official robe. Just looking at him was enough to make one shudder. Have you seen any vengeful spirits or malicious ghosts recently? Li Li swallowed hard, then leaned close to the Ghost Enforcer and quietly shoved a porcelain vase into his sleeve. In the first round, he had killed quite a few evil spirits, so he wasn't short on porcelain. The Ghost Enforcer's expression darkened. Recall? Recall what? Terrified out of his wits, Li Li blurted. I didn't see anything. I've been sleeping at home. Done for. The Ghost Enforcer's introduction said he disliked liars. But the Ghost Enforcer merely snorted. Answer quicker next time. Then he turned and left. Li Li stood frozen in place, drenched in sweat. It wasn't until a gust of wind blew past that he suddenly remembered something a 6th period player had once said. The item descriptions in this game can sometimes lie. The intel note has the highest priority, and if you can, collect more intel notes. This dorm building eats people. Li Li shut the door and walked into the living room. His 2 teammates immediately crowded around him. The Ghost Enforcer's gone. Li Li gave a weak response, then suddenly broke down crying, too afraid to make a sound. When will this ever end? I was just terrified. Did you see the bodies dragging from the Ghost Enforcer's hook? So long, so long. After crying, his fingers trembled as he tapped at the air. Share the experience. No charge anymore. No charge. Keeping a few more veteran players alive is better than letting those newbie brats die. I laughed when I saw the experience Li Li shared. The chatroom instantly exploded. 40 Zhao Shuang. Damn, so that's how it is. I knew there couldn't be a guaranteed death level. 88 Chao Bin. It's this simple? We're saved, thanks brotherly. 44 Wang Ao. Shit, I didn't get any porcelain. What do I do? 145 Li Shui. Help, the Ghost Enforcer is knocking at the door. Wang Ao's one sentence stirred up a huge wave. Not everyone had porcelain. Having so much porcelain it was impossible to use up, that was true for tough players like us. Some people hadn't even left their rooms. Where were they supposed to get drops from? Those people panicked on the spot. But I didn't panic. I clicked to trade with Li Shui. When the other side saw it was the top-ranked big shot, they accepted instantly. A beautifully crafted dishware set appeared in my trade window. 200 Su Lang. Give your highest price. The other side understood instantly and directly put in more than 3,000 copper coins. Then click trade. I didn't get greedy either. In their life or death moment, if they really died, I wouldn't get a single hair's worth of benefit. 3,000 in hand. I opened the trading site, and sure enough, porcelain prices had skyrocketed. Before, Everyone had treated this stuff like junk and sold it for just a few copper coins at the lowest. Now, in the blink of an eye, it had shot up to several hundred and was still being bought up nonstop. Calmly thinking about it, if you were a big capitalist, what would you do at a time like this? Just stand there and watch. No, buy it all up. Buy poor people's goods in advance and resell them at a high price. As bad thoughts were bubbling in my stomach, Tong Chi said angrily, "These people are too evil, raising prices at a time like this. It is indeed too much, but that's reality. Should our porcelain not also rise in price?" Wang Yaji was more mature. Tong Chi froze, then awkwardly shut up. If it doesn't sell at a high price, where do the crossbow bolts come from? Who pays the utilities? I smiled. Yes, it is too much. Just wait, I'll bring their prices down in a bit. On the trading site, porcelain had already been snapped up. There were still lots of people in the chat room asking to buy it. With such a huge shortage, I could guarantee there had to be some posters hoarding stock. I wasn't the only rotten bastard in Crazy King Tower. 180 Su Ruyan. How many did you grab? 200 Su Lang. What are you talking about? I don't understand. 180 Su Ruyan. You didn't rush to buy porcelain? 200 Su Lang. No, I don't do such immoral things. 180 Su Ruyan. Oh, I did me. This woman is truly evil. 200 Su Lang. Mainly because I have too much porcelain in hand. I'm afraid I'd be stuck with it. 180 Su Ruyan. I see porcelain was nearly snapped up in an instant. Not long after, one piece was listed at a price of 1,000 copper coins and sold out in a flash. At this price, there were buyers. I immediately listed mine at 990. All the people who had been hoarding and preparing to push up prices were dumbfounded. 1,000 copper porcelain sold instantly, which meant the shortage was huge and prices should be raised even more. But I directly started a price war, and I listed more than 40 pieces at once. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 were gone. The hoarders couldn't sit still and immediately dumped theirs at even lower prices. I kept my eyes on the market and found that all the sellers were the posters who had made a big splash in the previous 2 rounds, each one pricing lower than the last. I calmly worked the market and kept the price pinned to the minimum. Players don't care who you are. Whoever's cheaper gets bought. Why did I do this? Simple, there was too much stock. There were still several hundred players, but the ghost officials wouldn't question every single one of them. Once they took a bribe, they'd leave. At full count, Crazy King Tower only had 200 households. I had more than 40 pieces of porcelain in my hands alone, and with the ones dropped elsewhere, porcelain was definitely going to overflow. If I sold it slowly, I would definitely be stuck with it in the end. Watching the big shots drag each other into a price war, the ordinary players were overjoyed. With the Tower Lords viciously competing, ordinary players had a way out and a chance to breathe. Otherwise, where do you think your divine gear came from? Huff, finally sold out. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. I said sold out, but actually kept 5 pieces as backup. Su Lang, how much money do we have now? Chao Yashuan's eyes were shining. This haul made about 17,000. Including the total amount, we're at 45,000 now. Later on, even porcelain for a few dozen copper coins no one wanted to take. It was only good to pick up money during the initial market panic. Afterward, everyone realized porcelain would overflow. Great harvest. Tong Chi cheered. Chao Yashuan covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Qi, you remind me of Xiao Yan. My niece once absolutely refused to go to a rabbit meat restaurant, and once she got there she ate 3 big bowls of rice. Everyone laughed, and Tong Chi's face turned red. Just as the atmosphere was at its liveliest, my pupils contracted. On the monitor, a tall figure walked in. Black official robes, hands hidden in wide sleeves, and a jet black chain extending from the cuff, dragging a long chain of human figures. The ghost official had arrived. The cheerful atmosphere in the dormitory was instantly killed. The 3 girls' faces went pale. Su Lang. Tong Chi subconsciously moved closer to me. Seeing that string of chained figures, she was so shocked she couldn't even speak. I squeezed her hand, picked up a small blue and white porcelain bowl, and stood up. The ghost official was heading toward room 200. His expression icy that I also walked toward the door to greet him. But the ghost messenger suddenly froze, looking at the ghost child on the door plaque. I stopped too. Wouldn't the ghost child anger him? After all, he was an extremely vicious evil ghost. The result was completely the opposite of what I had expected. When the ghost messenger saw the ghost child, he stepped back and bowed. The ghost child in the shrine, however, lifted his chin, his little belly puffed up a bit, with no intention of returning the gesture at all. This scene left the 3 girls staring blankly. On the monitor, the ghost child waved his hand, signaling that the ghost messenger could leave, and the ghost messenger then dragged the chain of people onward. Just as he was about to pass room 200, I opened the door. Greetings, Lord Ghost Messenger. The ghost messenger froze, looked me up and down, then glanced at the old, composed ghost child, looking a little troubled. Are you here to reclaim your companion's corpse? I am merely carrying out my duty. Lord Ghost Messenger, you're overthinking it. As for matters concerning vengeful ghosts, don't bring them up in front of me either. I won't tell you. Lord Ghost Messenger, you're still overthinking it. The Ghost Messenger was baffled by me and stepped closer. Then what do you want to do? He had never seen such a strange human before, someone who wasn't afraid of him and even took the initiative to approach him. Nothing much. I picked up a stolen item some time ago and never found a place to turn it in. I handed over a gorgeous blue and white porcelain bowl. Blue and white plum blossom bowl. Type: Netherworld artifact. Level 1. Effect: nurturing in long-term possession will slightly nourish the soul of the dead. Harmful to the living. Can be disassembled into blue and white porcelain fragments x3, Inchi x1. Upgrade requirement: 50 nightmare coins. Description: Ho. If you're going to serve brain matter in this bowl, you'd better eat it over here. The Ghost Messenger hurriedly took the bowl, his eyes glowing green. Where did you get this bowl? By chance. This is stolen goods, blatant stolen goods. The Ghost Messenger was so excited his body was trembling. I think so too, which is why I'm turning it in to you, sir. The Ghost Messenger's face twisted again in dilemma. Do you want something in return? I folded my hands in my sleeves and just smiled. He grew even more conflicted, then leaned in and said in a low voice, I can't say much about the situation on your side, but if possible, it's best to collect all the 10-day bells. As for what the 10-day bell is, you should be able to guess. Just that. I frowned, a little disappointed. That's all I can say. If you have an enemy, I could help you arrest 2 of them. Inchi leaked from the Ghost Messenger's mouth. I felt cold at the back of my neck, but I still smiled on my face. Then I'm fine now. Thank you, Lord Ghost Messenger. I wouldn't dare be called Lord. The Ghost Messenger cupped his hands and took out a blue-black invitation from his sleeve. This is a gift from me. I accepted it and watched him leave. The chains clanged as the ghost walked on, the living following behind. Su Lang, what exactly did you say to the Ghost Messenger? Chao Yashuan stared at me, feeling a chill running over me, as if a cold aura clung to me. The surveillance had audio, but because I'd gotten too close to the Ghost Messenger, my voice was too low for them to hear. I didn't say much. I exchanged a bowl for this. I held up the blue-black invitation. Netherworld invitation. Type: Item. Effect: After use, team matching will be performed. Once matching is complete, you will go to the Netherworld together with your dorm and tenants. Restriction: only usable by the landlord and players from phases 3 to 6. Description: Come one, come all. A 7-day tour of the Netherworld. That blue and white bowl had cost me 10 nightmare coins to upgrade. Upgrading it again wouldn't be expensive, but I didn't want to take the risk. Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. In the end, I exchanged it for a piece of intelligence that should be useful, plus this no-rank item. Chao Yashuan hesitated. This thing, maybe we shouldn't go? Tongchi. Netherworld. That doesn't sound like a good place. Wang Yaji's gaze sharpened. Maybe it's full of ghost messengers like that level 10 monster. Anyway, even if we wanted to go, we can't. We don't qualify. I smiled and casually tossed the invitation into the drawer. Next, the 4 of us stayed in the dorm as usual, looking at the chat room and the trading network, and snacking on sunflower seeds when we were bored. I gave each of the 3 girls 3,000 copper coins, told them to buy anything good they saw, and started meditating myself. The ghost messengers patrolled, asking almost every room, and didn't leave until dawn. Dormitory broadcast. Dawn has come. The 3rd round has ended. The 4th wave of monsters will attack at 6 p.m. Please rest up. This time, the broadcast actually acted like a human and revealed that the 4th round would be a monster attack, not a ghost messenger patrol. After going through this patrol, many people felt that a hard fight would be better. At least it wouldn't be this hopeless. With the 3rd round over, the players confirmed they were safe. Some fell straight asleep, while others started visiting each other's rooms. After staying up all night, everyone urgently needed face-to-face conversation. It was an instinct to keep from becoming shut-ins. Otherwise, their mentality would easily become twisted. Players on the 10th floor gathered around room 200 almost unanimously. Brother Lang, are you home? Come out and chat. Brother Lang, are you the reincarnation of Erling Shen? Last night you helped us out of trouble in both waves of monsters. Brother Lang, brother. Su Lang, with so many girls calling you that, doesn't it feel amazing? Chao Yashuan said faintly. I'm used to it, I said with a shrug. Chao Yashuan felt like I was showing off and snorted. Don't listen anymore. Anyway, you're not coming out. Come on, take a shower with me. Me? Isn't it a bit early for that? I'd struck it rich and wasn't short on copper coins, so of course I showered without holding back. Other people collected bathwater in buckets and reused it over and over, but here I just kept the water running the whole time. More than half an hour later, I sent Tong Chi a message. Not long after, the bathroom door was pushed open in a panic by Tong Chi. What's wrong? Why did Sister Yu faint? Her pupils trembled, sweat beading on her innocent face. As for Chao Yashuan, she had already cleaned up and left early. Wang Yaji was practicing swordsmanship. When she saw Tong Chi and me come out, she rolled her eyes. The dormitory was soundproof enough. Otherwise, the neighbors really would have called to complain. I coughed lightly and asked Wang Yaji, "Yaji, have you decided that your main weapon in the future will be a sword?" She nodded, her expression turning serious. "A sword suits me very well, and it's easy for me to use." "That's good." I smiled. In my mind, I was calculating. In this round of the game, as long as I can reach the top, and Chao Yashuan and the other two can all make it into the top 10, then their attribute points and rewards will be the same as mine. Although it's a bit worse than continuously upgrading the dorm, it's still tremendous news. What should be fought for must be fought for. That also means the three women can't keep being decorative vases forever. Wang Yaji got into bed after showering. I originally wanted to sleep too, but seeing that the cooldown on the nightmare bed was getting shorter and shorter, I was worried the comfort effect wouldn't work, so I still had a friendly interaction with her. Su Lang. Listening to my wildly pounding heartbeat, she hesitated before speaking. "What is it?" I wore what I thought was a calm smile, but in reality, it was extremely forced. "From now on, you can put more points into Constitution and leave the mental special attack slots to Tong Chi and Yashuan." Let's sleep." The four of us in room 200 slept soundly, but the people in other dorms still couldn't rest. Now was the time to seize the advantage. No matter how tired they were, they had to go sweep the building. If they went too late, they might not get a single thing. So except for those who collapsed the moment they hit the bed, everyone else rushed out of the dorms and dared not rest. Everyone's spirit had been squeezed to the limit, and this exhaustion wasn't something a bit of premium food could make up for. Lei Ting and the others had killed monsters all night, their eyes bloodshot. But as the floor leader, he couldn't slack off either. He had to lead the people on the first floor to sweep the building. He really wanted to take me down, but he truly had no time now. At times like this, they had to stick together, otherwise if the people on the first floor were bullied, it would be the same as weakening the overall strength of the first floor and making it easier to be breached. Ordinary players had to rely on the floor leader, while also wanting to surpass the floor leader. The subtleties of this couldn't be explained in just a few words. After one night, the players in Crazy King Building had dropped from their original number down to 300. But these 300 were stronger than before, on the one hand because of monster drops, and on the other because more people had died, leaving unattended dorms that could be stripped apart. In the first round, we weren't very good at developing ourselves yet. In the second round, veteran players joined in, and the newcomers grew rapidly, all like locusts, leaving no blade of grass wherever they went. After each round of the game, the Blood Mist region would expand a little farther outward, making more space available and creating more areas for item spawns. 300 people scattered around wouldn't seem conspicuous. If you left the main group and went elsewhere to search for loot, that was fine too, but if someone snatched it from you, don't blame others. During the game, there was no blood feud mechanism. 90% of the people on the 10th floor were clustered together, surrounding Wu Huihui, and they had the largest number of people. Wang Tingting said to Wu Huihui, "Huihui, we can't rely entirely on Brother Lang." "I know." Wu Huihui nodded, her expression grave. The once war god was now the weakest floor leader, not even making it into the top 30 on the points ranking. "Sister Huihui, look at this." A girl suddenly shouted, holding up a red heart K in her hand. Charlemagne the Great had curly hair and was pointing a sword at his own head, looking somewhat bizarre. The item she had just obtained had no clear ownership, so everyone could see the information. Red heart K. Type. Item. Effect. Delay the start of the game by 3 days or upgrade the dorm once. Description. Wow. Golden legend. Haha, Xiaozhu, you're rich. Wu Huihui laughed. A group of girls immediately crowded over. Huihui, do you think I should upgrade the dorm or delay the game by 3 days? Nye Xiaozhu said happily. Joining Wu Huihui's team didn't require any commission cut. As long as you gave her 200 copper coins, that was enough, and among the 10 floor leaders, this was already the most conscientious. I suggest you choose to delay it by 3 days. A magnetic female voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Su Ruyan standing in a corner with her arms crossed. "Hiss, Sister Su, weren't you acting alone? When did you show up?" Wang Tingting asked. "Sister Su, why do you say that?" Su Ruyan said calmly. "The 9th floor has already collapsed. Li Li and the others moved to other floors, so the pressure will be transferred to the 10th and 8th floors." Everyone was shocked. It really was just like that. Wu Huihui frowned. But that would be too much of a sacrifice for Xiaozhu. She was thinking about whether they could sell the card to someone with a team spirit and fight for some benefits for Nye Xiaozhu. Su Ruyan said calmly. "To be honest, this no-grade item is extremely valuable. If you trade it with veteran players from the 7th or 8th session, It can definitely sell for a price you can't even imagine. But can you really survive this round? From what I can tell, our 10th floor has the weakest overall strength among the 10 floors. The 9th floor, which is stronger than you, has already collapsed, and the next round will only be harder. That's all I have to say. Think it over yourselves. After saying that, her figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. Nie Xiaozhu immediately became conflicted. Ah, I finally managed to get such a treasure. Nie Xiaozhu sighed, her little face scrunched up. Just by her expression, you could tell she had already made up her mind. Xiaozhu, have you decided? Wu Huihui pressed her lips together. Nie Xiaozhu nodded freely. Sister Su is right. What our 10th floor needs most right now is development. Okay, I'll help you upgrade the main door later. Thank you, Sister Huihui. Let's spread the word about this in the chat room too. At least we can earn some reputation. Dormitory broadcast. Nie Xiaozhu has used King of Hearts. The 4th round will descend in 3 days. I was still fast asleep when the broadcast woke me up. King of Hearts. I immediately thought of my own 3 of clubs. I opened the chat room and, sure enough, found information about that card. The format is almost the same as mine, but the effect is worlds apart. Items of no grade or with unknown attributes like that can't be upgraded with nightmare coins. So I didn't feel it was a pity, and I had no intention of buying it in advance. Anyway, delaying the 4th round by 3 days was a huge advantage for me. I could lie flat for 3 more days. Thinking of this, I curled my lips and went back to sleep. Basic nightmare coins, 56, conversion rate 308%, 8 hours produced 228 nightmare coins, total nightmare coins, 1057, nice, back to 1,000 again. Seeing this harvest, I instantly felt full of security. Upgrading the green steel main door still only required 550 nightmare coins. Sleep for another 3 days, and maybe I could even grind out a level 5 door. A level 5 door should be enough to keep me alive. Of course, not absolutely, since there are mechanism-type monsters like the Ghost Messenger. This is only my 2nd round, and I might already be able to get a level 5 door. Am I being too arrogant? Upgrading once per session counts as a strong player standard. Upgrading 5 times over 2 sessions means I'm basically a pervert. I felt secretly pleased for a while, then quickly realized this wasn't quite right. Being too conspicuous wasn't good. There were over 300 people in the Mad King building. If they all came knocking at once, that would be troublesome. Actually, I was already quite noticeable because I never went out to gather supplies. In the eyes of those who liked to do the math, that was very abnormal. Eat a pound of food and gain 2 pounds of weight. Could I be the legendary perpetual motion machine that gets fat even from drinking water? I had never responded. This lie was really hard to cover up. The more I explained, the more loopholes there were. TSK, this is the trouble of being a superhuman. After thinking it through, I rolled over and wrapped my arms around Chao Yashuan's slender waist. In a sense, I really was a superhuman. The more superhuman I was, the stronger I became. Afterward, Wang Yaji and the others went to cook, and I had nothing to do. So I opened my private messages with Su Rian. 200 Su Lang. Do you have any skill that can increase physical constitution just by staying at home? 180 Su Rian. Go home, kid. Go home. 200 Su Lang. I'm serious. 180 Su Rian. I want something like that too. I couldn't directly share the information about meditation. It was already level 3, so I could only describe it verbally. 180 Su Rian. I've heard of this kind of cultivation skill before, but it's very rare. Between the lines, she meant she didn't have one either. I thought about it and simply called out in the chat room to buy a similar skill. 180 Su Rian. You really don't plan to go out? 200 Su Lang. How do you know I didn't go out? The conversation ended there, but the chat room exploded just because I said something. 32 Yi Fan. Let's celebrate. Brother Lang finally spoke. 33 Zhang Dahai. Brother Lang, you're talking about skills like meditation, right? Did you taste the sweetness of it? 5 Zhu Yen. Brother Lang, skills like that probably don't carry over. Some people just use them directly. You'd be better off looking for items that boost base attributes. That's more likely. 32 Yi Fan. Increase physique? I found the blind spot. How about I teach you a set of Kegel exercises? I ignored the others, but Yi Fan's line, I had to reply to that. 200 Su Lang. I already have a skill that increases mental strength. What I'm missing is one that increases physique. 32 Yi Fan. Got it. Check your private messages. Not long after, Yi Fan sent me a set of fitness moves. What butterfly double taps, Kegel bridge, kneeling hip thrusts. My face darkened, and I almost deleted him from my friends list. How could I possibly do this kind of thing? Tu Leitang at Su Lang. Add me as a friend. I frowned. I didn't really add people anymore. Otherwise my friends list would be full of private messages. All a mess. But thinking that Leitang was the floor manager for the first floor, I still tapped accept. Tu Leitang, I just found an item that can increase physique by 1 point. Do you want it? Bloodline worm egg. I opened it and saw that eating the bloodline worm egg really would increase physique by 1 point. So I replied immediately. 200 Su Lang, yes. Name your price. Too late, Tang. I only accept in-person negotiation. Mainly because I want to team up with you later for exploration mode. Your first round is the zombie dungeon, so it shouldn't be hard to grab some benefits. 200 Su Lang. We can talk privately to Lei Tang. Then forget it. In the basketball court, Lei Tang sat wide-legged in the bleachers, frowning slightly. Su Lang really hadn't replied. Hiding the real purpose behind a broad premise usually made people more likely to take the bait. But whether Su Lang had seen through him or truly didn't want to go out, he had just given up like that. Damn it, I don't believe you won't come out. Lei Tang muttered under his breath, stuffing the white worm egg into his mouth, his gaze sweeping across the players on the court. These people were all his underlings. Anything they found had to be turned over, and then he would spend copper coins to buy it. His backpack was already stuffed full, so there was no way to hide anything. It was precisely because of his domineering personality that so few people followed him. Heh, trying to trick me into going out. In dorm 200, I sneered. From Lei Tang's attitude, I was 100% certain he meant no good. What kind of normal business deal was that? Su Lang, dinner's ready. Come eat. Wang Yaji called out. I answered and got down from the bed. After dinner, the four of us played cards for a while, and I made an excuse to go meditate. Letting more than 1,000 nightmare coins sit there would be too wasteful. I planned to upgrade meditation again, or the nightmare bed.